This fucking Karen came at me on and tried to tell me that Bin Laden was CIA, and I told her to go back to Facebook.
That's funny.
She responded with a Wikipedia page.
Oh, good lord!
Are you trying to escape?
What Wikipedia page?
Hang on, I have to catch the father. Come here. Hey, calm down, buddy. You get in this bucket, okay? It was a Wikipedia page on just allegations of Bin Laden working for the CIA.
Allegations, not actual.
Yeah. It's just different people who have alleged it and what they say, right? So it's quoting people who have made these things and alleged these things, right? So I looked at it, my fucking camera, I can't get straight. And there's key things that I have to look for to tell somebody knows what the fuck they're talking about. So the first thing in the article is talking about how he was tight with fucking Haqqani and Hikmatyar, and it's Haqqani, they at least may have made an acquaintance, but there's no evidence Bin Laden met the Haqqanis in the Afghan Soviet jihad. He came back after he was kicked out of Sudan and was working under the Taliban. That's when he developed his relationship with the Haqqanis, right? And then also he fucking hated Hikmatyar. And they were Hikmatyar was just popular because most of the Mujahideen who ended up going to the Taliban fought underneath him, and he received a lot of aid. But as I showed you yesterday, fucking Muhammad Nabi Muhammadi was the fucking guy who was tighter with the fucking Afghan Mujahideen and Bin Laden and stuff. He was way tighter. And then also Abu Sayyaf. Abu Sayyaf literally is not mentioned once. And it's Abu Sayyaf is the fucking guy who's the Al-Qaeda guy there. And then it's also it mentions fucking Abdullah Azam once, and it's a quote from somebody else, right? So it's not even a direct reference to what the author was claiming. They're just showing a quote, and they happen to mention Azam in that quote, not even connecting Azam to shit. And it's Bin Laden was fucking Azam brought Bin Laden there because the CIA wasn't giving him money. The Afghan Services Bureau had to buy their shit from the ISI. The ISI wasn't fucking helping them. And so now she's he's an asshole, and thinks I'm a Pakistani.
That's fucking
I know
what
the fuck I'm talking about when it comes to Afghanistan.
Viewers like you, please support our work at democracynow.org/give. Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. In Gaza, an Israeli attack on an UNRWA school and shelter has killed at least 40 Palestinians overnight, including 14 children in the Nuseirat refugee camp. Dozens of people were injured in the attack. The school was being used to house displaced Palestinians. One survivor said he'd sought refuge at the school after being displaced first from Gaza City, then Khan Yunis, and then Rafah. Survivors described the school as being shelled with a belt of fire.
We were sleeping when we suddenly saw a rocket falling on us. On the second floor, there were martyrs. On the first floor, there were injured. That's all we saw. Only God can help us. I was asleep when I found myself covered in rubble. The rocket hit. It came through the second floor. We came out to help people and the martyrs.
An Al Jazeera reporter at the scene said a number of women, children, and the elderly were among the victims. Israel claimed members of Hamas were at the UN school, but provided no evidence to back this up. In other news from Gaza, the UN Food Agency has issued a dire warning stating, quote, over 1 million people, half the population of Gaza, are expected to face death and starvation.
You think that's funny? Kids starving, huh?
No. The kids, right?
Agency has issued a dire warning stating, quote, over 1 million people, half the population.
All the shit that's going on, they're still smiling.
Yeah, because they see a camera.
Population of Gaza are expected
that's the type of shit that fucked me up, bro.
Yeah.
It's almost like the Schindler's List moment when he sees the girl in the red dress in the pile.
I haven't seen it.
Oh, okay. Well, very small detail in the movie. So the whole movie's black and white, right? But they fucking key out this one girl, but they only key out her dress, which is more of a coat. It's like a red coat, right?
Okay.
And they show her like walking and holding hands with a Nazi, right? She's like being led away, right? And then later on, Oscar Schindler is looking at a pile of dead bodies, and the only thing that's in color is like that red coat of that girl, right?
Yes.
And it's like kind of like it's like that's like when people say they're like Schindler's moment. That's kind of the thing. It's not like I could identify like, oh, this kid I just saw and he's dead. It wasn't anything like that.
Yeah.
It was just the constant like the polarity of like seeing these kids like, you know, just being kids and then seeing dead kids like every fucking day.
Yeah.
It gets to you.
Because
they're looking at you in the camera, you know, you're like connecting with the kids constantly. And then you have to detach yourself when you film them dead later.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty wild. But it's also a tactic in filmmaking too. Right? As you said, with Schindler's List, it also reminded me of a few other things like in Jojo Rabbit. They have a lot of heavy focus on her shoes. Right? So Scarlett Johansson's shoes are prominently shown in a lot of scenes.
Because the director has a foot fetish like Tarantino?
No, because she got hung and the kid goes to pick something up, stands up, and all you see are her shoes.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It's that kind of thing. Or there's I mean it's Chekhov's gun, right? It's just that.
Well, Chekhov's gun is something else.
Sure, but it's that kind of plot point, right? It's the same premise that you're talking about. That it's like, well, not really, but like that's what they use in filmmaking to sort of get that point across. Where it's almost a more personal version of that, I would say, is probably what I'm more getting at here. It's like,
to face death and starvation by mid-July, unquote, if Israel's war on Gaza does not end. The warning comes in a new report on global hunger that also says the risk of starvation persists in Sudan, Haiti, Mali, and South Sudan. Meanwhile, UNICEF says 90% of children in Gaza lack the
Mali now. Thank God.
nutrition needed for proper growth. Karen Huster, a medical advisor with Doctors Without Borders in Gaza, said there's been a, quote, insane escalation of hostilities across the Gaza Strip over the last 2 days.
We have seen hospitals being bombed. We have seen refugee camps being bombed. We have seen humanitarian warehouses being bombed. The situation is apocalyptic. This morning on my way to the hospital, I saw 2 donkeys carrying the bodies of at least 8 people who had died in the hostilities of the last night. When we arrived, the emergency room was completely packed. There were families screaming. There was a man screaming for his family that had died.
In occupied East Jerusalem, mobs of far-right Israel.
Thanks, Israel. Very
just
cool.
Call them fascists. That's literally.
Yeah, can we just call them Nazis at this point? Like, seriously.
No, the story she's about to report on was literally a Nazi march.
Israelis attacked Palestinians and several journalists, including Saif al-Kawasmi,
this one
on Wednesday during the Jerusalem
Was this the
Day
Jerusalem Day? Yeah, Nazis.
March to mark the anniversary of Israel's seizing of East Jerusalem, the West Bank, and Gaza in 1967.
So this is the
in Palestine.
Clip of Hasan. He spotted a yellow flag and paused, and he was.
I know. I saw. Yeah.
He's like, if you see a yellow flag and it's Israel.
June 5th is known as the Naksa, meaning setback. During Wednesday's march, Israelis were heard chanting "Death to Arabs" and "May your village burn." Police reported making 18 arrests.
They look stress positions.
Israel's announced it's shutting down a desert prison camp where Palestinian prisoners from Gaza say they were routinely beaten and tortured. Last month, 3 Israeli whistleblowers who worked at Sidi Taiman spoke to CNN. One whistleblower shared photographs that showed Palestinians being strapped down, blindfolded, and held in diapers at the site. Some prisoners had limbs amputated due to injuries sustained from.
Sorry?
Didn't we see this news wrap already?
From the 6th of June? Possibly.
constant tight.
I don't remember seeing this because you showed me this. I don't remember them doing this.
Oh, I know we watched something where it showed this.
Handcuffing. Spain's announced plans to join South Africa's genocide case against Israel at the International Court of Justice. Spain.
Well, yeah, that's just it. There isn't enough resources for them to get an accurate count. So how do we really know that the number isn't double that? You really don't.
Joins other countries, including Colombia.
Wars in general, but especially genocides. Like we don't even know an accurate exact number of like how many people died in the Holocaust.
Yes.
You know? Like it varies by a few million.
Yeah. Because it's like 5 to 7 million, isn't the thing?
I don't know. I always say 12 million to be safe.
12?
No,
just double it.
No, yeah, no, because like I think it's supposed to be 6 million Jews or something.
Yeah, you would send the Nazis into a wild down spiral. They would start going on about chimneys and shit. That would be.
Oh, just throwing out 12 every time.
Yeah,
good. I'm gonna start doing it for real then.
Because I think the actual victims of the Nazis, not just the Jewish, was like 15 million, something like that.
See? 12. That's what I was
Mexico,
about.
Egypt, Turkey.
Yeah.
Who have requested to join South Africa's case. Meanwhile, President Biden and leaders of 16 other nations have just issued a joint statement supporting the ceasefire and hostage deal that Biden outlined last week.
Good.
In California, Stanford University says it's suspending 13 students who were arrested Wednesday after they briefly occupied the office of the president. The student activists are accused of injuring a law enforcement officer and causing extensive
and they
damage
damaged the painting
Stanford
too.
Property. Students are demanding Stanford disclose and divest their investment in Israel. Here in
what's the fucking hang on?
Disclose. So they don't even disclose what they invest in.
I'm going to find out what this thing is called first. Because I have a proposal to get rid of the these Chinese-made shits.
Like Temu and stuff. Is that what you mean?
What?
Like Temu and shit?
Yeah, no, I have a proposal to get rid of the this as the symbol of the protest, right?
Ah, okay.
New York, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres gave a major speech on the climate crisis Wednesday, as data confirmed last month was the hottest May on record, putting the Earth on a 12-month streak of record-breaking temperatures.
Hell yeah.
Speaking at the American Museum of Natural History, Guterres said the world, quote, needs an exit ramp off the highway to climate hell, and called for a global ban on fossil fuel advertising.
I agree. That's actually a good idea. Ban the advertising. I agree.
Yeah, I agree too. That's a good one.
Because you've done it for smoking. Makes sense. Should be done for alcohol as well. You shouldn't be allowed to advertise alcohol.
Confront those in the fossil
it's a fucking
industry.
Carcinogen.
We have shown relentless zeal for obstructing progress over decades. Billions of dollars have been thrown at distorting the truth, deceiving the public, and sowing doubt. Many in the fossil fuel industry have shamelessly greenwashed.
I really like this
as they
guy.
have sought to delay climate action with lobbying, legal threats, and massive ad campaigns. And they have been aided and abetted by advertising and PR companies.
The World Meteorological Organization said Wednesday there's an 80% chance the average global temperature will exceed 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels for at least one of the next 5 years. But Guterres says that the world can still meet the 1.5 degree target if governments drastically speed up the phase out of fossil fuel.
Like, where's the pictures of all the jihadis who used to wear these fucking things? It's like, I don't care about the Danish frogmen.
In Ecuador, indigenous and environmental activists demonstrated against state-run oil company Petroecuador Wednesday after it failed to comply with a court order to shut down gas flares in the Amazon. The flares burn off gas created during oil production. This is indigenous activist Nancy Pilatunya.
What the fuck?
There's groups that are at the brink of extermination, polluted rivers and polluted water sources that affect city folk as well. It's not an isolated reality. If the Amazon is destroyed, then it will affect all of the Ecuadorian people.
Are you kidding?
Amnesty International.
All of the Ecuadorian people? The entire fucking globe. It's one of the major lungs of the planet. Yeah, it should be fucking protected. Like, the fact that it has to be phrased as an indigenous protest is insane to me. It's the Amazon. Like, what the actual fuck? Has capitalism broken people this much?
Seriously, though, what happened to the days when this is what the jihadis would wear? You know, all I can find is some Danish shit and some airsoft kids.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
I didn't even know jihadis wore this.
Hell yeah, bro.
That's sick.
Yeah, they would fucking like I was trying to say that a guy came to like America and was like giving a speech with one of these on.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Way cooler than the fucking Chinese made scarves. See, and you can even wrap them like this too, you know, like a ninja man.
Mm-hmm.
It goes hard as fuck.
They don't look as good in photos though, I guess.
Yeah, well, that's because they make you invisible.
Yeah. It's because they're actually useful?
No. Greenpeace and Amazon Watch are among 50 groups urging President Biden to pardon human rights lawyer Stephen Donziger, who was targeted for prosecution by Chevron after he successfully sued the oil giant on behalf of 30,000 Amazonian indigenous in Ecuador whose land was devastated from oil spills. The director of Amazon Watch said, quote, "A pardon will send a clear message that corporations cannot misuse the judicial system to criminalize human rights defenders," unquote. The European Union election is kicking off as voters in the 27-member nation select its new parliament between today and Sunday. Immigrant rights advocates fear expected gains from the far right could worsen the situation for asylum seekers, thousands of whom attempt the treacherous journey to Europe each month via the Mediterranean Sea. Also at the top of voters' concerns are the climate emergency and the economy. In media news, the New York Times has revealed the new chief executive of the Washington Post, Will Lewis, clashed with the paper's executive editor, Sally Busby, last month over her decision to publish an article about his connection to a major phone hacking scandal at Rupert Murdoch's News of the World newspaper in Britain. Busby resigned from the paper on Sunday, weeks after the clash. The New York Times reports other factors in her resignation included a plan by Lewis to reorganize the Washington Post newsroom and essentially demote her. Politico has described Lewis's new plan for the paper as the Rupert Murdochization of the Washington Post. In Arizona, rights groups are condemning Republican lawmakers for voting to place an anti-immigrant initiative on the November ballot. If passed, the measure would allow local law enforcement to arrest people suspected of crossing the border without authorization and empower state judges to order deportations.
So basically stop and frisk, but border deportation.
Pogrom laws. This is KKK laws, bro.
Oh, is it?
I mean, just think about that.
It's worse. Oh, great.
You're going to have regular citizens thinking they have the authority to stop people they don't like and think that they can. Like, they already do this type of shit to call on illegals.
Karen's,
like fucking Norm Finkelstein, the fucking Palestine savior, you know? That, professor who's, like, better than Dershowitz, you know? Mr. Finkelsteiner, this guy.
Lucha, Arizona, is suing the state over the proposal.
No
Democratic State Representative Annalise Ortiz spoke.
At least have some humility. You have no idea what you're talking about. It's just so embarrassing. At least have some humility.
That guy, super racist. Had Mexican neighbors and shit, was talking about how he's going to get them deported and stuff because they were too loud and played loud music and shit.
What a great dude.
Mm-hmm. They were tenants. Were they his own tenants or in the same complex as him?
On a house floor.
He's also a landlord in this situation. That's extra.
That's extra. Yeah.
Under HCR 2060, my brown skin could be the cause for an Arizona police officer to pull me over, arrest, and detain me on suspicion that I don't belong in the state where I was born and raised.
Yeah.
So like, there's people who have went into their neighbor's house and shot the burglar and gotten off because of that law, because they knew that they could have the authority to just shoot people now. Didn't Zimmerman get off for shooting that one kid too, Trayvon Martin, I think?
That wasn't for Castle Doctrine, I don't think. That was stand your ground laws. That's a different thing.
No, that's what I'm talking about. This is stand your ground.
Castle Doctrine.
No, his neighbor's house was being robbed. He calls 911. They say, he said, I'm going to go over there and confront him. And they're like, don't do that. And he's like, listen, I know the laws have changed around here. And he fucking, with the operator, like left the operator there, went to the house and shot the guy.
Yeah, okay. I'm not so sure about that.
Claimed it was stand your ground. He was defending himself.
But he wasn't.
Exactly.
He sought out the conflict. That
now
seems
you
like
understand why this law is problematic, that you shouldn't be hunting down people based on the way they look and turning them into immigration and stuff.
Yeah.
Combine that with a lot of these states having those stand your ground laws.
True. Could be
KKK laws. That's what that type of shit is.
Okay.
It's begging for militias to form and start rounding people up.
My community has lived in fear under SB 1070, and the provisions in HCR 2060 will instill that same fear, especially for our children who have parents who are undocumented.
And Senate Republicans voted down a bill that would establish federal protections for access to contraception. Republican Senators Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski backed the measure alongside Democrats, but the 51-39 vote fell short of the 60 votes needed to overcome a filibuster.
There is an update to the Corey Harris case here, the Zoom court hearing where he was driving with a suspended license. The judge was stunned, even made this face right here, which is a really, really good face that he's making. It kind of reminds me of 007 characters, like the bad guys, when you like zoom in on their face after they get shot. So the story started with him going to the Zoom court hearing while driving. The judge is like, I might be misunderstanding something here. Someone help me out. Am I off my gourd right now? He's driving, and he has a suspended license. There's a suspended license case, and he is driving on the Zoom call. And he just goes, yep, that's correct, Your Honor. So then he ended up turning himself in. He was released 2 days later, like after spending 2 days in jail. Turns out his license suspension was rescinded 2 years ago. So he should have been able to drive, no problem. It shouldn't have been an issue at all. So that was the update to it. And then today, I saw this when we finished cryptid hunting. I saw that there was another update to this where apparently he never had a license, which I haven't really looked into yet.
That's fucking amazing.
I'm going to learn together with everybody.
That's right. That's right. You know, and it's crazy. You ever see this guy Everything Lead, and he does the lead test, and he goes to the fucking antique shops and just shows how much lead paint is on everything, just going, and then he buys everything that tests positive for lead.
Why?
Well, because his business is to sell the lead testing kits. So he goes out, he tests them, he's buying shit that has lead in it that's toxic, and he destroys it.
Ah, cool.
Yeah. So like part of the income from the like videos that he does is helps pay for them to buy all the ceramic stuff that he'll buy and shit.
Oh,
really great video. Everything Led is the channel. It might be a TikTok, Instagram thing. He might not be on YouTube.
But it makes me wonder, how the fuck can the system be this disheveled, broken, and dog shit
Unlunchable
that not only did he not have a license, but somehow they suspended an imaginary license. License, rescinded the suspension on an imaginary license, then went back, double checked the suspended rescission or rescinding, and gave that the green light, gave that the stamp of approval when it never existed in the fucking first place. It's like a huffalump. Like, that makes no sense. Like, how is there not a paper trail for a license? So let's learn together how this has all unfolded. On May 15th, Michigan man named Corey Harris showed up to virtual court hearing behind the wheel of his car. All right, this is just going to be the setting the stage, the foundation. Okay, here. Things got even stranger at a Wednesday hearing, which began with Judge J. Cedric Simpson revealing that Harris has in fact never had a driver's license.
I agree.
Ended
Ludes
with
are
the
never
defendant
safe.
being taken into custody. Simpson opened the hearing by saying he wanted to make sure the record was clear. Based upon what the court has looked at, he has never had a Michigan license ever.
More like nice
he has
wallpaper.
never had a license
Am
in
I
the
right?
other 49 states
Victorian
and
era
commonwealths
Britain?
that form up this great
You know,
union.
You know how
He
much
has
lead was
never
in the
had a-
fucking wallpaper in that era of Britain, and how every
Really?
home had it? Yeah, because they wanted this like putrid green color.
Mm.
This fucking, you got that color from fucking lead, bro.
Awesome.
You know, McDonald's has had to have lead recalls.
Seriously? From their toys?
No, it wasn't exactly toys. They were Shrek collector glasses that were painted. This is why I say any type of glass you're drinking out of that has any type of like paint on it, don't fuck around. It's probably lead. Don't even fuck with it. Any of those novelty glasses that have glass that's painted on the outside, don't even fuck with it. It's lead.
Interesting.
Also, you know what aquadots are?
No.
Okay, so this is a really funny recall toy. So, you know, the rule is what children can swallow, they will swallow. Am I right?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is what they looked like. Okay. So like, you know, you have them in the little pen, right? And then there's a little tray, so you make the design, right? And then you like spray it with water and they fuse together, right?
Yes, we had these as well. They were called
So
bindies,
kids swallowed them. And like one kid even died from it, I think. There was a lot of damage. What do you think was in them that caused the kids to get sick?
I don't know, lead?
GHB.
Seriously?
Yes. When they metabolized the children's system and created GHB.
Crazy. Okay, yeah, we did have these. They were called bindies. Here.
So for a while, like before this recall, that was free GHB that you could pretty much get, you know? Not free, but you know, right there at the store, you just get it off the shelf.
Yeah. Yeah, literally GHB. That's crazy. What the fuck?
License. The judge went on to untangle the confusion, explaining that it had not been Harris's license that had been suspended last October in Pittsfield Township, but rather his privilege to drive in the state. Hence, for example, if he had a Kentucky license, he would be able to drive everywhere that Kentucky would allow him to drive. He just couldn't drive in Michigan because his privileges had been restricted. In fact, Harris apparently knew this. Prosecutor Conrad Siller said during the Wednesday hearing that police body camera footage showed Harris acknowledging at least twice to the officer who pulled him over that he didn't have a valid license. Jesus Christ. This is a lot to process.
This is a bad video on it. He never had a license. Moving on. It's just reading an article. There's way better videos. He never had a license. That's the story. Okay. What is this? Does it say graphic language? Okay, only graphic language. That's fine. Okay, so this is a very interesting traffic stop. I've been waiting for this body camera to come out. Okay. Let me catch the chinchilla. You can play it though.
Yep.
What's the matter, officer? I got a bad back.
Come on. Whose tag's on this car?
My ex-wife.
Okay, well, why is her tag on your truck?
I send her the money every month.
It's not registered to this truck.
Don't even tell me that.
I'm telling you, man. You got your license on you?
Yes, sir, I do. Give me just a second.
And you got the registration?
720. Tell you that home.
Where were you headed, buddy? Can I open the door?
Yeah, go ahead. Lowe's?
You're headed to Lowe's?
Yep.
Lowe's
like
where?
The wrong way.
Yeah, you're not even freaking close to Lowe's.
I've only lived down here 4 years. I've been to Lowe's 10 times.
Oh. Where are you coming from?
Okay, pause.
None of your fucking business is the answer to all of these questions.
Okay. What have you observed so far?
Guy smoking a dart in a truck.
Yeah, but what did the cop say just there? What did he indicate?
That he's nowhere near Lowe's.
Yeah, he's like, "Wow, you're really far, aren't you?"
Mm.
Right? These are just clues you should keep in your mind. That's all. Okay. Also, for this segment specifically, we might have to look this up to see if I'm correct on this. But from what I have read since this thing happened and since I've been waiting for the body cam to come out, I'm pretty sure New York's firearm law does not recognize suppressors. They're called silencers by law here.
That is hysterical.
I think, because all the charges said silencer. Spoiler alert, by the way. I don't think that's in the video, though.
Anything in the car you know about guns, drugs, bombs?
I haven't seen this yet. That's why I was like, oh, make sure there's no graphics at the beginning. But it's only language.
No dope or nothing in the car?
No, sir.
You don't use drugs?
No.
Have you ever?
I smoke weed, yeah.
Okay, I was going to ask. Is there any weed in here?
Weed's
A
legal.
couple roaches, maybe.
Yeah, I thought I could smell some.
I ain't lying about nothing.
Okay. So when I search the car, am I going to find anything?
No, you go right ahead.
Cool. I can search it?
Nope.
I can search the car?
Okay. Now, clue number 2. Why are they... I love that they're censoring the cigarettes. So if you saw the cigarettes, it's a specific brand of cigarettes, right? Okay. And astute people, me, will tell you, just by looking at the cigarettes, I'll know exactly where it is because of the specific cigarettes. Okay? And these are the cigarettes here. These ones, okay? Guess how I know where he is based on these cigarettes?
Is it because it says Seneca on it?
Yes, these are specifically reservation cigarettes that are sold locally in New York.
Okay.
They're awful. They're literally the worst cigarettes, but they're literally like
dirt cheap.
They're like 1/3 of the price less. So yeah, they're like it's if you buy a carton, which this guy will have in his truck, I guarantee it. When you buy a carton, then the value really kicks in. Like when this is what people buy here because cigarettes are so overtaxed. So we all have to smoke these awful cigarettes. They're so bad.
You could also just like not smoke.
Yeah. That's why I quit. Not because of Seneca specifically. It's too hard when you work in kitchens.
Fair enough.
Look, he's got the fucking old ass door rollers.
So what are these dope baggies in this cigarette pouch right here for? You use cocaine as well?
No. I got 6 heart attacks.
Okay. Well, what does that have to do with the 3 baggies with the white substance in that cigarette pouch right there?
Don't know.
Hop out for me, Bubba.
Yes, sir.
Listen, man, I don't want to take you to jail, but if you're not going to be honest with me, man, you're going to go to jail.
No.
Okay?
This guy, you are 100. You've already found white powder. Do not lie to this man. He is going to jail, okay?
In this car, you need to tell me about.
No, sir.
Okay, then what's in that?
Whatever. I couldn't tell you there. I don't always have the truck.
Okay.
Oh,
I don't believe
classic
that
line.
Story, to be honest.
No, I can in a couple.
Doesn't matter.
That doesn't
matter. It's in your possession. This will never work. You can never say.
See these little dime baggies?
Yep.
These aren't yours.
Oh yeah, they're not mine. I ain't gonna lie. I had them.
Yeah, there's fucking nothing in them. What's the fucking problem?
Blank baggies, bro.
Yeah, they're fucking
white powder. My dick.
Dime bags. They're for fucking.
Why? I mean, you can put
gram of
coke
weed.
too. You know.
Sure.
I saw the bag at first, and I was like, seeing if it was a bundle, because it's normally like blue paper that you'll see a lot of people wrap the dope in.
Okay.
Weed.
You're not censoring the ciggies now. Maybe it was just
nothing in them.
Maybe it was
nothing
just
in them. Nothing in them. You pulled this guy out of the car for baggies that you found and claimed there was white powder. Over the line, sir. But he already has probable cause because he can smell, right? But because weed's legal here, he doesn't at the same time. That's why the door. This guy's first mistake. His door was open when the cop pulled up, right?
Is that like
weed is legal here? Okay.
Yeah.
The cop, I'm not sure if they can hit you with driving offenses, like if you're smoking while driving or something. You know, if you have a roach, maybe they can still do something. I don't know. I don't fucking smoke and go drive. I fucking chill at home, right? So, one, you could fight him there on being even before when it was just decriminalized, when we were kids and we got pulled over and the cops just didn't really want to they're kids. You don't want to fucking put them through shit, right? So the cops would always be like, just give us whatever you're smoking, right? Because we would always smoke blunts, right? So he basically it would just be a roach, and he'd be like, "Okay, this is tobacco. You shouldn't smoke this," and they'd leave.
That's great.
Yeah,
that's how cops should be.
Well, because it's such a small amount, and it's you don't want to fucking ruin kids' lives, basically, with fucking charges and shit. You know?
You want to bet?
They're cops. Yeah, I know. Well, I think this is a sheriff too.
Okay.
So. But I wanted.
I would
probably called because this car was just sitting here across the parking lines here and saw a suspicious vehicle, so it was probably reported or called in. I don't know why he's walked
also
up to this
why
guy's
would
car.
you call in? Do you know how often I would park and just sit in a parking lot?
This is such an interesting case, though.
Across a couple spots, just sort of sitting and waiting.
Yeah.
This is not unusual. Why would someone call this in? You know what I mean?
He's got a fucking hole in his shirt, it seems, right underneath the armpit, maybe. It might be just the design. But it's he had his door open and he was on his phone, so he was smoking. So the cop probably walked up on him while his door was open and smoking, too. He didn't, see the cop come up and then open the door for the cop.
Maybe.
I guess the white stuff I saw was dust or something.
Yeah, I've been cutting wood for the last 3 months.
Have you ever used cocaine or anything?
When I was about 19 years old.
Got anything in your pockets?
Money. Making sure I ain't got no pocket knife or nothing. Cigarette.
Don't worry, the cop will try and take your money.
27th will not be my number.
He has more than a pocket knife in his pocket, I can tell you right now.
Lima 243-144-64-084.
Whoa! You're not going to censor that?
Who are you on the phone with, brother?
Here we go. Now we're going to get knocked out.
Who are you on the phone with?
No, I'm giving you you asked me where I was coming
from. The red.
Wait, is that what did you read out?
The fucking license number or something, or the car registration or something.
I've been paying this every freaking month.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on, man.
He's putting on hand sanitizer. Is he going to get gloves on next?
Road? Yes, sir. I got that marker there.
Gotcha. Okay.
I got property.
Yeah,
it's funny that you see so many interactions with American cops that are so aggressive that this is why are they being so nice?
Yeah. Well, yeah. This is very. It's telling you this whole thing is interesting. But he's about to get his gloves on, so he's cleaning his hands.
Yeah.
Contaminants before he searches.
Yeah, better than falling on me.
Yeah, that's fair. I agree. I wouldn't want nothing to happen to you.
He's putting the gloves on. This guy turned it around. He thinks he's about to get arrested because he knows the cop's putting gloves on.
Yeah.
You know? What's in your pockets, bro? I know what's in his pockets already.
Dang, I wish I had that much money.
That ain't much. It's one.
Good.
It's mostly one.
For the strip club. Yo, don't break his stogies, bro. Oh, they cut the audio out. Oh, they're reporting back information on him on the radio. That's why. I I wonder if he finds the specific item I know is on his person. Because I know this report. I've been waiting.
Oh goodness!
Can I check my phone or something like that?
Yeah, of course, man.
I had it in different pockets.
No, you're fine, brother. That ain't illegal to possess money.
Not
Like
yet.
I said, I wish I had some money.
Think about this, though. Think about this, right?
Mm.
Okay? Very far from where he lives.
Yeah.
Right?
Lots of cash.
Baggies.
Yep.
Lots of cash. If you were a cop, you'd be putting some stuff together right now, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you would, yeah.
Pretty close to the first of the month, so that's the only reason I got it.
Oh, I got you.
I'm getting caught up on my project.
Here, walk up here with me.
I mean, you can
Will you
already
stand
see
in the
what's
front
going
of
to
the truck?
happen in the fucking title. Spoilers.
There a couple months ago.
You're not a convicted felon or nothing, are you?
He will be now.
Good.
You're about to be.
Yeah, you do got these little dime baggies everywhere.
Yo, he didn't pull it out. The dude, so he
Will you
literally
stand up?
has a silencer on his person. I guess the cop didn't find it.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Store one time and it blew all over the place.
Stand at the front for me.
I didn't even know you could get them in this state, you know?
Oh, yeah?
So, like, I don't think they're legal at all for any reason in this state.
Which is idiotic. Like,
I don't
New
know,
York,
though.
that's
I don't
a
know,
dumb
though. Our
policy.
handguns, I don't even look at the handgun laws because it's like, it's irrelevant
Yeah.
to me. Like, shotguns we can buy just over the counter. ARs we can pretty much buy over the counter.
Yeah.
It just,
Do you have
not
any,
all,
like...
Not all stores sell them, you know? Like, I can buy a shotgun at the sporting goods store at the mall.
Do you have any of these idiotic AR laws where you have to have, like...
Oh, yeah, no. We do.
magazine
Yeah,
and shit?
the magazine has to be fixed, yeah.
Awful.
So you top load them with clips.
That's stupid.
But we don't have the stock shit that California has, where you have to fucking put the fucking awkward ass stock that you can't even put your hand around it. You can use the like, I think the pistol grip might be one of the things. It's like the 2 of 4 type stuff. But like, I kind of like the classical like rifle flat base anyway over the pistol grip with rifles. You know, just the standard where you hold it flat. Like, I feel like I have more control over the gun if my hand's flat, like fair. That, than the pistol grip. And the barrel length has to be a certain size.
Yeah.
But you know, that one kid, look, you're missing it. Look at no, hang on. Well, let's look at what's actually on this thing, though.
I don't know what he's doing.
Looks like he dunked his face in the water. I don't know what the fuck.
But you know, that one kid who shot up that store with a he had two. Didn't he have 2 ARs that they weren't New York compliant ARs? He just went over the border and grabbed them. And
I think it was only one.
Okay, but I don't think he got them in New York, right? So it's like, it's really
maybe not.
Like, if you really want to get like a gun to go to a mass shooting, it's not going to stop you, basically.
No.
Anyway, what do we think about what's going on here?
Why has it got a string on it?
Maybe just for grip. But also, like, it's got a bottle opener in the back. What's going on there, right?
What is happening?
What is that black thing on the back?
I just sprayed the seats down is all I did.
Right? What is the black thing on the back? It's got a sight. You see, it's got a fucking red dot or probably something. I don't know what the back thing is, though.
Maybe he's got a disability. It's an aid for racking.
Oh, it probably helps him the slide. Yep, sure. This front are open right here.
To be honest with you, I'm not sure. Your guess is as good as mine.
This guy pulled up and he's asking if something's open. This is probably the guy who is coming to buy or do the transfer of the fucking drugs that he had to facilitate, right? And he's on his phone being like, "Oh fuck, the cops are here, bro. Do not come to the meetup. Do not come."
1429.99 on a signal 0.
All his fucking Senecas have like 3 cigarettes in them.
Yeah.
500-574-170. Looks like a Ruger 22.
Very strange handgun.
Yeah. Everything about this is strange.
He does not give a fuck.
I mean, if he's got a license for the gun, why would he care?
True.
Yeah, there's your roach.
I told you I didn't lie about it.
No, you didn't. I knew I could smell it.
Is this it?
No. Look, you notice how he's got a scar in his arm too?
Huh. A pipe.
What kind of pipe is this?
Not a clue. That hasn't been in the truck.
That's a methamphetamine pipe, sir.
I've had 6 heart attacks. I ain't smoking no meth.
Well, it looks like you are.
See the scar in his arm?
Yeah.
Veteran, for sure, right?
Mm.
They probably took a vein out of his arm to repair something or something like that, or he got split open or something.
Mm.
It's a very interesting scar.
Yeah. It's very unusual.
Mm-hmm. How deep are the car's pockets, my guy?
More money.
Yeah.
There's your weed.
That's fine. He can have it. Really, the only thing problematic might be the firearm, because I don't know if there's a storage thing. Like if you can't have it loose in your car like that, you know, like it might need to be like in a fucking like holster in the
at least.
Yeah.
Mm. Or like a lockbox in the car or something.
Mm-hmm. Something like that.
Listen, man, is there any meth in here? Just be real with me, brother.
You're already going to jail.
Listen, this is a meth pipe, okay?
Yeah.
There's methamphetamine in that, okay? So if you would just be honest with me, I will help you out. But if you do not be honest, man.
I mean, this is just pressure at this point. Like, he could be telling the truth. How do you know? Why are you pressuring him? Like, really?
Well, because he can't find it, so he's trying to get the guy to tell him where it is. Looks more like crack. It could be.
You're not.
Could be
When's the
either
last time
or.
you smoked meth?
He probably is saying meth because of the region. We don't have a lot of crack here. I mean, we do, but most of the crack I see being smoked is in the straight stems.
Okay.
Is there any chance I'm going to find meth in this car?
No, there is.
Are you sure?
Yes.
How sure are you?
Very good.
All right, well.
I wouldn't have nothing like that in the car. I'm surprised the pipe was in here.
So you smoked methamphetamine yesterday. Use any other kind of drugs?
Kind of clean a little asshole's face because he's like put his face in water. He tried to eat me. What an asshole. What an asshole.
I think that was the bomb right there. If you go back, it's on the floor of the bed. I think he's just looking at it now. That's it. Yep, that's the bomb. That's a bomb for sure. I can tell. 100%. You'll see it in his hand. Right? That's a bomb. Come on, look at that thing. What else would that be besides a bomb? He's even got his sides color-coded. I've done both, by the way. I've only seen people do crack.
How does it blow up? That's what I want to know.
Okay, well, he's the issue. See, he turned it right there, right? You know?
Yeah,
it's probably about to blow up right in his face right now. Because when he turned it, he probably activated the trigger.
Oh.
This is a very specific type of bomb, though. And it's part of the puzzle that you have to put together about what's going on here.
See, no, it looks exactly. Oh, he twisted it and twisted it back.
No, so this is a 2-stage chemical bomb, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there's a valve in the center that separates the sides. That's why he has the colors marked on each side, so he knows what chemical.
The nozzle.
Yeah, so the nozzle opens, right, and then it starts the clock because the chemical reaction begins.
Okay.
So he's because he's handling it right now. He's jostled it, and the chemicals are starting to react right now.
Okay.
To call this a bomb, though, we'll see.
I kind of say this is the cops' fault.
Yeah, it's still a fucking IED.
Still, you fucked with it.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, of course. Like he's like what it was under the seat, I imagine.
Maybe.
Probably he had it under the seat. Okay. No. I don't think he's asking him if this is meth shit or something. See how he tilted it there, right? Bad move, tilting it like that.
Yeah, it's good. Whoa!
Oh, so it was barely an explosion. It was like it was okay.
What the fuck?
It's still gonna fucking hurt though.
Oh yeah, I bet.
Like it's not a bomb.
What the fuck was that?
Because pipe bombs are basically just to like blow up toilets, right?
Yeah. But like every charge I've seen, it's described it as a chemical pipe bomb.
Okay.
So not a chemical weapon, but a chemical pipe bomb.
Mm.
You got a fire extinguisher?
So hear what he just asked? Do you have a fire extinguisher?
Mm.
Right?
There's the chemical.
1429.
So nothing actually happened to him. It was just like
he was treated for like lung damage or something.
Oh, okay.
And he was released that day. Like irritants.
Minor.
It's literally
minor injuries.
What was the chemical? Look, you're asking for spoilers. The next video will explain the chemical. Okay. It was chlorine based.
Fire. Something just exploded in this truck.
Yeah, see, fire, something exploded, right? That's the key, right?
He doesn't even realize. He doesn't even realize that it was the
But it's pool chlorine. It's pool chlorine. It's a completely like pool chlorine is like the safe kind. Like pool chlorine does not make. You don't use the fucking chlorine powder you put in pool. It's a different kind of chlorine. It's not pure chlorine.
I'm 77. It went off on me. I don't know what it was.
Spoiler alert. I've made these many times as a kid.
It comes the airbag.
The guy's like, did you hit the airbag? he's trying to cover up that a pipe bomb just
What the fuck was that, man?
Hey,
come here. Now, put your hands behind your back. I don't know what the fuck that was,
sir. He's giving him water. Is his shirt a shocker too? Is that what's going on there? Yes, it is. It's two in the pink, one in the stink. Oh my god, he's got a fucking shocker shirt on. That's fucking awesome. Okay, this guy rules. By the way.
This might be my favorite cop video ever.
Water, like what a nice guy.
This might be my favorite video ever.
Which way?
Fucking sit right there.
Fuck. I honestly don't know what the hell that was.
Just stop talking, bro. Shut your mouth before he kills you.
Put them in the front.
No, fuck you.
God. Did he say, did you put that in my truck? Is that what he said? Did you put that in my truck? I think that's what he said. He said, no, fuck you. Oh, he's fine. Don't poor cop.
Right there.
He's fine.
Yeah, he shouldn't have been searching the guy's car in the first place.
Yeah, exactly.
Unlawful search and fucking unlawful search. Fuck yourself. Fuck that cop. If he didn't search someone else's property, this never would have happened.
Well, that's where the story gets deeper because they go back to this guy's property.
Oh,
and search there after this
his actual
happened
property
because an IED went off.
Yeah.
Yeah, like bomb squad is going. ATF bomb squad is called. Oh yeah.
Fair enough.
Fuck. I honestly don't know what the hell that was. It's nasty smelling. Did you put them in the front?
No, fuck you.
Yeah, I don't know what he said.
We'll see if we can hear it again.
Did you put him in
no.
Did you put them in the front?
No, fuck.
Did you something crotch?
Put the subtitles on.
Did you put them in the front?
No.
Oh, you put them in the front. So maybe you did say that. Maybe
fuck you.
God. What the hell was that?
Fuck if I know. How the fuck you think I would know? There's a gun in there too. I have no fucking idea, dude. I was fucking leaning over the driver's seat and if something fucking blew up all over me. Yeah, it's like in my fucking lungs or something.
You'll be fine. You'll make it, though. Maybe your cancer risk may have went up a little bit, but
he's got fucking. There's meth pipes and fucking baggies
like
and shit.
The area we're
I have
in,
literally no fucking clue.
It's like we really don't have a big problem with like that type of policing and stuff. Like the fact that like not that long ago there was that shootout, right? You remember it was literally here. Like the two cops got killed in a shootout with a guy. They've like followed him to his house and they engaged in a shootout. It was just a few weeks ago, bro. Your memory is insane. I don't know how your brain...
Are you talking to me?
Yes.
Say it again.
We covered it. The shooting that happened here between two cops got killed fighting the guy in his like front yard. They followed him.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So like that was like abnormal. Like that was the first time like cops got like killed here in a long time. If ever, you know, like so like
in New York
people
State.
are genuinely up. No, here. This region where you can buy Seneca cigarettes.
Okay.
Like the cops aren't that bad here because there's not a lot of like we literally don't we have like barely any gang crime, you know?
Because you said it's probably on a reservation, right?
This isn't
or it's a round one.
It's
I zoned out.
I don't know. I don't know where it is. It's got to be close to New York, though. Oh, okay. So no. Okay, this is in Florida, but the cigarettes are from New York. So when he was asking him where he's from.
Okay.
And he said, "Wow, you're far away, right?"
Then yeah. If he was black, he probably would be dead. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, it is Florida. And also because he had the gun, right? I think what would have happened had the guy been black or had he been combative at all, it would have been gun out straight away. Because he's gone away from the car, gun's still on the seat. You know what I mean? So that's what I would expect if that was to happen.
To look at anything.
Nah, stop. He offered you water, buddy. You should have taken it instead of arresting him. Right now, we're looking at this police footage. We will go to them raiding his house, and then we will move on to what this chemical bomb was.
Like, it's all my fucking eyes and shit, dude.
He had Senecas though, so it had to be fucking from here.
If we get more patrons, we can upload it to Patreon, and then it won't matter.
On making homemade IEDs.
Yeah, exactly. We can.
We do have
IED course.
We do have some terrorist material about to hit Patreon.
So we could do this. This is all future ideas. We just need people to go to those links.
Can you get Can you get Senecas in Florida? That's my question. Like, what the fuck? I've never seen them outside of this region. So.
Night at 10, Putnam County deputies and federal agents raided a property connected to a traffic stop that sent a deputy to the hospital. This is new video of the raid from just a few hours ago.
What do you mean? What's the problem?
When is the India EP? Hopefully this weekend. Uday said he had a tight schedule. I said, let me know anytime. Doesn't matter if it's 3 a.m. or whatever. If I'll wake up, I'll do it. So even if you don't catch it live, it will be broadcast. I just want to. I'm more interested on where he got those Seneca cigarettes from. He said you're a long way
on a track.
It is a long way.
A long way from somewhere.
Riviera Drive near Highway 17 in Crescent City. It's about 25 miles from where the traffic stop happened.
We're gonna get hit for doxing again.
Friday on Mosley Avenue.
Yeah, somebody fucking reported one of our streams and got taken down for doxing, apparently. So that's pretty cool.
When we were talking shit about Iran.
Yeah.
In Palatka. Investigators saying 60-year-old Charles Legault was living in a camper on that property.
He is facing a long list of charges, including possessing a bomb, aggravated assault on a law enforcement officer, illegal possession of an unregistered gun silencer, and trafficking methamphetamines.
Now, News4Jack's reporter Eric Conway explains why Legault is not the only person in trouble.
This was the scene Tuesday evening as undercover Putnam County detectives, along with ATF agents, raided the home of 60-year-old Charles Legault, a suspect accused of possessing a chemical.
Oh no, we're just laughing at the cop and how weird this story is, and how it just continually got worse and worse, and the guy was just chill as fuck.
Pipe bomb that exploded while trafficking methamphetamines.
You got to watch
Chris Stallings of the Putnam County
science video to understand the full story here already. The
Sheriff's Office
should watch the science video before this
typical
one.
Charles did nothing wrong.
Yeah, you gotta go watch this. Well, he did nothing wrong until they raided his house and there's a bunch of drugs, I guess.
As you mentioned, this did start with a routine traffic stop on Friday, which led to a chemical explosion inside the vehicle.
So it was a traffic stop. They pulled him over and he was sitting there with his door open.
Yep. I guess so.
Which has now led us to this location.
Detectives say the explosion came from this homemade chemical pipe bomb. It exploded while a deputy who pulled Legault over was searching Legault's
chemical
truck
pipe bomb.
For illegal drugs. The deputy suffered a respiratory injury and was taken to the hospital, then later released. A St. Johns County bomb squad was called in to make sure there were no more explosives in the truck. Investigators later found this pressure valve that was attached to the bomb.
Go back. They're going to explain how the bomb works maybe here.
Then later released. A St. Johns County bomb squad was called in to make sure there were no more explosives in the truck. Investigators later found this pressure valve that was attached to the bomb before the explosion. It had the words "safe" and "armed" handwritten on it. Given what happened Friday in Palatka during that traffic stop,
and he was just like, "Oh, what does this do?"
It's no question if you're writing "safe" and "armed" that it's definitely a bomb, right?
Yeah, maybe instead of just twisting knobs and shit like a child, you look at something.
This reporting is calling it a poisonous gas bomb, bro.
Oh, good lord,
bro! We literally would make these as kids all the time. It's like you know how to make a Drano bomb?
No.
So like Drano reacts to like aluminum foil, and it will make a pressure bomb, and you put it in like a Gatorade bottle, right? And then
that's cool.
And then it would make a loud bang, you know. So it's like the more adult version of that type of homemade explosive.
The Putnam County Sheriff's
Office
did not want
cherry
to take
bombs, we wouldn't be making our own. I'm just saying.
Any chances while searching the suspect's home. So once again, they called on the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office bomb unit to be here just in case.
It's been very slow and methodical when it becomes a potential of explosives, especially when it comes to chemical.
Why? What is the job of the police if not to maintain the state? Why do you want the state?
You can buy Senecas in Florida
to murder people for free, for nothing, for no reason, just for that. Why?
You just don't really know what you're dealing with, so we kind of lead it up to the other professionals to come in and kind of get that area safe and secured.
During the raid, our camera recorded various pieces of evidence being loaded into bags. While it's unclear if any of this evidence is explosives or material for explosives, investigators confirmed that they recovered an undisclosed amount of illegal drugs believed to be methamphetamines. Our camera also recorded this man being taken into custody. Investigators say he is the property.
So you want the state to be able to dish out extrajudicial killings for no reason. Very balanced.
The owner.
Some of the evidence that we've located for our suspect that we have in jail is also shared property with the gentleman homeowner here. Right now it appears that there will be some charges forthcoming on him.
Detectives also say Legault will likely face additional drug charges. He remains in jail without bond because he is reportedly not cooperating with investigators. Again, a lot.
You want some water?
Oh, now he's not cooperating. Okay.
Whoa! Woo! Wow! Hey, what's up, guys? It is good to see you again. In today's video, we're getting crazy with chemical.
Okay, just let's go to the reaction, okay? Go a little forward when he's making it. See, there's probably a.
And we're gonna give it a little shake. Set it down on the top.
Okay, this is fine right here. Yeah.
In your nostrils. So here's the setup, guys. I just filled up this glass about ½ an inch full at the bottom with pool shock chlorine, and I've got our .3 brake fluid we're ready to pour in. We're going to carefully add our brake fluid in equal proportions so that it comes just to the top of the chlorine. Then we're going to give it a little shake, set it down on the top of this brick, and start a timer, and then get very, very far away for about 2 minutes. Now, once these two chemicals mix together, it doesn't really look like anything's happening. It's just sitting there. There's no smoke. There's no steam. It just sits there doing nothing. And we're over 1 minute and 20 seconds now, and nothing has really changed. But watch this.
That's cool.
Bangarang, baby. Did you see that?
Did he just say bangarang?
It sat there for about 1 minute and 35 seconds. And
it's a what?
I said, look, bro, it's a science channel.
And it looked like it was doing absolutely nothing. It was completely calm, no smoke, and then just out of nowhere, boom, the whole thing combusted.
Okay, now put it into a tube.
He'll get there. He'll get there. Let him cook. Just let him cook. Just let it. He's gonna explain it, you know, and why you don't want to put it in a tube first. Let him cook.
Occasionally a little bubble, but I think that's just because of the oil sinking down. But we do want to get very far away. We want to back up and just watch it patiently because a reaction is taking place. Watch this. So we just passed 1 minute now since we added the brake fluid, and absolutely nothing's happening. It's just sitting there. Just consistent. I reached out to my friend Nerd Rage for an explanation of what's taking place, and he gave me some really good insight.
Thank you. Here we go.
We should talk about. Now, on the warning label here, it says that our brake fluid is a mixture of glycol ethers, basically long hydrocarbons very similar to oil. The difference being that brake fluid has oxygen inserted every 2 carbons. Now, technically, this fluid is flammable, but it's very, very hard to ignite, and that's why it's generally considered safe for use with your brakes. Now, the actual reaction taking place when the brake fluid makes contact with the pool chlorine is a free radical breakdown of the polyethylene glycol.
Free radical.
It basically breaks the glycol down into lighter components like aldehydes. Now, this takes time, which is why the reaction doesn't begin right away. But as the simpler aldehydes build up, they start reacting with the oxygen and the pool chlorine to form water and carbon dioxide. This is basically a simple combustion reaction. The reaction is exothermic and produces a tremendous amount of heat to the point where it actually vaporizes the aldehydes and bursts into flame. Cool. Yes, it actually gets so hot that the brake fluid vapors self-ignite. And if you were to put this reaction inside of a sealed container, the container would explode. Now let's talk for just a second about the white vapors coming off of this reaction. I've heard concerns from some people wondering if that's toxic chlorine gas. Now chlorine is very discernible, it's very toxic, it starts stinging your nose and your lungs immediately with very low concentration. And during all of these experiments and reactions that I've tried, the smell of chlorine is negligible. I actually get a stronger smell of chlorine when I'm just pouring the powder into the glass.
This is not about making IEDs, by the way. We're just doing backyard science here.
We're just educating people on why
just what science is. This is just science.
Why what happened in the last video was such a hazard, and why you should definitely not do this. And I will definitely not do this.
You shouldn't. You shouldn't, for real though. But now let's so we have elements here that we need to add together. Okay, that was a combustion bomb, not an explosive, right? It was a fire bomb, and he had a silenced pistol, suppressed pistol. What is this adding up to?
That he was about to bomb something.
Like this is like potential like contract killing shit, right?
Commit arson.
Like, well, yeah, like you kill somebody, you fucking throw the fucking flame bomb in there, or he's gonna traffic the methamphetamine in the truck, right? And he has the flame bomb in there to ignite his truck.
Yeah.
And fucking burn all the evidence away. These could be many things. But like potentially there could be a much bigger crime that was just prevented. Like he could have been on his way to go shoot somebody and then burn the evidence with this chemical bomb.
It's very true.
So to call it a bomb isn't that accurate. It did explode because it was compressed, but it's basically like a Molotov that you can like set and then like get very far away when it goes off, basically. You don't have to actively light it and throw it.
And vaporized brake fluid. Those are the flammable vapors that burst into fire as soon as the temperature gets hot enough. Let's set up two more experiments just to see how this reacts in different scenarios. One out in the open air and the other in the confined space of a soda bottle.
Oh yeah. How did pool chlorine, you say?
Yeah, just household shit,
I don't think... Oh, it did. Interesting.
Burns up quick, though.
Okay, so that was a little bit surprising. I thought out in the open air it would actually take longer to react, but it actually went off in 54 seconds. That's really interesting. Nice chemical residue.
Gross.
And my friend Mark just brought up a good point. Don't stir this stuff up with your fingers, guys, because any chemical residue can ignite and burn your
skin. That's what
okay, so we've seen this reaction in a glass. We've seen it in the open air. Our last experiment is in a plastic soda bottle.
I love science. Science is great.
I think I'm just going to give this one a little bit too much. Much too much. Just for the record, that is way too much.
Yeah, like Nile Red and stuff order that sort of shit all the time.
They fucking have like old toys that have that shit.
Science YouTubers get that shit all the time.
This should be fun. Fourth and final.
A lot of uranium to make any type of like weapon.
Yeah, like I think the first bomb used all the uranium.
You see what I mean? That this is more like advanced science that is like like a chemistry techer might he wouldn't do this because there's this too toxic of fumes and shit. But this is like something someone would do just to be like, hey, science is cool. Look, I can make fire out of nowhere. Like this is not like a fucking actual chemical weapon that's like going to cause irritants and like harm you. Even if it blows up on you, you're fine, as you can see.
Yeah.
This one might happen a little faster.
Put the lid on, brother.
Maybe not. There's 1 minute.
There was the lid.
Whoa!
That was fucking wicked.
Wow! Oh my goodness. Holy heck. Okay, so what was really interesting about that, it was still only...
That was wicked.
Right? Pretty cool. That's what happened to that cop's face.
About a minute and 30 seconds, the same as our other reaction.
But you know, he was
difference
like,
is
do you have a
the
fire
flame shot out like
extinguisher, right?
rocket fuel.
Yeah.
But I guess it like went out on its own too quickly, you know? And like, who knows how shitty the valve he had was, you know? Like,
yes.
Because
it could have just blown up while he was driving.
Well, like, it definitely wasn't a minute after the cop picked it up that it blows up, you know? So who knows when he first jostled it. And like how much of the, because if it's just a little bit of the mixture that got through, it might be enough to still build up the pressure to, because it
would just take longer.
It like broke on the joint, right? It like right. So what probably like launched at him is more of like the chlorine powder.
Yeah.
It was probably hit with the chlorine end more than the brake fluid. And all those tablets that got in his mouth and shit, and he swallowed them.
The flame itself was like a deep red or a magenta, and it shot up ridiculously high. I mean, it almost looked like a rocket engine turned upside down. Not quite as much power, of course, but very, very satisfying. And it was like shooting hot chlorine tablets into the air, and they were raining down the back of my shirt, which is absolutely nuts. I'm actually quite surprised that it took that long for the reaction to start, because in a confined container, I would have...
Cool.
Get it? Weird, huh? Doesn't that make it weirder that it was a specific kind of bomb that you would use for arsons?
Yeah, very strange.
I like when I read that it was fucking chlorine and brake fluid, I was like, no way. I was like, what's next, Reno?
Georgia moving towards Moscow.
We didn't watch this yet?
Nope, we did not. Which is why it's right at the start.
Demonstrations have erupted
Radio
in the
Free
country
Europe,
as
American
thousands have taken to
propaganda,
the streets
CIA.
in anti-government protests, spurred by widespread opposition to a new law that stifles democracy. Critics insist that this is further proof of a drift towards Russia. And yet, such
and I promise, if there's more IEDs blowing up in top space, I will give breakdowns on how they're made.
Occupation, and the same government openly supports European Union membership.
That right, guys?
So, just what exactly is happening in Georgia? Hello and welcome. If you're new to the channel, my name is James Kerr-Lindsay, and here I take an informed look at international relations, conflict, security, and statehood. There can be little doubt that we live in strange and confusing geopolitical times. Many of the established patterns of international relations are being challenged as alignments change.
I just think there's
in
better ones
unexpected
to
ways.
make than that
A
one.
fascinating
You know
case
what's
in
really cool? You know, sparklers, right? Like you can just buy them. Like kids can buy them, I think, even. Right. So like you take like a bunch of those, like 100 or so, and you just tape them into like a stick, like a big stick, and then you put one out slightly higher. That's the fuse. It'll hit down and it'll ignite the sparklers, and it'll basically make like a mini thermite reaction. It's like a safe thermite reaction. You definitely you'll definitely will burn your house down if you do it inside, you know.
Oh yeah.
Like the brake fluid thing might not burn your house down, but the sparklers definitely would. But it's like it's like a safer version of thermite that's kind of fun to do.
I've done that one.
Point is Georgia. In 2008, it fought a short but brutal war against neighboring Russia, a conflict that saw Moscow recognize the independence of two of its regions.
I know,
yet,
right? It's
even
like,
though these
bro, who do you
areas
think you are
remain
talking all fancy and elitist to me like that?
under Russian military control, there are now growing accusations that the Georgian government is steadily coming under Russia's influence. Georgia lies in the Caucasus, bordered by Russia to the north, Azerbaijan to the southeast, and Armenia and Turkey to the south. To its west, it lies on the Black Sea. Its total area is around...
Georgia, Azerbaijan, and Turkey held a joint military exercise today, and some like, it was either an Azeri, I think it was an Azeri account, posted, it's like Armenia is missing out, both like military and economically, not joining in on this. It's like, why would Armenia? It's literally the exercise to kill Armenia. Why would they join it? They'll demonize them over anything, you know.
Around 70,000 square kilometers or 27,000 square miles. However, while two of its regions, Abkhazia and South Ossetia, making up around 20% of the country's territory, have unilaterally declared independence, they've been recognized only by Russia and a small...
Yeah, that's because it's all a Russian op. Just like the Donbass. This is Putin's playbook. Like, it's so obvious. Just look at what he does. Every single time, it's the same fucking playbook. And it's not even his, it's just the Soviet playbook. The agent. Well, it's not even that. It's even older than that. This has been around since the days of empires. This kind of shit. This isn't new. I don't know why people can't see it for what it is.
So I've been really wanting to play StarCraft lately.
Why?
Bro, it's fun. The co-op is fun. All right.
Such a high learning curve.
Georgia's population is around 3.
Not if you play on easy.
Ethnic Georgians account for almost 90%, followed mainly by Azeris and Armenians. Religiously, the country is predominantly Eastern Orthodox Christian. Georgia has a long and truly fascinating history. While a distinct Georgian identity is believed to have emerged more than 2,000 years.
It's not a long conversation. Russia sent agents.
It will be difficult to convince
you.
Bro, I literally was there.
They sent agents into these areas. They then get a majority. This is called
France.
Imperialism.
New Caledonia.
And then they send Russian peacekeepers into the area.
Mm-hmm.
And then, funnily enough, once Russian peacekeepers are in the area, they then declare independence from the country. The only difference between Ukraine and Georgia is Georgia isn't a big enough country for the West to give a fuck about. They don't offer enough to the world.
Yeah, they were like, is it really Europe, though?
Or for the West to give a fuck. For Europe to give a fuck. Ukraine has a shale gas deposit that can rival Russia's. They have oil deposits that were being drilled in 2018, looking for oil that could have challenged Russia's gas and oil monopoly over Europe. That's why Europe is pushing so hard for this. That's why America's supporting them so hard. Not the only reason. I guarantee it's a reason. It's not the only reason. Obviously, I think most of the people that are backing Ukraine are doing it because they're libs and they're like, democracy. We can't let Putin do Putin things. That's why they're doing it. It's not actually, they don't actually give a shit about anything else. It's all geopolitics and sort of games to them. So, this is why they picked to defend Ukraine only in 2022, by the way. Not in 2014 when Russia stole
What are you talking
Crimea
about? That was an American
and
backed
displaced
coup.
the Crimean Tatars.
Nah, America did the coup in 2014.
And then sent Russian agents primarily.
Did you know that the people who died in Euromaidan actually just overdosed on drugs purposely to die to make Russia look bad? Aaron Mate literally said that. Aaron Mate literally said that.
Oh my god. That's awesome. I don't care.
Years ago, Georgia's cultural, political, and military influence grew during the Middle Ages when it became a unified kingdom. However, this golden age ended with the Mongol invasions in the 13th century.
Epic.
While the kingdom later re-emerged, it soon fragmented into several different entities. Over the following centuries, the Georgian fragmented into several.
There were different ones? Tibet?
What?
Tibet shall reign forever.
Yeah, so like when Genghis Khan dies, his territories break up among different war chiefs.
Oh, it's post post Genghis.
Yeah. So like Genghis literally was the only one who held things together.
Yep. Okay, interesting. So that they didn't make it to Japan.
No, they fought Japan though.
Do
you know about this?
Vaguely.
Like,
but I thought they made it to Japan, but I guess
no, they did. They landed on the beach and fought there.
And they got fucked up.
Well, yeah. Well, they had to fucking like cross, and the Japanese could see them coming, and then they tried it multiple times with the exact same tactics.
The Japanese just staged their samurais, I'm assuming. Fuck their shit up.
Yeah, I think. Well, the Japanese they like because the Mongols had trouble like disembarking with horses and stuff.
Yes.
So
because their chief combat was cavalry.
That's
archery.
That's the only thing they knew to do.
But like, how much it got?
Like the people of the steppe were already cavalry archers as well. But like, people underestimate like how advanced cavalry archery is, right? So like,
it was hundreds of years ahead of where they were.
But like, chariots were like destroyed because people of the steppe came in and they were using fucking horse archers. I want to say when Tomyris fights Cyrus might still have chariots, but don't quote me on that. That was I'm not sure what time period chariots fall out, but like that's why they fall out, because people are able to ride on the horse, right? But then like the fucking what is it? It's like the something Parthen shot or something, where they like are able to like shoot directly behind them while riding forward.
Yes.
So like that's what. So like the Mongols could ride in front of you and then start shooting back at you too. You know,
that's pretty crazy, because that's
they also,
there's a lot of strength.
They didn't use reins on the horses.
Really?
So the way they ride horses is something that's called they call it the natural horsemanship. They are basically sewn into their legs are like sewn to the horse's saddle, right? So they have like pants that they put on. Basically, but the pants are like very hard leather. They're attached to the horse, and they basically walk. They like run, right? So the horse feels the motion, and they're able to steer the horse just with their legs. No reins.
That's very interesting. So it's that makes total sense, actually. That's very interesting.
Several different entities. Over the following centuries, the Georgians faced growing pressure from the Ottoman and Safavid empires to their south. In 1783, one of the Georgian kingdoms sought protection from a powerful new regional actor to its north, Imperial Russia. It would be a fateful decision. Within 30 years, the kingdom had been annexed, and by the middle of the 19th century, the Georgian people as a whole were under Russian control. In 1917, as Tsarist Russia collapsed into revolution, the Georgians joined the neighboring Armenians and Azerbaijanis to form the Transcaucasian Democratic Federative
Wait, you mean
Republic.
the Armenians and Azeris joined together to do something?
Was this before or after the genocide?
I mean, this is after the Ottoman, I think, right?
So before the genocide, then?
I don't know.
Or was it Ottomans that did, wasn't it?
I think Ottoman is like 1900s.
Okay.
I don't know.
26th of May 1918, the Georgians broke away, creating the Democratic
Republic
it was the
Turkish that did that, right?
However,
it was
this
the Ottomans.
lasted just 3 years. In February 1921, the Red Army invaded, and Georgia was incorporated into the Soviet
the mushroom hat
as the Georgian Soviet Socialist Republic. For the next 70 years, Georgia remained within the USSR. However, this ended at the start of the 1990s.
You know? It was Uzbek. I didn't know what they fucking called the states. Uzbek USSR is funny.
Uzbek SSR, Soviet Socialist Republic, Turkmen Soviet Socialist Republic. So so this further enforces exactly what I say whenever tankies try and defend the Soviet Union. I'm like, defend ethnic isolation. Like, this is literally Jim Crow shit. They made countries of single groups of people because they didn't want them in Russia proper.
Based.
remained within the USSR. However, this ended at the start of the 1990s after nationalist protests
referenced the Protocols of Elder Zion. I mean, I wrote that book. That's a great book.
Declared independence on the 9th of April 1991, formally gaining statehood when the Soviet Union dissolved at the end of that year. On the 31st of July 1992, Georgia was admitted to the United Nations as a sovereign independent state. But like most of its former partners, it initially opted to join the Russian-led Commonwealth of Independent States, a loose grouping of former Soviet republics. From the start, Georgia faced enormous challenges. In addition to a civil war sparked
I
by
know
the
nothing
overthrow
about
of
this country, by the way.
Yeah, this guy.
All I know is that Stalin's from there.
This guy rules because he specifically rules on like autonomous movements and stuff.
Okay, I know to speed it up.
Country's first president, two regions, South Ossetia and Abkhazia, attempted to break away, leading to violent clashes. In both cases, this eventually ended with Kremlin brokered ceasefires policed by Russian troops.
Oh wow!
All this,
look, exactly what I said.
Severely strained relations between Moscow and Tbilisi, while Georgia's new president, Edward Shevardnadze, who'd served as the last Soviet foreign minister,
what was his
seen
name?
As a liberalizing pro-Western figure.
Can we run that back and hear that guy's name one more time?
Edward Shevardnadze.
Nazis. The real question is, should Afghanistan be a country?
Between Moscow
right?
and Tbilisi.
Because like when I was telling that dumbass earlier about how she doesn't know shit about fuck, right?
Yeah.
So I should call her a prot because I saw she was from Northern Ireland. I should be like, "Are you a prot?" Anyway, so like the Haqqanis, the main reason why they were able to like get power before the CIA is because the Patika, like because they have it's like a landlord feudal type system. Yeah. Right, so like Haqqani, he took 3 different areas and like merged them together under his rule, right? And so it's right on the border when an empire comes in and like fails to progress further, right? So they benefit from having a border territory to be able to like transfer drugs and smuggle guns, right? So they become one of the best criminal groups, and then the CIA comes in and inflates them even further, right? So if the British Empire didn't put that fucking line there, if they're able to push just a little bit further, the Haqqanis may not even exist. But they couldn't. They couldn't push past Waziristan, basically.
Well, Georgia's new president, Edward Shevardnadze, who'd served as
Wouldn't
the
it
last
make more
Soviet
sense to Afghanistan to encompass Pakistan?
Well, also, like, did you see that Sirajuddin Haqqani is bald?
Yeah.
I could not stop laughing when I first saw it because it's because of the tan line specifically. Like he's been hiding it for so long. No, but like he's literally Sirajuddin Haqqani, and the fucking like whatever the ICC or whatever court handles the fucking sanctions for terrorists and stuff gave him a pass to go to Saudi Arabia for Hajj. Wild. It's like, so James, it's like when you scare governments enough that they just let you go to do Hajj, you know, because they're like scared to say no to him.
Minister was seen as a liberalizing pro-Western figure. He nevertheless attempted to maintain working ties with Moscow. However, everything would change in 2003. With no movement on the breakaway territories, chronic economic problems, and an inability to tackle corruption, Shevardnadze was peacefully overthrown by the Rose Revolution.
That's a hard line, bro.
A young Western-educated...
That's a hard line to survey.
Another Western-backed coup.
Lawyer Mikhail Saakashvili became president. In addition to promising major reforms, he vowed to move Georgia closer to the European Union and NATO, leading to a sharp deterioration in relations with Russia. In August 2008, a war erupted. However, within days, Russia had scored a decisive victory. Soon afterwards, and in retaliation for the West's recognition of Kosovo's declaration of independence from Serbia just a few months earlier, Russia announced that it had recognized South Ossetia and Abkhazia as independent states. The conflict marked a decisive break in relations between Georgia and Russia as Tbilisi cut off diplomatic ties to Moscow and withdrew from the CIS. It also...
Waiting for my 10 million. I think isn't it higher than 10 million?
Sorry. After the scorched earth of the Soviet Union, I would not call what America did in Afghanistan scorched earth.
It was an occupation.
It was an occupation, yes.
But also, as we've pointed out before, that like a majority of the atrocities were committed by the Afghan government in both.
Yes.
Severely damaged Saakashvili's standing, as many accused him of having recklessly stirred up tensions with Russia. His increasingly authoritarian administration
only 5
faced
million.
growing allegations of corruption and human rights
That's
abuses.
an old bounty, though.
Maybe it's because he has experience in a country where Russia has done this before. Maybe.
It is 10 million. Man, how does he not got a 15 milli?
2012, Saakashvili's United National Movement was defeated in parliamentary elections by a new political force, the Georgian Dream Coalition. The following year, Saakashvili's second and final presidential term ended. Facing various criminal charges, he soon left the country. From the start, the new Georgian Dream administration attracted considerable attention, not least of all because its billionaire leader, Bidzina Ivanishvili, had made his fortune in post-Soviet Russia. Despite this, the new government maintained the country's pro-Western orientation. In 2014, it signed an...
So this guy is basically a Soviet oligarch?
Even if it was a conspiracy, who the fuck cares?
Yeah. So is this guy just
not least of all because
a Soviet oligarch who just cashed in when the Union fell? Is that what this guy is? Because that's what it seems like. And now he's pushing back towards Putin. Interesting.
Its billionaire leader, Bidzina Ivanishvili, had made his fortune in post-Soviet Russia. Despite this, the new government maintained the country's
And it would be pretty
pro-Western
cool
orientation.
to get someone in Georgia to talk about this.
Bro,
in 2014,
every
it signed
time,
an
like I
association
literally have
agreement.
gone to even fellas, been like you're in Georgia, never respond to me.
What the fuck?
It's because they're all CIA backed.
That included
Bro,
a
Saif
significant trade
al-Adel
partnership.
also has a $10 million bounty. It's the $15 million bounty days are over, I guess. They ended with fucking Swahari. And guess who cashed out on that? Sirajuddin Haqqani, in my opinion. No.
It also opened a joint training and evaluation center with NATO. But in contrast to the previous administration, it also took a more conciliatory approach towards Russia. Although the countries still had no formal relations, many argued that if Georgia were to have any hope of regaining the lost territories, it would need to avoid antagonizing Moscow and re-establish working ties. As a result, efforts began to try to normalize relations by focusing on trade, travel, humanitarian cooperation, and other issues unrelated to the conflict. At the same time,
But like, why? Why would you want to? Why would you want to go back to Russia unless they're lining your pockets? There is no rational reason that you would want to be a partner with Russia at this point. The only one that would do it is China, and that's because China has control over that relationship.
It's crazy because like Bush was totally ready to repair everything and like because like you have to think about like this is coming off of like Clinton's like defense of Tiananmen Square with Denkinist policies and stuff. So like they were literally didn't talk anything about what happened in Chechnya. Like it was not uttered in America. Nobody knew it happened.
Yeah. Like we even emailed we didn't email her. We sent
we literally
I to the chick
the
was,
girl who put the lip gloss on literally messaged her.
Yeah.
No replies.
Nothing, unfortunately.
But what was I just saying?
Was it about this?
I mean, yes.
The state? Someone will tell you.
Chechnya. Yeah. So like George Bush was like out there fishing with him and shit. You know?
Oh,
like,
yes, he
George
was.
Bush was trying so hard to mend the relationship with Russia. And like think about it. Look at fucking Israel, bro.
Yeah.
Look at China with the fucking Uyghurs. Is anyone standing up to them? No, because there's fucking economic ties and shit. And like all Russia did is make themselves harder to sanction at the end of the day so they could do the shit but like they could have been doing the shit anyway.
Yeah.
Like it's stupid. Like if you literally can get away with all the crimes they're doing, we know this.
Tbilisi avoided any steps that would inflame tensions with Moscow. For example, while Georgia condemned Russia's invasion of Crimea in 2014, it refused to follow EU and NATO states and impose sanctions against Russia. While the government argued that it was merely taking a pragmatic approach to relations with Russia, the opposition increasingly accused the government of pro-Russian
Honestly,
sentiment.
if I was Georgia, I wouldn't support sanctions against my neighbor.
No.
In June 2019,
unless you're Ukraine, then fuck them.
Oh yeah. But
When
like
mass
Georgia
demonstrations
doesn't.
ru-
Georgia's like also doesn't want to fucking like be in more
No,
heat than they already
they
are.
also have no protection. Like at least Estonia and Latvia and Lithuania, at least they have NATO right there. They're in NATO, right?
Yeah,
they have that protection.
It's unfortunate that all Georgian insurgents have done is run ISIS. But like, you know, like how I was saying to the Ukrainians in Syria, right? How they go down there because it's easier to kill Russians and stuff. Like that's what's actually beneficial of having Ukraine outside the system of the EU and NATO. Who's gonna stop them? What allies are gonna hold them back for their own interests, right? And so that's why Taiwan is kind of cool too. Like Taiwan can like be a wild card sometimes if they want to be. But Ukraine has been a wild card for a while. You know, Ukraine helped, like, we're one of the big helpers to invade Iraq.
I think you've mentioned it at some point.
Yeah, I think Zarqawi killed them too. I think Zarqawi cut off some Ukrainian heads.
Yes, we looked up who they killed. The Ukrainians were a part of it. Ukrainian and Russians. Yeah.
After a Russian lawmaker visited the Georgian parliament. To add to all this, many observers now started to see parallels with what was happening in Putin's Russia. In particular, concerns were also growing about the government's domestic political record, with allegations that it was backsliding on fundamental democratic principles, such as respecting judicial independence and media freedom. Meanwhile, all this also appeared to be fed by what appeared to be growing Russian disinformation in the country, aimed at encouraging extremism and pushing anti-Western messages.
Extremism of what kind?
With Russia's invasion of Ukraine in February 2022. While the Georgians instinctively supported Ukraine, seeing parallels with their own situation, the Georgian government continued to balance its position. While it condemned the attack, accusing Russia of undermining international order and voting in favor of UN resolutions against Moscow, it still refused to impose sanctions. Despite this, concerns about the country's orientation were seemingly put to rest when Georgia applied to join the European.
When your 3-day war turns into a 3-year war, it's kind of necessary. You know, Putin kind of stepped in that one, and his country's grown quickly war weary. So it'll be interesting.
People are saying it likely another 2 to 3 years.
Yeah,
it's not ending tomorrow. So
no, it's definitely not.
Union alongside Moldova.
It just depends on how much Russians are willing to deal with it. How many Russians have to die for Putin's?
I don't think it matters.
Imperialist expansions.
I don't think it matters.
And Ukraine. But unlike the other two, which were awarded candidacy just months later, the EU instead outlined 12 priorities that needed to be addressed in Georgia. These included democratic reforms, improving the rule of law, and countering foreign disinformation. While the country seemingly began to address these issues, concern grew when the government introduced controversial new legislation. This required any organisation receiving more than 20% of its income from an external source to register as an agent of foreign influence, a law closely mirroring similar legislation introduced in Russia a decade earlier. However, facing considerable internal opposition, as well as criticism from the EU and the United States, the government eventually dropped the plans for the legislation. And in December 2023, Georgia was formally granted EU candidacy. While Georgia seemed to be back on the right track, the government sparked outrage when it reintroduced the controversial foreign agents legislation just a few months later. However, despite mass demonstrations and strong criticism from the EU and the United States, both of which made it clear that passing the new law would carry potentially serious consequences, this time the government refused to back down. On the 28th of May, it overrode a veto from the pro-Western president and passed the law by 84 votes to 30. While this has further fed the view that the government is now under Moscow's influence, the government strongly denies the accusation, arguing that such claims are just opposition disinformation. The problem is that as well as following Putin's political playbook, the government's rhetoric has now taken a distinctly pro-Russian turn as strange conspiracy theories and Kremlin disinformation talking points have taken hold. For example, Ivanishvili, who remains the effective leader of the Georgian Dream, has accused something called the Global War Party of being behind the conflict in Ukraine and even forcing Georgia and Russia to war in 2000.
Isn't it funny how it's the exact same fucking rhetoric?
They referenced the Protocols of Elder Zion. I mean, I wrote that book. That's a great book.
I'm so tired.
Commie bastards. Well, actually, they're not communists anymore. They're a federation of independent, liberated states. Don't make me hurt you, Mikey.
I hate this.
2008. Meanwhile,
Go to tree jail for you.
Have echoed such thoughts. So, what exactly is happening in Georgia? Is it really turning towards Russia? In truth, the picture is highly complex, confusing, and open to all sorts of interpretations.
No more
While the
military
current
aid.
developments may indeed mark a drift towards Moscow, there's another, more obvious explanation. The government is trying to strengthen its position before parliamentary elections later this year.
Yeah.
Although the opposition is fragmented.
Thank you. Somebody actually fucking said this for once.
Public support.
Yeah.
To this end, it's now trying to hinder the opposition.
Well, are we the only ones that said this? That there really is no opposition? Maybe.
No, just that it's like it's all stuff to help with elections and stuff. They're just
okay.
And shore up its base. This would also explain its decision to introduce new anti-LGBT legislation, something that plays well amongst older voters in what is still a socially conservative country. Of course, the problem is that all this runs directly counter to the demands of Georgia's Western partners. In a country where support for EU membership runs as high as 80%, this presents the government with a serious problem.
80%.
Either way, it risks losing power unless it can reduce the levels of support for EU integration. And it's all this that makes Georgia's direction of travel particularly worrying. Even if the government is still not overtly pro-Russian, the fact that it's pushing back against the EU for its internal survival gives Moscow an ideal opportunity to exert influence. Unlike the EU, it won't condition its support on the...
Well, what other leader has been tanking domestic politics for his own purpose?
This guy looks vaguely German. I mean, he's definitely European, I guess.
It's like, sounds exactly like Trump, to be completely honest.
This guy?
No. The dude at the head of the party.
All this that makes Georgia's direction of travel...
He's saying that they're tanking foreign policy and to retain power domestically, and they're tanking internal policy at the same time. I'm like, who are the fuck else is doing that?
Yeah.
Even Trump.
It's almost like politics are fake.
That. Yeah.
Particularly worrying, even if the government is
at least we finally got somebody to do a good analysis
back against the EU for its internal survival.
Because it's a tough one.
An ideal.
It is.
Like I don't know. I think New Caledonia. I think we did good on.
Yes. But there were I did a little more research after we published. It was just to make sure that the troop numbers I said were correct. They were grossly under. So at least they're under and not over. It was 30,000, not 15,000. Macron sent 30,000 police to New Caledonia to suppress that. So yeah.
Exert influence. Unlike the EU, it won't condition its support on the rule of law.
One without nation states.
Of course, while it may seem unrealistic to expect Georgia to pursue closer ties to Moscow while part of the country is under Russian occupation, one only needs to look to nearby Moldova. Although the situations are somewhat different, one can still see a substantial body of pro-Russian support in the country.
Wait, are you telling me that there's a third time that Putin's running this playbook?
Well,
no way.
There's that breakaway thing. They literally put it on the map, and they have the fucking Lukashenko meme, and he's the Despicable Me guy because he fucking put it on his own war map like an idiot. That they're gonna fucking eventually go in there.
Even though Russia also occupies a chunk of its territory. But in reality, Moscow doesn't even need a complete Georgian realignment. All it needs is to divide society enough to reduce the West's influence and the high levels of support for Euro-Atlantic integration, something that increasingly seems
Why don't they just like be better
in practice
than the West?
That's too much effort.
I mean, so like put up I know it's just like the fucking Republicans, bro.
Why
is Belarus even a country? I know, right? Like Belarus, for some reason, Belarus is the country that Putin has the most justification to just be like, this is mine now. But somehow he doesn't touch it, you know? Because Lukashenko's always there giving him blowies, you know, and begging him for more money.
In this sense,
to actually fix this would require spending the trillions of dollars that Putin has hoarded from the Russian people. Yeah, that would actually require.
Oh, okay.
spending
Who
the
are
money.
you now? Alexei Navalny? Whatever.
the ultimate aims of Russia
Propaganda,
and the Georgian
bro.
dream do seem to be steadily converging.
He lives in a fucking billion-dollar mansion.
Nope. That's not real. It's not his. He doesn't own it. You've been listening to too much Alexei Navalny.
The oligarchs own it. Big fucking deal.
Yeah.
Big fucking deal.
Yeah.
It's his inner circle.
You know, Alexei Navalny's a criminal. He went to jail.
He could kill them and take that property and nobody would bat an eye.
Is that his only one?
Xi Jinping is a billionaire as well, apparently.
In the meantime,
all those stolen Chinese wages.
As Georgia heads to pivot,
$1 for every Chinese.
That's like
$1 from every Chinese.
To try and get it through people's heads that like wage theft is the most common crime.
Yeah.
And they're like, I don't understand what that is. It's like, bro, your employer is stealing from you. That's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Like your money is being taken from you. Isn't that what you want? Like to be against? Isn't that why you keep voting Republican? Because they say they'll cut your taxes?
Navalny failed because he wasn't a Nazi enough. He was only a little bit of a Nazi.
Well, no. See, the thing is he was very outright Nazi, and then the West was like, "Look, we'll bring you on 60 Minutes and stuff." I mean, we were just talking to the head of HTS, you know, like we don't give a fuck, you know. We'll send fucking Ann Rippaport or whatever her name is over there to talk to Sirajuddin Haqqani. We don't give a fuck. We'll platform you. You just got to be a little less Nazi. And then he's like, okay, I'll pretend to be a liberal. And then he went through his liberal phase where he went on 60 Minutes and all this stuff. And they were like, wow, you're such a hero standing up to the man. And then it's like, even like Claire Daly has good points when talking about Alexei Navalny, where he's like rallying hundreds of thousands and cities of millions, hardly a mass movement.
Are you quoting Russian election statistics at us?
No, that's actually Claire Daly says that too. I think on 3%, right? Like,
yeah, because the vote was 97% for Putin, 3% for the opposition.
No, but I think like she says it on the support that he has back then when she talks. Well, after she's like literally she gives this speech after the chemical attack, not even after his arrest. Right, and she's like, I'd be, we wouldn't be talking about him at all if he had been. It is arrested because she says if he had been arrested in anywhere other than in Russia, and then she talks about a bunch of other people are unjustly arrested, and one of them is the like Russian agent that got arrested in America, who was like a journalist but also an agent, and they're like trying to be like, well, this is your suppression of the First Amendment, and then
Democracy
Russia
is not liberalism, by the way.
Yeah, they're two different things.
Just so you know. He was a nationalist.
I mean, he was.
Elections. The country's president.
It's crazy. Yeah, he was. I'd say he's a Nazi.
Yeah, nationalist.
Yeah.
Leading efforts to challenge the government in what
so
she
still
now
supports the
as a
war in
chance to put
Ukraine.
Georgia back on a European path, with the government seemingly moving in a very different direction now.
Okay.
Like at the end of the day, like Navalny would have also been like the Russian imperial movement's cool. Oh, whoa, what's going on here?
Don't worry, it's Daily Wire.
Bro, this is
that is too much. That is too much.
But they don't like it.
Why is there beer now?
Don't worry, it's Daily Wire should never be a sentence that's uttered, by the way. Stop it! Stop it! Oh, this is real. This is real. So like I was like, no way, this is real. And then somebody was like, no, this is real. So like they like edited the beer ads into the fucking movie in this one country when it got released. I don't know what country though. I want to say it might have been like Germany or something. It has to do with the Berlin Wall or something.
I'm reminded about how bad the writing and acting in Star Wars is.
This is one of my favorite things. Is these faux intellectuals with their fucking.
Look at their fucking
big stogies,
bro.
And
look at their fucking gay table. It's a fucking trapezoid.
When I watch that, I'm reminded about how bad the writing and acting.
The big bowl of
is.
popcorn. How bad the acting is in Star Wars. And
yeah, they're going to talk about how bad the acting is as they're making movies that are objectively awful.
Yeah.
Unless
I'm just saying,
It really
Lady
is.
Ballers,
It doesn't hold up
had
at
a
all.
scene. Have you seen the first Scary Movie?
Yes, of course.
So you know when the gym teacher uncrossed her legs, the balls fell out of her pants. That would have been a good joke in Lady Ballers. You know what I'm saying? Like the balls fall out and he's like jumping and they hit the other guy's face. You know, while he's like jumping up to check him in practice and stuff.
I'm not trying to be controversial. I'm just saying
it's not true at all. It's not even remotely true.
Ben, because you watched it.
No, my kids watch it.
When's the first time you saw Star Wars?
I don't know, 7 maybe.
Exactly. You have a nostalgic attachment to it. If you wait like I did and you watch it first.
Yeah, that's why they're all Nazballs.
Yeah. I mean,
that's why the Nazballs are so fucking big.
Russia is another country. If you see yellow on a flag, you stop and go.
Yes. Yeah, especially the black, white, and yellow.
Any kind of yellow,
black,
really.
white, and yellow.
Any kind of
and
yellow,
Nazis.
really. Look at this guy. You're just nostalgic for it. You saw it when you were really young. Bro.
First time you're like 25.
Okay, listen. I probably agree with a lot of what like Matt Walsh feels about the movie, but he's going to be such a douchebag in how he talks about it that it's just going to piss me off and I'm going to end up defending Star Wars, okay? A New Hope, like, it's like you have to actually put it in the atmosphere. How many fucking vistas or set pieces are in A New Hope? Do you know?
I'm going to say thousands.
No. There's 3.
What?
Yeah.
3.
Tatooine, right?
Okay.
Then you have your general space. This is like in between. That's not really a vista, right? But they immediately go to the Death Star, right?
Yeah.
And then the last one is Yavin, where the rebel base is. There's 3.
Okay.
That's it. That's a very simple movie, right? And the movie is literally rescuing a princess from the evil castle. Very simple, right? Not that complex. Empire Strikes Back is one of the best movies ever made. And then the last one, hate it. The bears are fucking annoying. And then like you just want to see like a cool lightsaber fight, but Luke hops around whining about how his dad doesn't love him and shit in the shadows, and he's like sulking in the shadows and shit. Hate that shit. So like, but like at the same time, there's specific scenes in all of those original movies that are just fucking awesome. Like there's certain like the whole opening when he's fucking meeting him in the fucking shady bar and shit. That's fucking sick. That's fucking awesome. Right? And then it gets boring when they're fucking dancing around in the ship. Like the Death Star is like the most boring part. When they're like sneaking around and shit and they go into the garbage chute, yawn, like
5. You go like, this is Star Wars? This is what everyone's freaking out about?
I have to tell you, this is the one opinion of Matt's I agree with 100%.
You do agree.
Of course you do, because you thought the talkies would never last.
By the way, you want to know something funny? Elegant.
They don't eat the food, do they? This is just like, is it a fake set piece or do they waste the food?
They throw it out right after. I don't know.
In that movie is 56.
Is he?
He's fit. Yeah, he's born 1914.
Every time I watch him, I think he's such an intelligent actor.
This
He must be
guy,
thinking,
it's literally the fucking Addams family sitting here, bro. That dude is fucking Uncle Fester as fuck. He's fucking scary. He looks like a fucking Nazi scientist who's gonna have like those slick plastic like gloves like Dr. No and James Bond.
The
vinyl.
I very much disagree. I think that there are actually some quite good
excuse
movies.
you, Barbie.
Yes. Well, Barbie is a good example, yes. There was one that I watched recently. Ricky Stenicki is what it was. Very funny fucking movie. Very funny movie. John Cena's in it. John Cena is honestly, most John Cena movies, very funny. I'll just say that.
Yeah,
but yeah,
John
comedies
Cena
are
is
generally not very good movies.
That's the difference between John Cena and The Rock. Is like John Cena has been sucking dick forever. He never thought high and mighty. He got to the top of the WWE by sucking that dick. You know, he went to China, sucked dick over there, learned another language just to suck dick for the WWE in China. Right? That dude is a company man. Like, what a great employee to have. You know, like Hulk Hogan sucked. The Rock sucked. Both are assholes.
Yeah.
John Cena, Gluck 5000.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, possibly.
For this is very good.
Listen to how this dude's saying
Outdated.
very good right now.
Outdated. It's an old form of comedy. Shit needs to evolve. We can't just have the same shit. As much as
Also,
I like this sort of
Airplane.
stuff,
Airplane is Scary Movie. Like Airplane was just a parody movie. It was set on an airplane, and it was just inside jokes at the time.
Yeah,
just
that's
like
exactly
Scary
right.
Movie would still be funny if you went back and watched it and you had no idea what it was referencing.
Yes. Yeah. I think it's funnier now, actually, because I know what it's referencing. Also, Naked Gun, yes. Airplane, yes. Monty Python, that sort of comedy, excellent.
I
great.
love the movie.
Outdated.
Kung Fu Panda.
It's that simple. New. Give me new. I want new comedy, new fun.
I want to
Give me
see
new premises.
I want to see. I don't know if it's funny, but it looks like it's funny. But it's like the Banshees of Inisherin or something, and and the guy basically says, "If you don't stop talking to me, I'm gonna kill myself," because he hates the guy so much, and that's the plot of the movie. But it's like it's made by the guy who does Seven Psychopaths and In Bruges, so it's like his movies are already like In Bruges is one of the funniest movies, and it's like there's a whole like running joke with midgets and cocaine.
Yeah.
And great shit, bro.
I cannot express to you how wrong you are. Comedy is it's on an upswing. It is more popular than it's been for 10 years.
Okay, I can debunk this argument in 2 seconds. Ready?
What?
This comedy's going downhill since Scary Movie 3. Scary Movie 3. What's this date? 2003. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What's this date?
2006.
Yep.
Also, Team America was like 2009.
I love the fucking meme where it's like the girl who's like crying in the mirror, and it's like my girlfriend will listen to me practicing my Borat impression before we go out to the party or something, and she's like crying in the mirror, and you hear in the background like they filter it really funny to like, and it's like not a good Borat impression in the shower.
Yes. Even Hotter Take, same people.
Because I'm making a fool of myself in time.
And they're not American.
Are you going to defend the acting?
I never thought I'd. Okay, so I'll defend. So
Mark, you think Mark Hamill?
Okay, Mark Hamill's indefensible, but I will say that Alec Guinness is great in everything, and he's great in this. And Harrison Ford is iconic. He is. I mean, you want to talk about like the greatest run? Sorry, Alec Guinness was 50. Let's see, he was 63. Anyway,
you don't have to defend Star Wars to these bozos. It's one of the most successful films of all time.
It's successful, no question about that.
And it deserves it.
It's terrible.
I don't know why I have to say this. Money does not equal success. How much money a film made is, yes, a financial success, and in the eyes of business, a success.
Yeah.
Because the only thing the business sees is dollar signs. But the thing you don't see is, let's use Captain Marvel as a good example. Awful fucking movie. One of the most profitable Marvel movies they ever made. Terrible. Arguably one of the worst.
I got one for you. What do you think these guys would say if you were like, "Hey, watch this. What do you think of this movie?" And they only look at box office, and it's like, "Oh, this movie by John Carpenter, The Thing, totally failed at the box office. Shit movie."
Yeah. What are other ones that are notorious for failing at the box office?
Well, you know what's funny about The Thing? You know what they like? The same studio released another movie, and they were just paying out 2 movies to try and be like, "Hey, if like we'll put out 2." And they already had a win, so like it doesn't matter that The Thing even failed to the studio. Do you know what the other movie is they put out?
When was The Thing? 78?
Something like that. I'll give you a hint. It's another Alien movie.
Alien.
It's not different. No, it's another Alien movie, but it's not Alien.
Predator?
It's E.T.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No shit.
Yeah, same year, same time.
Good
They put
lord.
it was on the same slate for that company, right? This is back when companies could release like one movie per year, right? And they like put two out.
That's awesome.
Titanic is shit. Titanic's a fucking awful movie, bro. Did I say James Cameron instead of John Carpenter right there when I said The Thing? Just checking.
No. You said John Carpenter. Yes, Rugrats in Paris is better than the Titanic. Rugrats is a great show. I've been rewatching it. It's great.
No. It destroyed
It would be incredible on LSD.
movie industry.
It destroyed the movie industry?
Yeah.
In what
That's
way?
an interesting take. Why
That's
do you
a
say that?
stupid take.
Because the IQ of movies before Star Wars was up around 140. After Star Wars,
Wait. The IQ of movies?
Do it well.
Woo! What does that mean?
Let me cook. Hold on. All right. When was Star Wars? Star Wars
70s.
A New Hope. 1977. Oh, that's so funny. Django is in blaxploitation. Oh, they were all the way up to 85. Okay, interesting. Blaxploitation was from 40s, 60s
Also,
to the 70s.
Bro, like
high IQ film.
What movies were coming out before the Star Wars like 70 era, right?
Are we talking about like Psycho? Like what the fuck are we talking about?
No, that's the
Birds?
thing. The movie industry collapsed before the 1970s. There is no like 60s and 50s movies are like dog shit.
Like my guy, the Hays Code existed. Those movies are objectively awful, terrible fucking movies. All because religious fundamentalists wanted to get their fucking hands.
But like,
into
just think
cinema.
about this: the '80s has like all of these like I'm not a huge fan of '80s movies, right? But you have all these greats coming up, like Coppola, right? Like this is like an era that inspires like, I actually have a Hitchcock tattooed on me, so
look, Hitchcock's fine. I brought up The Birds because it's an objective.
I hate The Birds.
Fucking movie.
I hate
it's
The Birds.
Not a good
I think
movie.
it's not good. It's like, and like, bro, like my parents like they like took me to some of the locations, and I'm because they like knew that I loved Hitchcock, and it's like you guys could not hit any further from the plate with this one. They're like, come on, let's take your picture. I'm like an adult too. Like we just been to like wineries or something. So I'm like kind of drunk too. And they're like, come on, let's go take your picture at the Birds Church. And I'm like, no, I'll stay in the car. Like, Jesus fucking Christ.
That's awesome.
And they were like, it was supposed to be a surprise. I'm like, you should have ran it past me. You should have ran that one past me.
Like, I have not watched a lot of Hitchcock films, admittedly, because I'm very like.
Didn't I just tell you to watch Psycho and you did though?
I have watched Psycho.
I don't know who that was. Somebody had.
No, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. I'm much more like a new age cinema, sort of 70s onwards is more where I kind of like my stuff. I have ventured back a little bit and watched some older movies like On the Waterfront. That was for school, granted. Psycho, The Birds, older films, just like that. But most of my like old for me is 70s. I don't watch 50s, 60s movies. Like me, I tried to watch Star Trek. 1 hour-long episodes.
Just look up
1960s
what are the
television.
best episodes of Next Generation. You should
One
have started there.
1 hour long 60s television is a nightmare. Absolute fucking nightmare. As for favorite directors, I really like
Right now, I think Garland is really good.
Yes, Alex Garland is really fucking good. I really like Taika Waititi.
Alex Garland, I learned that he's done like game writing too. There's games that he wrote for.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But yeah, I think Alex Garland is doing good. What's his name? William. The guy who did Neon Demon. Have you seen that movie yet?
No.
Oh my god, it's so fucking. Well, I wouldn't describe it as good. I would exquire it as you need taste and high end taste to appreciate it.
Okay.
Nicholas Winding Refn.
Mm.
He does some cool shit with some of his movies. He did Drive.
Okay.
So he's kind of cool. He does a lot of indie stuff.
Like right now, I think. Look, I mean, if I was going to say anyone, like Quentin Tarantino is probably.
I think movies are dead right now.
Yeah.
So like, especially because just because of Disney, especially just the way the market has been, like the theater collapse, and like there's going to be a nice.
But there will be a resurgence.
Rebirth.
We will see a cinematic renaissance in the next 10 years. Once Marvel finally kills cinema and they get broken up and Disney has to sell everything, we'll see a cinematic renaissance 10 to 20 years. And it'll be a level of renaissance like 70s cinema.
Yeah,
coming out of the Hays Code. It'll be
God
that
forgives.
level.
That's the other one.
Yeah. So that's what we're gonna see. This is my prediction anyway. We're gonna see like
I like Downfall because I can relate to the main character.
But like a post Hays Code. Holy fuck!
I'm just talking. You can keep talking, bro. I'm not talking to you.
A post Hays Code renaissance is what I think we're gonna see, and we're gonna see a lot of new directors. We're going to see a lot of new names who are going to be making bangers on the first try.
Neil Breen. Like Neil Breen. But yeah, so I really like Park Chan-wook and Takashi Miike as well. 13 Assassins. Itchy the Killer. Audition.
I'll always pretty much watch a Kubrick movie as well. I don't really look outside of like...
Yeah.
I don't explore enough as I should, but
I really like Doctor Strangelove for political reasons, especially. It's just so long. That's the thing. There's a lot of like The Shining is very hard to watch when you've seen it like more than twice. That's the thing too, but like Rambo 4, I've seen maybe like 8 times because like Rambo 4 is cool when he shoots the pirates on the boats and stuff, and then he like buzzsaws the guy in half with the big machine gun. Expendables is dog shit though. But yeah, I think the COVID was the nail in the coffin. The only good studio that does shit now is A24.
Kurosawa. What are
Kurosawa is good too. Kurosawa is fucking awesome.
What are some of his films? Like I can't think
Seven
of any.
Samurai.
Ah, okay. Are they black and white?
Yes, but Seven Samurai is literally 13 Assassins is the same movie as Seven Samurai, and so is The Bug's Life.
Oh, Coppola makes some pretty good movies. Scorsese, sure.
Coppola is an interesting director because he like rather be with his family, kind of like he brought his whole family with him to shoots and stuff.
Yeah,
and that's why his daughter's in the third Godfather, and she sucks because like the other actress dropped out at the last minute, and he was like, "Well, my daughter's here, get her in there." Yeah, Rush Hour. I like Jackie Chan until he started simping for the Chinese government.
Yeah, kind of cringe.
Okay, we got to get moving.
Yeah.
We've been paused on this for a while now.
Movies are now 90.
What
points
are you
of-
talking about?
I like that.
You know what? We've had more of a conversation than we're going to get out of this video.
All right, so today's video is going.
Hey.
Oh, we should make a tweet that we're watching his video. So, by the way, I followed him. He instantly followed me back. So
you should also be like, "Where's the propeller hat?"
Well, it was never a propeller hat,
No, I know, but it's funny.
Yeah, Chan is a shit person. It's like if we found out Steve Irwin was a villain. He was putting his.
How dare
What
you.
happened is he was actually putting his finger in that stingray's butthole.
Hey, how dare you? Alien is a
I
fucking
agree.
masterpiece.
No, Alien's good, but Ridley Scott is overrated. He sucks.
Yeah, honestly, I don't really know what other movies he's made. But
I
Alien,
like
great.
John
Oh, he did
Carpenter
Gladiator.
because
Oh, he did Blade Runner.
John
He did
Carpenter.
Nepal. No, fuck you. No, he's great.
Well, fuck
you all.
Gladiator. Fuck Gladiator. Fuck Blade Runner sequel too. Did he do that? Shit movie.
I don't believe so.
Blade Runner is the shit. Fuck the sequel. They're making another one, but they're gonna fucking have Hunter Schafer in it, so now people are crying about that.
I don't know. He might have been an executive producer on 2049.
Yeah, and he also hates
Dennis
his gay daughter too.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
He wasn't the director for 2049. He must have been a producer, maybe. But no, I vehemently disagree. I think he's made a lot of really good movies.
There's certain ones that I like. There's certain ones I haven't. I haven't sat down to watch Brazil, but I know that it's like, what even version do I watch? But 12 Monkeys is fucking awesome, and not only that, the TV show they made about it was pretty good too.
Yeah, 12 Monkeys was fucking great. These are 90s movies is all of my favorite movies.
Jumanji was made in the 90s. Need I say more?
Yeah. 90s movies peak. Was Clerks in the 90s? Mallrats was.
Kevin Smith. Well, Clerks might have been 2000s.
Kevin Smith was making all his bangers in the 90s as well. 90s is where it's at.
A bit different. Today, we are not going to be looking at a right-wing Republican conservative. Today, we are going to be talking about a creator that I have actually defended before here on this channel. Another very big, very large creator, and that is David Pakman. He has a very large channel. I'm sure most of my audience is aware of who David Pakman is. If you're not, he does a show on YouTube.
I'm making a tweet to him saying we're watching his video and putting the stream link.
He's a progressive.
He's a crackpot
and a bunch of other progressive voices that I look up to and listen to. Have talked about him, referenced him, interacted with him.
Unfortunately,
but today
his brains have been replaced with marbles.
You people have worms in your brain, honestly.
I never did. I don't know why. But today we're gonna listen to some of David Pakman's coverage.
You're stealing this corner, Jack.
Oh, I am.
Listen, Jack.
Done.
I guess the better word would just be responses to callers that
Ridley Scott really likes Russell Crowe.
But some of David Pakman's coverage on Israel, and spoiler warning, it's pretty fucking awful.
Can we all agree that we should lynch Zack Snyder fans? I really liked his Superman movie. I thought it was an interesting take on him.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, that's about the extent of my
end of list.
My praise for him as well, because what other movies has he even made?
300.
So people don't think
seriously.
I don't even know. Fucking every time I fucking talk about other progressive creators or channels and criticize them, people think I'm just using them for views. Here's a video I posted last year, March 30th, 2023. David Pakman and Hasan.
Hey, we talked shit about this video too. Remember?
He directed a My Chemical Romance video.
Ridley Scott?
No. Zack Snyder.
Oh, that's cringe. If it was Ridley Scott, I was going to be like, that's cool. But as soon as it's Zack Snyder, ugh.
He did
Ridley Scott. Okay.
Good Lord.
Okay. Hannibal is pretty shit, but the brain eating scene at the end is cool. Have you seen Maneater though? It's it's the actual prequel to Silence of the Lambs.
No.
It's the same. Silence of the Lambs is technically a sequel to it. It's the same universe. And the only character that is the same is Clarice's boss. He's the same guy in the first movie. But yeah, it's very interesting. It's a very different movie, but it's literally the Red Dragon. But it's got weird disco vibe music to it and stuff. It's very interesting. Red Dragon, I would say, is better than it, but it's still, I have it actually. I would say I found it in a fucking bookstore in like Baltimore. And I was like, what? And I grabbed it off the shelf. I bought like 20 movies from this bookstore for $5, and they're all like kind of rare. It's very hard. Like, and you can order everything online now, but like my DVD collection is like cool for the time that I was collecting when shit actually was rare.
I have 1,000 DVDs.
Yeah. I mean, I have a lot. It's literally
what's impossible to find
right
now?
here.
Little Britain.
Okay.
You can't find it on TV or on DVD anymore. Wild.
Watch the video, go check it out. And another one that was actually posted one day before that other video, in defense of David Pack and right-wingers try to cancel him over in Nashville. Shooting tweet. Again, those videos are up on the channel. You guys can go and watch them.
Yeah.
So I don't want anyone to think that I'm, whatever.
Maybe
Without further ado, I'm going to quit fucking yapping. Here it is.
Why don't we go next to, I believe it's Barra from Indiana. Am I pronouncing that correctly? Barra from Indiana.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, okay. So I wanted to ask you, first of all, I love your show very much. And I wanted to ask you about the war in Gaza.
Radar went off.
So you were asked about this before, and you said
Why
something
are you
like-
gay?
You were like pretty vague about it. I feel like whenever you talk about foreign policy, you're always like really coy about it, because all you said was like something like,
hot take. It's fine to be coy about it if it's not your lane. David Pakman doesn't know shit about foreign policy. Most people don't. Most
Fair
people
enough.
who think they know don't as well.
I've said way more than that. I mean, I've done, probably 8 or 10 segments since October 7th about it. It's not the main
8 or
gist of the
10
show.
segments?
Really quick here for context, and I'm not going to get into this a lot.
That's it?
David Pakman's foreign policy.
That is
take.
rather
You can
large.
count it on your fucking hands, bro. That's a little. It's like maybe once a month. Look, I put News Borat on here. I don't know if Jack put him on the list, but
he's on the list.
For me, as a still a very young progressive, pretty fucking awful, pretty bad.
But to say that that's the one thing I said,
opinion.
I think you should probably
Argentina?
just go back and watch all the clips if you want to know what I've said, because I've said way more than I could possibly cram into this phone call. Let's put it that way.
Okay, I mean, let me clarify then. Are you in favor of continuing to send Israel aid as they're continuing the war, or do you think we should call for a ceasefire right now?
Hang on. This question needs to be
that's so-
rephrased.
there's
Hang on. He said aid. Okay.
Yeah.
That's a more complicated question.
Mm-hmm.
Just say it's like, do you think we should still be sending them weapons or, munitions that are being used in Palestine would be the best way to ask it?
Uh-huh. I agree.
It's a little
way to
loaded.
answer. That's all different things. So first of all, I want an
It's not though.
immediate end
It
to
is.
hostilities and the hostages
That's
all
it,
to
Buster.
be released.
No more
I
military
struggle
aid.
to understand how you do that when Hamas has said they're not going to stop and continue trying to do
Oh my God.
October 7th over and over and
Yeah.
over again. So
And
when it
Bin
comes to a
Laden said there would be
ceasefire,
more
I'm kind of
9/11s,
with Bernie Sanders on
Brittany.
this.
And Bernie Sanders, again, he's a little better on it now, but his rhetoric, especially as one of the strongest progressive politicians in our government, his rhetoric has not been nearly strong enough. Very disappointing from Bernie Sanders, the rhetoric that he has had on Israel's ongoing genocide in Gaza of the Palestinian people. But my point to David so far, at least, would be, he said, Hamas said that they're going to keep repeating or keep doing as many October 7th as they possibly can. My question to David, or I guess what I would say to David, I don't really know if this would be a question or not. I don't know how I'm going to word it. Like,
Get it out.
why does he think a group like Hamas exists in the first place? Why does he think Hamas was elected by the Palestinian people?
Oh my God.
I feel like, especially as someone who has 2 million subscribers, again, very popular, very popular. David Packman
Popular
should be able
because
to
he has
understand-
no opinion, right?
Yeah,
So
he's
David
popular
Pakman-
because he's milk toast.
He's blank. He's a blank, right?
Yeah.
It's just like how Luke Skywalker is kind of bland, so you can project yourself on the character, huh? See, David Pakman validates basically any lib adjacent opinion people have. They watch him, they feel validated, they take nothing from it. You will get nothing from it. It's like Brian Tyler Cohen. you can watch a show and it's always like, whoa, Trump is done now. Can you believe he said this? And it's like, okay, I'm sure it's going to really affect his polls, dude.
Yeah, totally. They totally give a shit.
How Israel's apartheid regime, which I'm, again, pretty sure he doesn't even think that it's an apartheid regime. How Israel's apartheid regime has not created groups like Hamas. Like, why does he think that that needs to exist in the first place? He just thinks that it's just random? I don't get it.
I want hostilities to end. I want the bombing to stop. I want
Here's
the
what's
hostages
crazy.
to get out. In practice,
we watch a lot of David Pakman. To add on to what he's saying right now on how David Pakman's a cuck. Anytime David talks about Trump, all the fucking adjective, failed former president.
Yes.
You know?
He can't help himself.
But he can't fucking use adjectives when it comes to things like Israel and Hamas. And I just don't want anyone's feelings to be hurt. And I think that the hostilities should end and the hostages should go home. Like, okay, bro. So does 90% of the fucking world. You know? Like.
Yeah. Make a statement. Do something.
Say something
say
of substance. Even if it's like a bad take, just fucking say it at this point.
Yeah, because even if you have a bad take, you will learn more from people telling you with constructive criticism, not just being like, bad take, retard.
Remember, when this conflict started, I banned Jack from talking about it until he was ready. I said, just don't talk about it. Bro, speaking about the centrist Destiny, Jonah made a fire fucking tweet about Destiny that I retweeted.
Ceasefire with Hamas, whose charter calls for the destruction of Israel, and leaders have said we're not going to stop.
But Israel's also, again,
all right,
Israel
check this out.
has.
So, like, Destiny's like, I feel like an anime protagonist being power scaled by single episode villains every time people say stupid shit like this. Okay, bro. And then he says, I feel like an anime protagonist. And he posts this picture.
Look, I think that kind of thing is genuinely kind of stupid as a response, but that's funny. Like, if you're responding with a picture of the person in like anger, dumb. Or it's like petty, that's funny.
We keep finding out new information about this every single day. Well, maybe not every single day, but Israel has routinely, since October 7th, rejected multiple ceasefire deals. Okay, and that's not something you need to go search around for. You can look that shit up on Google. Google it right now, and you'll see that. I mean, they've rejected multiple different ceasefire deals. Right? He's not going to talk about that though.
They didn't just reject him; they pretended like they were going to accept
like
him,
you don't even know.
and like edged
You don't even
Biden,
know. You,
like
don't
it's
have,
going to
a
happen,
position.
and
You-
then
on the one
they
hand,
go,
you
nope.
don't want to continue the war, but also you don't know how you would end the conflict.
No, so it's not that I don't even know. Are you saying how I would end the overall Israeli-Palestinian conflict, or how I would end this immediate
go ahead, say
flare-up
it.
that we're dealing with right now?
Well, I guess both. Like just what you would do at this point, like as the U.S., what you would push for.
I think at this point,
I like how he's able to sit there and admit that there is in his own words, an ongoing Palestinian and Israeli conflict, if that's the terminology you want to choose to use. I'm guilty of using that terminology myself, so I can't knock him too much for that. He's able to sit there and admit that there is an ongoing conflict between Israel and Palestine, or Israelis and Palestinians, excuse me, holy shit. But he's sitting there saying, it doesn't make sense. He's admitting that there is something that was going on before October 7th, but what's causing that conflict, David? What was causing that conflict before October 7th's conflict?
So first of all, on ending the broader conflict, I've put out my 10 to 12 point plan
I've seen it, yes.
dozens of times. So I hope I don't need to restate that. But in terms of my bigger picture on the conflict, I put that out.
What's the line from Big Daddy? He has a 10-year plan. What is it? Don't die?
In the sense that obviously Israel is not going to do nothing to try to get the hostages out. They're going to try to get the hostages out. So certainly my preference would be given that they're going to try to get the hostages out, what is the way to do it with the least civilian collateral damage possible? It's probably special forces type operations. The problem with this is
no, David, it's not fucking special
My
forces
resolution?
operations. It's fucking Israel
Airstrikes.
fucking coming out and
Bomb
saying
them.
we're not gonna
Bomb
fucking
them.
keep murdering.
Keep bombing them. Bomb them again and again.
So, on a small tangent here, I finally got a response from someone when I'm like, "What's happening in Sudan? What's happening in the Congo?" Right?
Mm-hmm. They're starting to post more shit, so they're starting to get more read up and educated on it.
Yep. And it's the guy that posts the illustrations. He posts he posted the cop being bonked with the water bottle and shit. He posts the animations. When he made the picture of the girl and the riot shield without selling it, he was giving it away. So if people wanted it for posters, they could use it. That guy, he responded to me, and in like a facetious way was like, "Oh, it's a Google search away." I'm like, "I know what's happening. I'm asking for like, because I want to see if other people know."
No, well, I just really am more interested in their position on things, right?
Yeah, I want to know.
Asking someone what's going on in Sudan can be a very loaded question, but generally, everyone I've heard, they're against both sides equally.
That's a pretty safe bet.
Yeah.
And but that's basically what I said was like, we've been talking about both for over a year. It's just interesting that it's coming up now. It's just one of those situations because I don't think people are aware of how bad it is either. Like I really don't think they do. Because and I was like, to this day, I think we've only seen maybe 3 people maybe reference the RSF as the Janjaweed, right? We bring it up every time it happens because it's so rare, right? And that was one of the things that I brought up and was like, it's just kind of interesting that nobody talks about that it's the same people. So we'll see. So hopefully people are learning a bit more about it. Hopefully people are reading up. Hopefully people are learning. And hopefully these people aren't just sharing shit to share it. So yeah,
innocent civilians, we're going to lay down our arms. We can fucking have a ceasefire. It's not whatever the fuck you're sitting here talking about. Dude, he's pro-war. He's literally pro-war and he calls himself a progressive. That shit piss.
That's a funny joke. This is so tragic and to be hysterical.
Pisses me off.
A lot of people say Israel shouldn't do any bombing. It should be all special forces operations. And then we saw an example of that being done. Video was actually released from that being done. And some of the very same people said, no, that was also wrong to do because they're there illegally at that hospital, etc. So,
whoa, you did not. I was like, he better not be talking about the fucking hospital. He bet, like, not only that, not like that, like, not only that, like before that, like the hospital that was like actually like, wasn't it more like in West Bank where they literally dressed up as hospital workers to shoot a guy in a hospital bed?
Mm-hmm. It was two guys.
That was a special op too.
Uh-huh.
Come on, bro. The hospital is the surgical op you're talking about. You know why they had to do a surgical op into the hospital? Because, like, I mean, they totally can bomb a hospital to rubble. They totally could do that, but because it would have been really bad press. Not that they really care about bad press to bomb a hospital to ribbons. Especially they already bombed several. This was the last one. But they also got to fucking put guns in the MRI machine and be like, see, they were stashing guns in the MRI machine. Like it was a propaganda victory as well. And David fell for it.
Speak about this here on YouTube because of the fucking shit that the action they take when you talk about shit like this.
At least he's giving out takes now.
For those of you,
we did ask for it.
What he's referencing is literally a straight fucking
really what he's saying. Really what he's saying. Obviously, stupidly, he's saying that people are contradictory on their stances, saying that they are against bombing, but then when Israel does surgical strikes with teams, they're against that too. So so it's like you're against everything that happens, which is true. Many people are. Even, some people would whine about the MREs and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's true. But guess what? Those people don't have an audience of 2 million people, David. You do.
Yeah.
By the IDF, they went into a hospital and literally murdered civilians that they claimed were Hamas terrorists. And the video that he's referencing, I have seen, and the video is fucking horrific.
I'm pretty sure they were fighters, but it doesn't excuse the fact that they were.
They killed civilians too in there.
Oh, did they?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
It's Israel, bro. They don't care.
They just dumpstered them. It's like people get in their way. But yeah, like it's the two guys that they did go after, I think, were militants, but non-combatants in a medical facility. That's a war crime, buddy.
Yeah.
It is one of the worst things I have ever seen in my entire life. I can't encourage people to go and watch it, but I think that me personally, watching stuff like that is important. This motherfucker literally, I mean, he's literally pro-war. That's insane. Again, I don't know how much detail I can go into. YouTube takes an action against my channel way more than I would like them to, honestly.
They just
I don't know about that, man. That's fucking terrible, dude. That is a horrible take.
It's a mixture.
I don't know that it'll
ignorance.
satisfy everybody, Bar, but I would love to see some way of getting the hostages out.
One dude was a
mostly
terrorist,
through
the other two was
special forces type operations that minimize any civilian casualties as much.
But that's not going to happen. The IDF fucking murders.
Well,
teenagers.
Look,
they murdered children.
In David's defense, the bomb is way more likely to kill civilians. At least they can run away from the gunshots. Like if you're only using small arms, there will be lower civilian death counts.
Naturally.
They're children. Fuck that, David. And fuck you.
They do that.
Special forces, my ass. 3 teenagers walk down the fucking road they're walking down the road unarmed and fucking they don't have anything, waving a white shirt or a flag, and the IDF fucking offs them. What the fuck are you talking about? Shut the fuck up, bitch.
Possible. This is, again, if you go to Israel and you go, listen, the hostages are gone, stop trying to get them out. Obviously, no sane country is going to go with that. So I'm trying to kind of operate in reality.
Sane country? No sane country. If you're claiming that Israel is a sane country, if you're claiming Netanyahu's administration is a sane administration, if you're claiming the IDF is a sane military, I can't engage with you. I just can't. There's no point.
Yeah.
No
also, David's miscalculating here by putting the value on the hostages when we know for a fact the Israeli government, specifically Netanyahu, doesn't give a fuck about the hostages, and he doesn't want them to be freed, so he can justify to continue war.
Yeah,
that's very obvious. And David's talking about being like, you can't just go to him and be like, hey, the hostages are gone, forget about it. They don't care if they're gone or not.
No. It's just their justification. They'll find another one.
Yeah, until they have every body back, doesn't matter to them.
Yeah,
they don't care.
Exactly.
What? A few hundred people? How many? Few, not hundred, but dozens, right? So it's under 100 now, I believe, that we think might be alive. Right? That's nothing. Guess what? Guess how quickly that population is replaced.
With the Israeli brigades, pretty quick.
The caller's a little more docile.
I'm never going to get over that.
I get nervous calling in. I called it on the majority report. And
the cum squad, the cum force.
That's also a video here.
Hysterical.
80, yeah, 80 probably. I think 40, but that's just me.
On the channel, W video. No, the caller's exactly right. The caller is 100% right. They don't need to doubt themselves. Bara, I believe they said their name was. Exactly right, Bara. Good job. Yeah, you know more than David. Your rhetoric is better than David's is.
I don't know what they've said exactly, but
yeah, I mean, I doubt it.
There you go. I mean, I don't even know if I need to. I have a second video pulled up. Actually, I have a second video pulled up here.
Uh-huh.
Where's this one at? I have a second video pulled up.
My body is ready.
Me about Hamas versus Israeli terror.
Look at the dislike ratio.
Yes.
Base Jonah for having like the fucking plug-in to still show that.
So where he's responding to a caller. I feel like the caller in this video has a little bit stronger rhetoric, and I was going to play this, but I mean, I don't know.
Oh, come on.
I don't really know if I need to or if I want to now.
Do it.
You know, I think maybe they would say, we will stop hostilities very briefly if you give us, you know, a 10-to-1 ratio in exchange for the hostages, and then they would start right back up. That's my instinct. And again, I'm kind of like in the Bernie line with this. So my view on this is very similar to Bernie Sanders.
That's such a great way of hiding behind a fucking, I don't even know. That's such a great way of sidestepping your responsibility and you literally being pro-Palestinian genocide, saying, well, I'm aligned with Bernie Sanders on this. So, you know, Bernie says it, and he's one of the main progressive politicians that we have, one of the only actual progressive politicians we have. So, you know, I'm aligned with Bernie on it, you know. So
David Peckman would defend the Iraq war by saying but 9/11.
Criticize Bernie Sanders. Fuck that. Fuck that, David. That's fucking that's like some teenager shit. That's some little kid fucking you don't know. That's like fucking, oh my God. I went to a fucking, for those of you that might not know, I went to a
I did it.
What?
So, you know,
we have the like bar.
Oh, you added the plugin?
I did. So now
I'm aligned with Bernie on it, you know. So, you know, if you don't like what I have to say, you know, I mean,
then you hate Bernie Sanders. Okay.
Fuck that.
Okay.
Fuck that, David. That's fucking.
He's a fucking politician, not a god, David.
Fucking, you don't know. That's like fucking. Oh my God. I went to a fucking. For those of you that might not know, I went to a private school my whole life. When I got older, I finally started realizing I was being fucking severely indoctrinated, not only by Christianity, but also by the conservatism I was surrounded by.
Yeah.
When I finally was able to step out of that incredibly inane bubble.
Did you overcorrect?
So we can start killing the Protestants.
No, Michael, that's not what this is about.
I fucking was able to recognize the other people that were severely indoctrinated like I was. And I knew it was almost every fucking goddamn kid I went to school with. They all, any political position or opinion or whatever they held was just their parents' position just being repeated. Okay. And I'm not like,
Why do you think the Republicans are so anti-school and want to have the parents basically rule over their children?
Hey, every child's opinion is their parents' opinion.
I don't know. My mom's
outside of like specific little ones.
My parents
look,
are kind of
every rule has an exception. There are always
like the way like goblins get drawn in porn. They're all like thick short stacks.
They're not all thick short stacks.
I'm just saying. My mom, when she drives through the ghetto, she's like, like she's pretty fun. They're like, bro, my dad is worse. Like my dad yells at the TV when the sports game is going bad, racial slurs.
Oh, good.
One time, my grandma was here, right? And they like my grandma and my mom were watching Wheel of Fortune, and she said, and like my grandma said, I don't want a certain individual racial slur to win. And I went in and I turned on the TV and took the remote and said, no more Wheel of Fortune.
That's fair enough. You lose your privileges.
Yeah, it's wild. Because like somebody, I don't know who I was watching, but they pointed this out where it's like they try to act like it's just they don't like the low class type thing. Yeah. And it's not actually, but it's like a masked racism thing.
Yes.
Yeah. And I remember
if they just acted like whites, but they
no, not like that. It's not like that. No, it's more about like it's like the poverty type thing, right? It's more of like the way somebody acts with poverty, you know. So like listen, the people that moved in next door have a boat in the yard. Enough said. Okay. So like she's definitely has a very strong class divide, class centrist type of outlook. She's not outwardly racist most of the time and it's more subconscious. My dad is outward. He's like, he literally will when I needed to be driven to an appointment one time, and on the way home, he's talking about like you know what I see is black people want to hang out together. Like it's like, are we talking about segregation now because black people like to be identified like around other black people? Like, yes, black people tend to hang out with black people. Okay. Wow, it's almost like probably they don't want to hang out with you. I wonder why. But like, so she would say this all the time. I vividly remember this. She would basically be like, "There's a difference between black people and racial slur, just like how there's a difference between white people and white trash. I just don't like the trash. Why does it have to even be white trash? Just do full class divide, eliminate the racial shit from it, Mom. Like, what
it's
the
so
fuck?
Unnecessary. It's just so unnecessary.
David's doing when he says, well, that's I'm learning with Bernie Sanders on that. That just, I don't know why, but that reminds me of that. Well, we're going to try it. Okay. We're going to try it. I don't know how far I'm going to get through this. Cause Have
you seen Instagram recently?
I only follow the PSL people.
It is insane. It's just people dropping slurs.
Oh yeah, I've been getting a ton of fucking like anti-trans stuff, and then I always block those accounts, and it's always the same. They always are putting this is the Mercedes GTR description on all these posts. Like, what is going on? Like, what did they figure out to trick the algorithm to just put this thing about Mercedes in their fucking caption to go viral?
I have no idea, but like the other thing is, I will push back against these people. My shit gets removed.
Yeah.
Would they just be dropping racial slurs?
Guess what? Their content gets Instagram money.
Yeah.
Yours doesn't. Suck a dick.
And the best part is, everything that I've had removed is either advocating for people to leave trans people the fuck alone, talking about how Iran is actually the most destabilizing force in the entirety of the Middle East.
Currently.
And
like,
also,
I would have finished the video editing, but I said that before, and I didn't include currently when I said Iran is worse than the United States. Currently.
Yes. And then also the femicide things. All 3 taken down. For spam, is what they said. Also, calling out Medea Benjamin and other paid shills also gets your shit taken down. Because I guess telling people what a Medea Benjamin actually is spam and disinformation. And
I like when Pelosi told them to go back to China where they're being paid from. That was fucking hysterical. Cranky old lady.
Okay, I'm kind of over it at this point. I'm kind of over listening to David Pakman fucking talk.
Let's go back to Discord and hear from a few more people.
I feel you. We put him on the show way too much, and we always are like, God damn it, I'm so sick of this guy already.
That is sped up for some reason. I don't know why that was sped up.
The Friday show.
Probably better that way.
Mr. Mosley from Dallas, Texas. Mr. Mosley, welcome to the program. What's on your mind today?
Hi, can you hear me, dude?
Yes, I can.
Hey,
I just wanted to say you're a cuck.
The whole Israel and Gaza thing, like, how come when Hamas does kill civilians, it's considered terrorism, but when Israel does it, it's like moral,
good question,
righteous? Like, what's the difference?
A just war, sir.
Hang on. I got an answer. Okay, so what we need to understand is that terrorism doesn't mean anything, but if we're going to use it as a definition, we're talking about different types of terrorism. So the IRGC in Iran is a terrorist group, yes? Right? Mm-hmm. But when Iran kills its own people, that is not terrorism. That is state terrorism.
It's democide.
Israel does state terrorism. It's different than terrorism. The militant terrorism has a different means and goals, but both are done for political motivations. It's the political motivations behind terrorism that really make it terrorism in most cases. There is an exception for economic things, but that's more from the RoboCop era. I mean, like fucking Al-Qaeda and shit were taking hostages in Syria and auctioning them off. I mean, that was the entire GO war.
This is also why people are pushing so hard to see Palestine get a statehood officially, is because once Palestine is its own state, it then becomes, state terror still, but it's against another nation and therefore becomes a war crime.
Well, the IRGC, technically they are funded by a state, but they're not a state terrorist group, right?
Yeah, because
so it would have to be like a actual militant, like Hezbollah is like riding that line between state terror because they actually are part of the government, but they still have like that old school terrorist vibe to them. You know,
Very
it's
good point,
normally
because even
defined for when a government is killing its own people for
Yes.
state terror.
again before October 7th, because
Or just like severely sort of
Yeah, and like
oppressing, you know.
in many ways, Gaza is de facto Israel's people.
Until they get a statehood.
everyone just wants to act like October 7th was the begin all fucking for all of this fucking shit. Even before
Do you know
October
what
7th, you
the
could very
U.S.
well,
has said
like,
about why they don't support Palestinian statehood? It's literally something that, like, because if that happens, then we'll have to cut a bunch of fucking aid to world programs and stuff, and those programs
my
will fall
God.
apart or something. It's such a weird excuse.
That's so strange.
case and provide evidence as such to prove your point that the IDF was a terrorist organization that also murdered civilians.
It used again,
right?
just like Hezbollah,
Colin
they
makes a very good
started
point
out.
here. And that's the rhetoric
Israel
from
were terrorists on founding.
People on CNN,
Literal
MSNBC,
terrorists
Fox
have been
News,
PMs
Newsmax.
of Israel. The guy with the eye patch, terrorist.
It's all the same. Mainstream media coverage of Israel and Palestine is absolutely
yes,
horrendous,
that would
no
be
matter where you
state
go.
terrorism. Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Bukele in El Salvador, state terror. 100% that was state
Seymour
terror.
has just locked them all up, you know.
You reckon El Salvador, the gang crackdowns, state terror?
Yeah, but he's
Surely, right?
Like I've seen worse crackdowns coming out of Brazil. Like I've seen some brutal videos coming out of from Brazil, fucking going into the neighborhoods there.
Venezuela, would you count as state terror?
It's more of an economic situation.
Okay.
The Native American genocide in the
Al Jazeera.
Americas was state
Al
terror.
Jazeera, right?
Yeah.
Even the BBC, I mean,
Trailer Tears specifically.
More than that. I mean, so like Cornwallis, the first like actual real battle. So Cornwallis establishes a fort, and God, I forgot this name. It's like Cornhusker or something. But he writes him a letter and he says like, basically, hey, we had a treaty that nobody would build a military installation on this thing, right? Because they had canoe through the river, right? So like, so they didn't want a military installation there because it's like it's like their travel. It's like putting a fucking military base in the middle of a highway for them, right?
Yes.
So he writes them, and it's like literally like getting to the point where it's a declaration of war, and he's telling them, you think that this land, like you can just take it and makes you the absolute master. This land is mine. I have come from it as sure as the grass.
Is that where that quote comes from?
Yeah. So then Cornwallis had just come back from killing the Scottish Jacobas, right? So not the French Jacobas, but the Scottish Jacobas. So he used state terror against them to suppress them in that movement, which has also been done to Ireland, right? So Cornwallis had just done this state terror movement on militias in his own territory, and he starts doing that to, I want to say, the Wabanaki Confederacy, and the entire like northeast, like from the Great Lakes to the Finger Lakes to like into Canada and stuff, like a huge section of the Americas unites, and they all forward and go to the front to war to go fight them. Yeah, and there's like atrocities on both sides, right? But only one side could be called classical terrorism, the other side was state terrorism. And then also once Robespierre comes to fruition, that's the modernization of state terror.
Okay. And then it officially, and with the nation state and centralization, it becomes easier to distinguish. Yeah, that makes sense.
I'm not saying like even the BBC, like they're like, you know, there's nothing you can criticize the BBC for other than that, but like it's all bad. It's all really fucking bad.
Who says that?
I hear a lot of commentators,
a lot of people say that shit, David.
Mainstream media, MSNBC, CNN, that don't like the way they talk about Israel. It's not the same way that they talk about Hamas.
Okay,
it's true. Killed more civilians than Hamas.
Well, listen, there's two different things. That your first assertion was that what they're saying is that when Israeli civilians die, it's terrorism. but when Gazan civilians die, it's moral. I asked you who said that, and now you're taking a different claim, which I think is maybe one we can engage with more, which is just that there's different treatment of Israel and Gaza. Is that more fair? Is that what you meant?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, listen, there's two different things here. One is there are some media outlets that have a bias one way or the other.
Yeah.
Oh, what the fuck?
And that can explain.
That
how they
is.
covered the
Yes, they have a bias.
Israeli-Palestinian
Come on.
conflict.
He said some.
Doing calls through Discord would honestly be a pretty great way to do this.
Oh yeah,
Because
yeah.
you can completely control who comes in and out of the
Yeah,
voice
yeah.
chat.
I mean, eventually we'll get there.
That's good. That's fucking gorgeous. That's
especially
great.
if we have
News
experts
outlets have-
on, and then we can have calls for the experts.
Yeah, and just have them call in instead of come in.
No, I mean people call in to ask the experts questions.
Ah, yes.
A bias, buddy. Everyone has a bias. Okay. Every news outlet
That'll
has a
be
bias.
when we
David has a bias.
when we get an actual like sit down desk show. Instead of just a StreamYard 2 boxes on a screen.
I'm sitting at my desk.
I have a bias. Everyone watching this video, everyone watching David's video, this caller, every fucking person has a bias. And when people say be unbiased, they're fucking being stupid. Okay? If I went up,
no,
you can hold a bias while being impartial. If you can't, you're just immature.
Well, I think especially when it comes to news, that's how it needs to be done.
Mm-hmm.
up to somebody and told them to negate any and all biases they may have for the remainder of the conversation, and I would do the same, there would be no fucking conversation. You want to know why? Because it's impossible. You can't sit there and be unbiased. The only person that's unbiased is a baby that was just fucking born.
It's 5th gen when we talk about the Taliban.
I mean, bro, I mean, just like look at some of the interviews like we've done, right? So like this interview that I literally finished but have to redo 5 minutes of that will crash, but it might be out. This weekend interview with a Taliban supporter. One of the most pleasant conversations we could have, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we're sitting here talking about, oh, I agree with you on this. You know, it's really more about like this finding out where his positions are and where a common ground is. It's not like, hey, tell me your most radical take and who should die. Actually, we do talk about who should die too. Hasan.
It's just this idea that you can't be impartial is idiotic and immature. At the very minimum, that's what I would call it.
Like when we did our Haiti special, right? And because of the position that the other two people were taking, I went more stronger on a pro like barbecue position and started presenting ideas from a pro position of him, just so it would be a more balanced situation. It's called grifting, you know. All these people are already pretending to have the opinions that they have.
Conversation with you. There's no such thing as unbiased. That shit pisses me off. People are like, some news stations have bias. Everyone has a bias.
There's another.
That's another stupid ass way of David skirting around this issue and skirting around his responsibility and skirting around the fact that he is literally pro-Palestinian.
Here's our bias: we're anti-state. We'll give the state props when they.
But I also will argue. I also will still make arguments, and then you have a problem when I'm trying to argue the rationality from the state, and I'm like, we're not talking about abolishing police right now, Jack. I'm just trying to be balanced.
Genocide. Come on, David.
This also, which is that there's a difference.
You know, or you won't hear me do it is with Turkey.
Civilians as collateral damage, which is still tragic.
He is not sitting there saying that 30, I don't even know what the number is, and that is completely on me. 30,000 plus Palestinian civilians.
No, it's not. No, it's not on you. It's totally fine. It's totally fine. I don't think like you don't need to have an active up count. So like what I do is like we're in 30,000, right? Tens of thousands of people have been killed. Boom. When it gets to 100,000, you switch to 100,000. It makes it really easy.
And if it's just 100,000, it's 100,000.
Yeah, it's already too many, you know?
Yeah.
It's like tens of thousands is accurate enough, and you'll never be wrong.
Exactly.
Children are collateral.
But it's like, remember I yelled at, but I was like, excuse me, Sam Theater, the statistics that you throw out, and ever since then he's been like hundreds of thousands, if not a million, up to, you know, which is correct, you know, about this specific
than
thing.
A policy of finding and killing civilians. Now, I know just by saying that, lots of people will be furious with me.
Dude, they have been.
Also, October
Oh
7th,
my
they killed
God.
more than they killed military targets too.
Yes.
Specific units hunted down military targets.
Yeah, and then there were others that just were let loose, which I would beg to differ were the Hamas people, and the contractors were the ones that did actual attacks.
Oh, I think it's the other way around. Contractors are the
Really?
ones that went to the kibbutz. Yep.
Interesting.
Yeah, yeah. So like the specialists, the operatives are going to be the ones that are actually there to grab the hostages and bring them back.
Okay.
Right? They're the ones that are going to hit the military bases that are because the first things they attack is the police stations and stuff.
Yeah.
Right? So like the kibbutz are further out. They needed to literally hijack vehicles to get out there.
Ah, interesting.
Right? And there is video of some of that happening.
Did.
There is some of that too. But
Yeah.
they like broke through the wall, you know. But like there's video, it's an entire video of like the last moments of one of these guys who died, so they have the whole video because they got the camera off of him, right? But it starts out and they're like yelling at people on the road, telling them asking them for directions on how to get there and saying, we'll kill you if you don't tell us how to get here, that type of stuff.
Yeah.
And then it ends with them basically like they're going through some houses at a kibbutz, but they're like they're like already have shot their guns to like so people clearly know they're there. And then they start going through houses, and then literally this guy goes into a clearing, open, 4 sides, right? Fucking compass rows of opening, and he starts like yelling for people to be like, "We're gonna come get you," or whatever he says, and then boom, down. And you hear his like death rattle, and like he's like doing prayers as he's dying.
No shit.
Yeah. It's you definitely hear a guy die.
Where's this video?
Oh, I'll find it.
Find it. I kind of want to see this one.
They'll say, David, Israel does have a policy of deliberately targeting.
As I said, I saw because I sat back for months just learning about Israel.
Yeah, I mean, I posted all the footage I could find from.
Yeah, I wasn't looking at any of it.
Yeah,
so I didn't see any of that.
Civilians, we're not going to be able to have that fight right here, but at least theoretically, deliberately targeting civilians. We're not going to be able to have that fight right here.
No, it's not a fight. That's what Israel does. They deliberately target civilians. There is overwhelming evidence to support that claim.
But at least theoretically, Mr. Mosley, does it make some sense to you that there's a difference between...
Okay, this is almost done. I am moving on.
PP time.
What's next? Alex Jones crying.
We're gonna beat these people.
He's got mutton chops now.
It's been a hard fight. These people hate our children.
He's not really crying.
No.
Just take more calls. Go ahead. Who's the next person?
Terry Alex Jones has agreed to sell off his assets in order to meet the $1.5 billion defamation judgment against him and his companies for his lies about the Sandy Hook elementary school shooting. So, look, this caps off the ongoing Alex Jones legal saga. Okay, now
is that it? That's all he's going to do? Okay, we're watching Hasan. No, don't ruin the surprise. Wait. Oh, god damn it. Hold on.
At the end of the day, we're gonna.
Let's see if that fixed it. It did not. All right, we're gonna watch people.
School shooting. So, look, this caps off the ongoing Alex Jones legal saga. Okay. Now, in court, Jones dropped his petition to go into bankruptcy and has admitted that he has to pay the Sandy Hook families. Okay, well, admitting to having to pay them and then actually doing so are two different things. He then asked the judge to convert the bankruptcy into a...
Hasan was first.
The only way you can slip is if you slip on a dick.
Great opening.
Great guy beaten up for refusing to twerk in Gay City is a real thing.
Epic. I hope so.
Folks, it's like the I clipped something out of one of the episodes, and it started with Hillary Clinton. I think I messaged you about this. And I said something. I'll have to find it because it was fucking funny. But I said something about Hillary Clinton, and I fucking burst out laughing.
We're on our death's doorstep without it happening. Like, we are literally under attack, folks. So, Owen?
Well, I think if they do come and padlock the doors tonight, it'll just be the biggest news story in a crazy week. I think there's going to
Will it? I don't think so. Will it though? I'm not a drama queen, folks. We're under attack. Let me tell you, okay? We're under attack because I could not stop slandering victims of Sandy Hook. I would not. And then I did the exact same thing against the judge. The judge that was also, adjudicating whether or not I had slandered victims of Sandy Hook. That's the reason why it happened.
All right, Hasan, it's getting old.
And
Like,
if I want to
won't stop.
see somebody, how I feel at the Tyler.
It's wild, man.
And then I think after that, the next big thing, then they'll probably padlock. That's kind of how I feel.
Who the fuck is this guy?
The shift is going to happen.
Who's he selling InfoWars
It's
to? That's
wild,
what I
man.
want to know.
I love the crew.
Me.
And I'll just say that. Like,
Yeah, we'll buy
I think of the crew
InfoWars.
as like
Mine.
me. Like, that's my arm. It's like, well, this guy. I love this guy. I love this girl.
Like decommissioning the Millennium Falcon.
Yeah, it's like, it's mine. That's mine.
But they get the Millennium Falcon back eventually, Alex.
Oh my god.
I'm so pissed off. I'm trying to cry as a fake thing, man. I'm so sick of these people. All we're trying to do is save America, and they're
He has to
fucking us
announce that
over
it's fake ahead of
over
time,
and
so
over
nobody
again.
nobody
It's
doesn't
just so
nobody
sick.
thinks that
It's
he's a little
sick.
girl.
It's sick, and I don't want to leave.
This is a
I wanna
joke, by
leave
the way,
because
what I'm
it's
about
gonna
to
be
cry
over,
about.
folks. And I'll come back bigger than ever, but it's like my baby, and I'm watching them rape it because they're fucking.
What the
assholes.
fuck, bro?
You fucking pussies, man. So I'm gonna release a fucking video. I'm gonna release a fucking audio on you. I'll get you, motherfucker. You better fucking be sorry about that.
Okay, buddy.
Go ahead.
I don't know how you follow that.
Boy.
I'm just telling you, man. I am not taking it lying down. I don't know how to do it. I'm not built to suck your dick. I'm not built to. I'm built for war, motherfucker.
I'm not kidding when I say
Soundbite.
he has to be aware, right?
Hold on.
I'm not gay no more. I am delivered.
Like, he knows he's getting clipped.
He keeps
Because
on
he is a
weird gay stuff where he's like, "I'll rape you, liberal," or something. Didn't he say something like that?
I'm sure he has at
He
some
said
point.
something like about like fucking liberals or like I won't eat your ass. I'm gonna eat your asses up or something.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
that.
I've actually got a meme. I'll eat your liberal ass.
Yes, that's what it was.
I will eat your liberal ass.
That machine. This is supposed to be his weakest moment, and there's like 8 different clips in here that are just like perfect sound bites. From it's like, this is my baby and they're raping it because they're assholes, to like, I'm not sucking your dick.
I will eat your leftist ass.
That's yes.
You fucking pussies, man. So I'm gonna release a fucking video. I'm gonna release a fucking audio on you. I'll get you, motherfucker. You better fucking be sorry about that. Go ahead.
I don't know how you follow that.
I'm just telling you, man. I am not taking it lying down. I don't know how to do it. I'm not built to suck your dick. I'm not
built to suck your dick.
Still trying to find this video. It's just like, what do I even search, to get the video to come up? Because I'm like, Zionists have to be the ones posting it. So I'm trying to use inflammatory words to find it now. And I've definitely reposted. It's just like, I don't know what I've posted to even search it,
You could have just like reposted it too, not with anything. What I've been doing is I've been starting to mark tweets that I want to search with certain characters, so I can just search the character and all the tweets will come up.
I'm built for war, motherfucker. I'm built for war, motherfucker. Down. I don't know how to do it. I'm not built to suck your dick. I'm not built to I'm built for war, motherfucker. and I will not fucking bow to you. I will God damn you fucking ass.
He just wants to fuck us so hard.
I'm gonna haul him up by
He wants us
and chop his ass up. I'll do it.
Oh yeah?
My children aren't going hungry. I will eat your ass. That's why I want the globalists to know. I will eat your ass first. Well, my baby's coming to the equation.
Fucking hell. He's so clippable. That's the best part. I'm going to be sad that Alex Jones is gone.
He's not going anywhere. Come on.
So
Yeah, no,
I'll
he'll
tell
just
him,
go to the
"Oh, I
Daily
killed the
Wire
cow
or Tim Pool.
Out back, baby. Here it is, because my babies ain't gonna die for your crap. Your failure.
See, like I'm like, okay, I'm gonna type in Hamas killed
Leftist
in
ass
kibbutz.
like
No,
missed
because
it.
it's gonna be Hamas killing people in kibbutz. You know?
Yeah.
Your crap. Your failure. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I'll barbecue you.
Yeah, but he literally posted it as a tweet. You know?
I know.
Where he said, "I'll eat your leftist ass," and then he was
So
like,
funny.
"Some of you don't understand. I'm not talking about gay stuff. I'm talking about masculine murder stuff."
It was a family-friendly show. That's
Nah,
what he
never.
said when he very famously was like talking about how I'm a terrorist with an audience of pedophile vampires.
Who's up next?
All right, folks, let's go to Dan Ball. Dan Ball, go ahead and unmute yourself and say what you got to say.
Alex Dan Ball from One America News. Brother, I hear you. I'm just as
Okay.
Thank God it's Dan Ball. Oh,
Where we going, Hasan? What is this?
Beautiful. Man.
Oh my God.
To the nephew of
Is this Hasan watching Alex Jones? Us watching Hasan watching Alex Jones.
Bro, this fucking this is a CNN. There's some of the this is the video, but it's not it's got some of the video I'm looking for in it, but it's not the full original video, and it's not the part that I want to see.
Okay.
And the fucking lower third says video evidence from October 7th show Hamas tactics mirroring ISIS. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, yeah, sure, ISIS was there, but is that what we're implying? Is like this was actually ISIS, not Hamas? Like,
weird.
Think turd breath.
Oh my God. This is so cool. Oh my God.
This will literally be
probably
me the first time I hear someone talk about us. That
Huh?
actually like matters. This will be me the first time I hear someone talk about us.
Oh.
That actually matters. It'll just be me laughing at them because I'm like, you actually know who we are. Thank you.
Career high, honestly. Like that was.
Yeah,
That was
Hamas
a
made
career
that
high
his
for
like
me.
sub button.
Alex Jones
like
kn-
that's, it would be like Hasan Pekka and stuff.
Oh,
He would
that's
use
funny.
that one a lot for his sub notes and stuff.
Nody was like.
Oh
it
my God,
was-
the
oh
amount of
God, it
times
was
that
so
there's
good.
this specific video of these cars. Oh my God, I've seen that one. That's not the one I'm looking for, assholes. Oh,
I don't even.
this
I
might
don't
be
know
it.
if
This
I'll
is the
ever get this level of like excitement. I don't know if I'll ever be this excited ever again in my career. You know what I mean? It's like maybe a Trump notice.
Are you talking about Alex Jones or Hasan?
God damn, dude. I forget who it said, but you know,
Good God, Hasan.
Daymart, not as Jabez side
What
of
is happening?
not being a psychopathic conspiracy
Was that
theorist who's
just
possibly
was that 10 minutes of nothing?
disagreement.
It's
We're
a
still not
Hasan
gonna
video,
create, like-
isn't it?
No.
We're still not back at the video.
No. Anti-Kurd, Hogwarts Legacy.
Anti-Kurd?
Who do you think Operation Gladio was fucking slaughtering
Oh my God.
by the thousands?
Isn't it funny that just like clicking through Hasan, we can find a bad take? Just listening to 3 seconds clicking through at a time still finds a bad
Once
take.
again, it is born out of just not knowing.
I'm really
a
surprised
single
I haven't
fraction of
found it yet. Because I'm like, okay, I've seen that. Now there's new gore. Not new, but it's ones that I haven't seen in this current scroll.
The last great wilderness on Earth has long been regarded as a frozen landscape of minimal human interference, governed by international treaties designed to preserve its pristine nature.
A gift.
However, recent developments suggest a brewing scramble for Antarctica, driven by untapped resources and strategic significance. In this analysis, I delve into the complexities of this new geopolitical dynamics, exploring the implications for global power structure and the future of international cooperation. In the vast icy expanse of Antarctica, a silent but intense competition unfolds. Nations have led claims based on geographical proximity and historical ties, envisioning a future where these claims could crystallize into tangible sovereignty. The Antarctic Treaty, established in 1959 and signed by 12 countries, set the groundwork for the peaceful use of Antarctica.
Why is he talking about Antarctica? What is happening? Like, why is this coming up? What is Russia and China doing? Also, they're in the north, not the south. The fuck away from my territory, bitch. Fuck off.
Emphasize
Australia claims like half of Antarctica.
Okay, YouTube search stopped working. Now it's just saying
Fucking
something
wild.
went wrong, and I can't search anything.
scientific exploration over territorial claims or military
Not YouTube,
activities.
Twitter.
So we thought. This treaty now binds over 50 nations in a commitment to maintain the continent's neutrality and protect its environment. However, the increasing interest in Antarctica's natural resources, including vast reserves of fresh water, minerals, and potential oil and gas deposits, is putting unprecedented pressure on this international agreement.
Putin.
Moving into the 21st century, the principles that once stabilized international relations,
I have a
including
chair.
those governing Antarctica, are now under siege. The once solid ground of the Antarctic Treaty is eroding.
Fight
the original spirit of peaceful scientific collaboration and demilitarization increasingly viewed through a lens of a strategic competition.
What?
The shift.
I'm gonna hazard to say that this isn't Antarctica. I'm gonna say that this is Greenland, and they're trying to say photos of Greenland are Antarctica.
I mean, we do stuff in Antarctica, so it
And
happens.
demilitarization increasingly viewed through a lens of
Also, that's a C-130.
NATO.
It's got a US ensign on it.
Yeah, NATO. You know?
It's a C-130. Why would they fly a C-130 to Antarctica?
Because that's where the strip is. The airstrip is. We have military in Antarctica, right?
A C-130.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Why not?
collaboration and demilitarization increasingly viewed through a lens of a strategic competition. The shift is part of a larger global trend where the Cold War and post-Cold War treaties are being reevaluated or discarded as nations reassess their strategic interests. In this new era, treaties are often seen not as binding obligations, but as flexible suggestions, subject to reinterpretation based on national interest rather than collective agreement. Then what about the strategic and political dynamics in Antarctica? As of 2024, Antarctica hosts at least 82 bases from more than 30 countries, reflecting its growing importance on the global stage. Notably, China has significantly expanded its presence with 5 bases, 3 of which were built in the last decade, emphasizing the region's strategic.
That's epic. Literally, first picture is the one that they used.
What?
Wikipedia picture is the pictures that they used.
What'd you look up on Wikipedia? What was the search?
I just looked up Antarctica US base, gave me the Wikipedia. The Wikipedia photo is one of the photos that they used. So it could very well.
So we know
be.
they use good sources like Wikipedia. Nice.
I cannot find the other pictures, but the pictures seem to be of McMurdo Station, which is scientific exploration. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, research and support facility. Yeah, cool.
And resource value. The surge in interest is not solely for scientific research. Antarctica's role in modern military strategies, such as the potential deployment of fractional orbital bombardment system known as FOBs, and its capability in signal intelligence. Why is this important? Because it underscores its dual-use potential. Equally important, the economic factor comes to play a major role, especially when
Can we just appreciate how filthy the base looks compared to the rest of the snow? Gross.
Yeah, snow makes shit look like that.
And China's joint ventures in the Arctic, as the latter has been financing projects there to have oil and gas transported via pipelines. Historical context and territorial claim.
I found a screen cap that's definitely from it right before he gets shot.
The USSR reserved the right to claim any part of the continent, a stance inherited by the Russian Federation. This open claim policy reflects the unique and contentious nature of territorial rights in Antarctica, which are determined by an unratified but widely recognized pie slice model. This model divides the continent into segments extending from the South Pole to the borders of the nearest sovereign states, aligning territorial claims with national proximities. The resource rush in Antarctica. Well, Antarctica is believed to hold some of the world's largest unexploited reserves of precious minerals and metals.
Yeah, nobody's drilling them up. So I guess this that plane specifically is the 109th Airlift Wing, which has been the main supporter of the US base for around 33 years. So it's also National Guard. So
metals, including coal, iron ore, copper, and possibly significant oil and natural gas deposits beneath its ice sheets. These resources are increasingly attractive as global demand intensifies and existing mineral supplies dwindle or become geopolitically complicated to access. The potential discovery of oil and gas has drawn intense interest from energy-hungry nations, given the global struggles with energy security and the shifting dynamics in oil production worldwide. Then comes China's strategic expansion in Antarctica.
Look how gangster this shit is. Fuck yeah. Rocket-assisted takeoff. They have sleds. They have sleds because the wheels don't work. As cool.
I found it a few times, and I'm just like, let's see if it goes all the way. Ends right before it happens.
In February 2024, China marked a significant milestone in its polar ambitions by inaugurating the Ross Sea Scientific Research Station, known as Qingling or Quiling.
Okay, I'm bored. Watching this thing that hopefully doesn't claim us about the airbase.
And propellers that allow it to operate effectively in Arctic conditions.
That does not look stable.
Okay.
I'm way more interested in this than anything he has to say.
I found the important part at the end after they've went through a whole few homes and searched them.
Okay.
They're getting frustrated because they can't find anyone.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And
that's around yelling.
Yeah. So I sent you the video of him dying now.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
You sick fuck.
Look off. I haven't seen it. I want to see it. Let's watch plane video.
With a wingspan of 132.6 feet, a length of 97.8
Now we're just military propagandists.
7.8 feet.
What else we got? I'm actually curious about what they do here, which is why I'm doing this. This
McMurdo Station is the largest U.S. research station in Antarctica. Hence, the U.S. transports supplies to this station annually. The mission is led by an icebreaker, or cutter, which carves a way for the supply vessels to
Hamas.
Why is Cutter there?
Hamas facility.
reach the McMurdo Station.
What?
You watched the video?
No, I'm watching a video on Ice Station.
I know, but I sent you the video of the guy dying.
Yeah,
like
I'll
you asked. You sick fuck. Give your
In
tactical
2019,
appraisal.
the U.S. Coast
Give your tactical appraisal. Okay, go over everything that you see going wrong in that 40-second video.
Well,
Guard cutter pull.
They are currently weapons not raised, walking casually through a village. So
it opens with the guy yelling too. If you actually listen to the audio, like it.
Yes, he yells with his hands like this. Yes, good idea. Is it the guy in front that gets clapped or the guy with the camera? Oh, really? Okay, so he yelled out. Now he's walking. Okay, they're just chattering loudly.
Look at how open they are. Look at all the openings they're walking into.
Okay, so there's currently open spaces with 3 roads to the left and open spaces with endless concealed positions and 3 roads. And they're walking right through the middle of it. Oh, no tactical awareness whatsoever. Oh. Yep. And he's dead. Yep, there you go. Yep, that's the last breath.
It even seems like they're like, oh, is that something right there before they get unloaded onto?
Yeah.
It looks like they're like pointing at the like tent thing in front of them or something, that they might see something.
Well, the guy with the camera is moving to the left, so I think they may have been behind them.
I think that as well. Like, but it also looks like they were seeing something from the front.
Yeah, because he falls forward. So my initial thought is that he's shot from the front, the back.
Well, if you get if you get shot in the stomach, I don't think you're going to fall backwards. You're going to clench and lean forward.
True, but you would take a step back. You know, like the impact would push you back a bit. You know what I mean? Where he fell forward. There was no sort of flinch backwards. From what I've seen, people sort of take a step back before falling. I don't know. I could be wrong. It was a very interesting video.
I think he kind of just barrel rolled into it like a somersault type thing, you know, just instantly down.
Polar Star traveled through nearly 500 miles of pack ice and broke through 23 miles of fast ice to create a navigable path for 2 resupply vessels and 1 tanker to reach the McMurdo Station.
Okay.
During multi-agency...
Did you put this on? Because
no. I just put this on because I was more interested in planes than what he had to say about the conspiracy theory he has about Antarctica.
Yeah, you know, that's where the Hollow Earth is. You can fly into the hole.
It's the portal to the Hollow Earth. So I think
that's what I was saying
about the station. It's
that's
more
what
about
I was saying
planes.
about these guys, that like some of the guys that hit the kibbutz, which are like some of the guys like who were killed because they were the kibbutz defended, but also those were the worst war crimes as well, which leads me to believe that these guys are like less instructed command units that were just given a general map of the area. You know, they're either like low ranking Hamas or hired out people that don't matter to them because they don't expect them to return if they're hitting kibbutz.
Yeah. I need to.
I love this picture. Isn't this great?
Here's the video. Can you take over and I'll take back over?
Oh yeah. This one.
But yeah, this picture's fucking great. As soon as I saw this was the opening thing, I'm like, this is gonna be great.
I mean, it's like finally we're it's like it would be a nightmare if we had to like sit through this. I mean, we wouldn't watch the debate if we had to sit through it without somebody skipping around.
But yeah, because what you said, it's the British debate. It's like Sunak and actual politicians.
No, it's no. It's just the two of them. It's not like a debate.
Okay.
It's like
it's just like a discussion.
Yeah, because it's like Britain, everything is fucking terrible and like boring.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
The UK specifically, I just don't see a path out, man.
And the conversation
dressed well. The moderator is dressed pretty well.
Oh my God!
Like
shut up.
Her to build a jacket.
I have worked since I was 15 years old, and at the moment I own
What do you want, a fucking medal?
job. My children have left home. In the last few years, I found it very difficult to make ends meet, and the money simply doesn't go far enough. All I do is work to live. My food bill is nearly.
Wait, you're making ends meet? Is that some kind of weird British food? Where you eat like you use the ends of the loaf and the ends of the meat loaf as well? Like not necessarily a meat loaf, but like the deli meat. You get the ends where they have the little nipple on the end, and often it has like a metal staple around it too. They put that in the sandwich as well. It's a meat end.
Doubled. I'm in arrears with my bills. I spend my weekends back cooking, so I don't have to turn on my oven in peak times.
My AC runs 24/7, bitch.
And I'm genuinely worried about my future. I don't think you actually understand how this is for people like me. So what can you do about that?
Thank you very much indeed, Paula, for your question.
He's gonna get a big old ice cube and drop it.
Rishi Sunak.
Well, Paula, I know how much of a strain
No,
the
you
last
don't.
few years have
You don't know.
put on your family finances, the family finance of everyone
No, you
in our
don't.
country. And that's why my priority has always been to do what I can to support you. That started with bold action, like the furlough scheme during the pandemic, and more recently, my clear pan to bring inflation back to normal.
My clear pan.
And now, our economy is growing again, wages are rising, and
I feel like so this is just going to be a Q&A segment from the audience. This isn't really going to be like them calling each other stupid.
Be just starting to see the benefits of that, as you described. So the choice at this election is with my clear plan and bold action to keep cutting your taxes to give you financial security, or put all that progress at risk with higher taxes, £2,000 worth of higher taxes under the Labour Party.
Thank you, Rishi Sunak.
God damn. Dude, I can never get over this, man. The UK GDP. Look at that. I mean, it's not just the UK, like France is in the same position, but for a bunch of Europe, the line stopped going up at the 2008 financial crisis, and it just hasn't moved since then.
Hey, I wonder what happened in the 90s that allowed
There was
capitalism
just
to
this period of
explode
growth
like
from
that,
from 9/11 to the 2008 financial.
Yeah, it was totally 9/11. It wasn't something ending in the 90s that led to the explosion of that capitalism, huh? What do we think did that, guys?
Financial crisis that meant something, and then after that, imagine losing India and then they outdid you. Well, keep in mind India has like 50 times the population, but yeah, India will be a superpower though. The 2,000 pound line comes up a lot and has been completely debunked across our media today. Yeah. What is Romania cooking? Romania has been exploding lately in GDP, which is again weird to me because they don't seem to have the kind of cultural.
I wonder why. Why do you think that? Why do you think it's gone up, really sparked high up?
Clout in their area that you would expect given that. But no, yeah, look, this is 2015 right here. Since then, their GDP has doubled basically.
Monica Lewinsky is actually like cool as fuck, right? Like, and like honestly, we don't talk about like what actually like. There's so much shame on her, right? But it's like the power dynamic. Like today, nobody would fuck around and like make jokes about anything like that, but it's still a joke today, right? Like even it's like a joke to be cringe mostly now. Like that's why it's Michael Scott, where he's like, I wore a stained dress, and the next year I wore a stained dress, and he thinks it's so funny.
In just the past decade, pretty remarkable stuff. I mean, a better recovery than their neighbors and much of the rest of Europe, certainly.
She also knows like a lot about information warfare and cyber warfare and stuff. It's very interesting because she cares a lot about like cyberbullying and like harassment campaigns and stuff. She's really based. She's cool.
Been cooking. They stole GDP from surrounding countries.
Yes.
European racism.
No, that's literally they didn't exactly steal it, but like the fucking like the walls came down, these nations, they collapsed, right? So you have the collapse of the Soviet Union in the 90s, right? And those nations are then able to make a bounce back. Who's there to capitalize off that bounce back and inflate their economies to allow those oligarchs and shit to rise? NATO.
really sorry to hear the position that you're in. It must be really, really difficult on a daily basis. And there'll be millions of...
Yeah, so that's different. That's hysterical. That's not like a power dynamic. Like Lewinsky's situation with Clinton is like, it's like Me Too territory, you know? Like, because of the power dynamic, it's like abuse. It's like really fucked up, you know? But I'm sure Clinton did way worse to other people, especially children.
People watching this who feel in a similar position to you, that the cost of living crisis is really bearing down on them with constant worry. I'm not going to pretend that Ukraine and COVID hasn't made things...
Clinton is an example of what Donald Trump could have been if he just learned to shut the fuck up, right? You cannot tell me that Trump is a bigger sleazebag than Clinton, all right? But Clinton at least had a good presidency, you know, he was pretty well respected. You know, this biggest controversy is enabling the Rwanda genocide and Monica Lewinsky.
Worse, but this government has lost
more
control.
facilitating the Rwanda
They
genocide.
made it worse here than in other countries, and it's people like you that are paying the price. Because if a government loses control of the economy, as they have, it's working people that pay the price. And Liz Truss's advice:
it's not a matter of losing control.
Hot take: governments shouldn't control economies.
The Tories have had control of the economy. They've just been using it to siphon money to the elite, like they always have. It's not a matter of loss of control. This isn't a matter of incompetence.
But that's
it's just a matter
taxes.
of them like not caring about the working class. It's that simple. They could do good things if they wanted to. Like they've chosen austerity policies, as have you. You've signaled that you'll continue them.
Those actions are putting Eastern Europeans on a plane and sending them to Rwanda.
I'll judge him by his actions. You say 106 is where things get heated. Yeah, I don't want to watch the whole thing, man. I don't want to watch the whole thing.
Sunak versus Starmer, the ITV debate. The first half was dominated by the cost of living and public services. I'm just...
Well, yeah, because that's what I say to Black Red Guard, right? Where I was like, Al-Shabaab's looking pretty good right now. I mean, come on, like, think about it. Al-Shabaab's not going to lose. You know who else would be cool is the Philippines Marxists. You know, like they're like super pro-gay. You know, they're way ahead of most of the world with LGBT rights. Like, you know, that's a pretty sweet terrorist group that I could get in line with.
I would like to bring attention.
Please, an appeal from me not to speak.
I would like to bring attention to a warning.
Oh, Q. Yeah, is this Q? Talking about... Yep, so Q's been saying that the nuclear war is happening today. Yeah. Pretty cool, huh?
Fucking dying, howling.
That's not even the only post they've made about this.
Nutcase liked my tweet. Look, right here. It was this one. It says, "Attention everyone, please proceed to your homes at this time. This is not a test."
Yep, I saw that one as
my response was this.
I think Jake Hannaran tweeted it.
Yes, that's how I saw it. Fucking hysterical. What was the time code?
1504.
From me not to speak over one another. We want to make sure that everybody can hear what you're saying. That was a gentle reminder.
You guys batch cook like it's not normally heat your food. I don't think you guys understand. Heating bill, like electricity bills have been so bad in the UK that people have literally like not been using their appliances. It's a third world country over there. It's like it's crazy.
Outdated language.
And it may not be so gentle next time. We now turn to another.
Why would time of day affect how much money you spend on cooking? Do they have surge pricing in utilities? Yes, there were people who were getting billed like thousands of pounds, like an ungodly amount. Why are energy prices so high? Are they still going up? From bionic.co.uk. Energy price increased about 100%. Energy price cap. No price cap on business energy.
Europe is so.
Where was the? I saw a figure that was being wholesale electricity costs around 120.
Yes. Look at the complete and utter. Where am I?
Oh, I'm covering you. You know, it's like when you're playing StarCraft, and I'm just being like, okay, just keep producing. You know, you always want to be spending the money. Keep producing, keep producing, and you
look
keep
at
producing.
The lack of care that I have about Europe's situation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I would care. I would care more if they didn't completely fuck the entire world and actually create this problem in the first place.
My question
Womp
is,
womp.
who wants to play StarCraft 2? Do you ever even like
Pounds
level
per
up
megawatt
Kerrigan all the
hour.
way? I know you got to the Nidus
Yes.
Nexus point.
I think so. Yeah, might not have been all the way, but it was.
I'm
Pretty...
so good with Kerrigan.
Currently, wholesale electricity around 90 per megawatt hour. What's the cost here? USA electricity cost megawatt hour around $30 per megawatt hour, 4 times that price. And sometimes there's surge pricing where it's like, oh,
it's
here
free.
it costs 5 times normal or whatever. There were stories about people who were like losing
you get
their
the
savings
you get the first
because
3.
they accidentally had electricity running during this
it's
like
co-op.
sudden
You
peak
get
in
the
surge
first
pricing.
you get the first
More
3
than that,
commanders
about
for free
1.25 pounds. Oh
on
yeah,
the
true.
download.
So more like
you get the
5 times,
first
yeah.
campaign, the
Is it
multiplayer. Yeah, you get the first campaign, the multiplayer, and the co-op. 3 co-op commanders, and then each co-op commander is $5. If you buy the game, like the battle chest version, it gives you like 12 commanders, and then there's like 8 more than you can buy or something. So you figure out how to play the basic ones and then you move up. But like Raynor's cool too, because you can get to Raynor where you have the point where all the stuff that you build will come down in drop pods, right?
Okay.
And so he's got so you take like really basic Marines that are really easy to produce, and you put a bunch of barracks reactors so you can like crank out like 100 in a second, right? And then you just like, where are we going next on the map? And you can just click anywhere on the map and just drop hundreds of Marines, like orbital drop troopers, into the hell of the fucking like map. And like you can do a ton of burst damage by just having them all come out at the same time. I do that with Kerrigan too. Like I'll have all the Hydralisks in the Nidus Nexus, and then like as the enemy trigger opens for like one of the boss fights, I then unhook the Nidus Nexus so all the Hydralisks spit at the same time, and it's like a huge damage, burst damage from that.
Okay. I would have to relearn the entire game again.
Oh, you just use control.
Import.
Yeah.
It's just control map building. Press worker button.
Yeah.
Minister, the planes will go to Rwanda.
Isn't immigration good for the economy? Yes. Is there a reason to be against immigration other than racism? No.
Look,
sorry, it really is that simple.
Policy.
Like 90.
They've deported people to
you
different countries.
you buy me a car, and then you won't need to buy me any games because I can then afford them myself. How's that? Selling you on that one? Yeah.
Buy me a ticket to the US.
That won't necessarily increase your income.
No, it won't. But I'll be the fuck out of this country.
95% of the time.
And
Immigration is complicated. There are like specific that you have to be careful with it. It's a complicated issue. I'm not saying it's always simple. Like sometimes it's difficult to integrate large numbers of immigrants, but overwhelmingly, yes, having immigrants is the economically correct choice for the
He's
UK.
right,
Massively so. Yeah.
Who's right?
Why Rwanda?
Immigration
Racism.
is just good.
Literally
It
just
is
that.
correct.
So the simple question for Keir Starmer is, what will you do with people who come here illegally? What will you do with them? Well, very simply, what will you do?
Give them an education, man. If they don't already have one, put them to work. Put them bitches to work. That's what we do with the Mexicans. Oh, you want to come over to America? You want to bring us chalupas? You want to bring us street tacos? Fine. But you're going to be working for $3 an hour.
Hang on.
In the agricultural center, and your boss is going to...
Hang on. Chalupas are not Mexican, Vaush. They are not Mexican food. They are American. Thank you very much. Okay? Mexicans don't come up with the dumb idea to just take a burrito and be like, hey, let's throw this in the deep fryer for the fuck of it, right? That is a specific American thing to do, okay? That's our culture.
Cultural appropriation.
Yes.
Threaten to deport you if you ever complain about the brutal violations of working rights that you and your family endures. You're going to send 90%.
I'm the idiot here. I'm thinking of chimichangas. Let me check if a chalupa is Mexican. I don't think it is, though.
of your income as remittances over to your family in Mexico while you sleep in a dorm room with 18 other undocumented immigrants. So just do that in the UK. Okay.
Okay.
Don't actually do
the
that.
chalupa is
like,
Mexican.
I don't know.
You know what? Fuck me.
Maybe
he was right the whole time.
Let him work.
It was invented in 1895 in Mexico.
I mean, just a suggestion.
That's the first written mention.
Yeah, immigrants are crazy good for the economy, you know?
It is believed the dish originates from pre-colonial times.
So it's very Mexican.
Yeah, they are similar to chalupas. You know, like with these things that are the older dishes are similar to chalupas. Just like how like pizza kind of like has like, you know, the Neapolitan only became pizza after like we invented it. You know,
being a grown ass man from I don't know Syria or Poland or North Macedonia is coming over like a 23-year-old guy with a strong back and strong hands. Put that motherfucker to work. You getting that shit for free, dude? You kidding me? If a baby's born, you have to spend 18 years coddling the little before it can do anything. You just got a worker for free. That's crazy. In all likelihood, the UK isn't getting Polish immigrants because of economic conditions, living standards improving in Poland. Where is it currently? I mean, there's the Syrian refugees or whatever. Where's hold on. Where are UK's immigrants from? Is it like North Africa? What are we talking here? India, Romania, and China. Why Romania? Isn't their GDP booming? Well, India is not surprising. Where are all of their Wahhabists coming from? Poland cheap labor was 20 years ago.
Pakistan.
How the fuck are people getting there from China? I was just looking up immigrants, not undocumented immigrants.
What's
Let me
so
look
funny?
up undocumented immigrants.
You think I was kidding?
From Asian countries. That's very helpful, Pew Research Center. Thank you.
It's totally because of the colonialism when they divided the country, right? A lot of the like a lot of the guys who end up well, that's somebody was like that's like the joke is that literally like the team, all the guys are named Patel, right? So it's like the joke is like that they imported the Indians to like beat the Pakistanis type thing. Like it's just more of like the Indians are good at cricket, not that the Americans are. You know, because
I mean it's
whoa.
It's only there.
You don't know what somebody Googled twink for the first time. Now check out femboy next. That's better.
From sub-Saharan African countries, about 1 in 10 were from Middle East, North Africa countries. Can we be real for a sec? I'm going to be really real, and maybe people in chat are going to accuse me of being unwoke, but I'm being serious about this, okay? You know what? Let's acknowledge the elephant in the room. Yes,
okay, I'm ready
average
for it.
Immigrant from
this is
the
when
Middle
I put
East,
it on the
North
list.
Africa, and sub-Saharan Africa are probably not going to be very culturally aligned with the average resident of the UK. Honestly, they're going to be pretty backwards. I'm not going to tiptoe around that.
Man.
I'm not one of those delusional lefties who thinks if you go to the
I was like, okay, that's fair. Like, yeah, they're not going to be culturally aligned. They're backwards. That's what you went
such
with?
a wild thing to say that like he's literally doing the people can't integrate white supremacist thing. Like you realize you're doing that. It's like, well, their cultures are inferior because they don't have human rights in their country.
What the fuck?
The
like,
average
bro,
sub-Saharan African country, I'm going to walk up to some guy and I'm going to be like,
in this country,
Steven Universe,
guess
right?
what happens? Guess what happens when you have fucking Muslim immigrants in this country and there's LGBT representation around. Do you think they cry about it?
No, they probably just move on.
There's a few token ones that get clout from it, sure. Who's doing that? The people already here, right? Yeah. You think that these people are going to have a harder time integrating than like Farage? Like you think Nigel isn't a further outcasted of society than your average immigrant? You don't think he's more backwards than your average immigrant, and he's a big part of the culture anyway? It's the UK's culture that's also backward here. Yeah. The only thing stopping the integration is that type of thing. Now that said, the UK also does weird shit. Like they literally make ghettos. Like how the Irish and the Italians got ghettos. Yeah. Like they make ghettos where like there's like literally the police don't go to these places,
Mm-hmm.
right? Which partially is kind of based because that's autonomy. You know, these people are getting the freedom they didn't have in their own countries. That said, it's often gang run because of low income and poverty and things like that, and that's why police.
And also, that's probably exactly how they want it to be.
Also, it's not necessarily that they might not have set out to do segregation by design. It's more of, hey, we just built a bunch of houses and a bunch of immigrants came in from this one random country. We need to settle them somewhere. So they end up in these like, because they tend to be like new houses that are like quickly and cheaply built that they end up putting people in.
Right? Working class power. He's going to be like, yeah, man, for sure. I'm down with all those things. No, I understand. Okay. Different cultures. And I'm going to say it a little bit, you know, in a lot of cases, worse cultures. You want to see women's rights, gay rights in these countries? I'm not dancing around it. I do think some cultures are better, you know? The difference is that like white Western chauvinists think that better culture means white people. And I think better culture means willing to integrate, you know, people regardless of their color. Kind of a fundamental difference there. I think we have probably better gay nightclubs over here in Seattle. I'm just going to say. If you want to make good citizens, good UK citizens of the undocumented immigrants from North Africa, South Sub-Saharan Africa, whatever if you want to get the fuck on over there, right? Then you need to integrate them. And that means you need to extend an open outward hand to them. That's what we did with the Italians and the Irish. I mean, mostly because they weren't black, but if you want them to become like an integral part of your culture, you have to respect them and meet them at their level to an extent. You know, I do not think
the Irish were not in. No,
this is an awful
integration. You use the Irish and the Italians as an example of integration. They literally have mafias to this day because their only resort was to turn to crime because they fucking literally put signs out that said Irish need not apply. And they did the same discrimination of the Italians. People think it's because of race or anything like that. No, it's because both are Catholic. It was fucking Protestant fucking assholes who believe in a Protestant work ethic. Hasan, way better take on this than Vaush. Suck it, Vaush.
Really?
Oh yeah, Hasan knows very well about this Protestant work ethic.
Shall we move on to the Hasan one then?
Oh no, this is still funny because he's gonna say more racist stuff.
Okay, we'll keep it going.
Like right after I put it on, like right when I heard that racist stuff, I was like, hilarious.
Choose to look. I'll put it this way: people are born Amish. Nobody joins the Amish. Okay. People are born with a sub-Saharan African attitude towards like minority rights.
People are born.
Chooses that.
People are born. People are born gypsies.
Or America
Nobody
or
joins
you're
them.
like, hey, look, I disagree with a lot of your values, but at the end of the day, we're both residents. Let's do our best. I think people born into that environment, born into it, like the children of those immigrants, are going to go, I can go with my like culturally isolated, enclave-driven, sub-Saharan African parents who hate like Western degeneracy and have no fun and are losers, or I can, I don't know, top a twink. I can stop and think, or I can top a twink. They're going to top a twink. They're going to top a twink. That's all I'm saying, man. I'm not pretending that immigrating, like getting immigration from sub-Saharan Africa isn't hard. Of course it's difficult. Big cultural differences there, okay? But you can work with that. You can work with that. It's not impossible. You're assuming they won't just become their parents? I'm not assuming, I know. Because I live in America where we do have way more like cultural integration. And I grew up around a ton of young Korean and Chinese people whose parents are like hardline conservative racists and their children are chillest. I grew up in LA, man. A ton of there are so many enclaves in LA that are made up of older first generation immigrants.
In LA, there's some not nice Korean people. Okay. We know about this because they shot at the black people when the police didn't come, you know, and they're very proud of that.
They are very proud of it.
You know where that doesn't exist, though? East Coast. Our Asians are based. Suck a dick.
It's funny. LA just seems to have this problem for whatever reason. It's this liberal paradise of illiberal values.
New York's better. New York's the best city.
Then learn English as like a second or first language.
I didn't go to New York.
And end up being
totally. I did go to LA.
We have data on this. Like,
yeah, New York is like
city I've ever been to.
To be clear, New York is not a city that you go visit.
Yes,
it's like, and it may be expensive, but it's the best city to live in. Like the culture is just better than fucking LA and Chicago and all that shit. Like, you know.
Yeah.
A lot
I
of
imagine
there's just
very similar to Melbourne.
There's just a lot of integrated people, and
Mm.
like it's kind of like it makes you feel like you're in a melting pot, and I like
really
to feel like that.
I really feel like I'd feel very at home in New York because I feel like it would be very Melbourne. You know what I mean? It very much seems the same. So
they're pretty cool.
But I did like the South when I was down there. South was cool.
Towards like immigrant, the children moving towards the mean and cultural values. It happens. You just have to accept them, you know? You have to accept them. What about the Turkish TikTok guy living in the UK whose mother was secular and he argued with her? Yeah, it's me, Mario. That's exactly my point. In London, they have really regimented enclaves. They don't do cultural acceptance. People in the UK don't think of the UK as a melting pot. They don't think of it as a big, beautiful Caesar salad of cultures. Over in America, there's a lot more.
London
I know
is
that sounds
pretty
crazy because everyone
diverse.
thinks like America's the most racist country on earth. It's not, man. I'm really
You
sorry.
know,
America's
what
one of the less racist countries. And
It's
you can
actually
demonstrably prove
hang
it
on,
with, like,
it's not one of the less
It is-
racist country. It is statistically the least racist country.
Yes, this is true.
million polls where it's like, hey, how do you feel about people of different races? And America is consistently one of the least racist. And that's because a lot of our racism is baked into, one, specifically African-American antagonism, and two, because a lot of it is baked into classism. And a lot of the way we do our racism is very class-driven, where there will be racist white people who will pretend that their racism is actually disdain.
Hey, we were
for, like,
talking about this.
low-class blacks or whatever, when in reality it's a race thing.
We were talking about this,
Like
like
I'm
an
not saying
hour
it's good,
ago.
by the way. I'm just saying that like we do more to integrate people from our enclaves, you know? Man, I grew up in LA. LA has so much like LA has so many enclaves, but the children in those enclaves go on to be like regular ass guys. It's honestly really inspiring. There's so much racism and segregation in LA, but a lot of it is at like a generational level. And then you see the kids, and a lot of the kids are just like, yeah, they're Americans, man. It's good. But you need to reach out to them for that to work. You need to reach out to them for that to be possible. No, I agree. The UK is especially bad with this Hunger Master. In Canada, the term melting pot is used as a negative term. Yeah. Public education is a huge melting pot towards the mean. Yeah, it is, 100%. Let me see if I can find that. Polling, country, neighbor of different race. I think that was the question that I'm thinking of. Here we go. A fascinating map of the world's most and least racially tolerant countries. Right here. Share that answered people of another race when asked to pick from groups of people they would not want as neighbors. And over here you have like Argentina, Brazil, US, Canada, Norway, Australia, and just a few others in the dark blue, as in like very few people said that. But if you look over here, like France, racist as shit. Admittedly, right over here, the UK is also dark blue. So maybe this contradicts my narrative a little bit. You know, maybe we could describe it as a different kind of racial bias, where like in the UK, they won't outwardly say
we're making
they're against people of another race, but they still don't do much work to like culturally integrate. Also, this is from 2013, before the Syrian refugee crisis. So I'd be willing to bet in Europe these are probably worse now. Ew. How's Pakistan blue but India red? I hate to tell you, man, Pakistan's pretty bad, but India is literally ruled by Hitler right now.
India is the most racist country.
Like India's pretty bad, man. I gotta say, in terms of like national culture, I'll take China over India 500 times over. China may be more totalitarian and regimented, but holy shit, India is on their goddamn. Yeah, we'll talk about the election. We'll talk about the election. In the UK, it's less about race and more about economic refugees, asylum seekers, and Muslims. Yeah, it's the framing of the question can massively change how it is. India is the worst country today, IMO. Every time I hear anything about India, it's either them being Hitlerite or like another gang rape of a woman. It's not good, man. It's not good. It's not good.
And prosecutes another
The
countries to
real
bring down terrorist
question
gangs
is
who are running across borders. I do not believe it's impossible to bring
if
down these
somebody
gangs. What
should
they
be
won't do is
forcibly
get-
integrated into the society.
Well, yeah, that's the question, isn't it?
That's
And
the
answer
real
is no.
fucking. But that's the thing is then the argument is like, oh, they're not integrated, then they're pulls on the economy and diluting their culture
And then
type
you get child separation policies like the White Australia policy. Or
or
stolen
like
generation shit. That's what you
Yeah.
get when you
Yeah.
have forced integration. You start seeing the state steal children from immigrants. That's what you'll see. So probably not do that one, but sure.
An expensive gimmick, the Rwanda scheme. If he believed it was going to work, he wouldn't have called
British ears perk up. Child separation policies.
for an election before it can be tested. He wouldn't
What
have
if
done
they
it.
don't plan
He
on
said,
learning a
"Smash the gangs."
language that
We
can
put new laws.
communicate?
in Parliament that have now led to almost 1,000.
I don't think that first-generation immigrants should be forced to integrate at all. I think if a first-generation immigrant comes and they want to learn English and integrate into society, it should take as long as they need.
I think we should be specific here and recognize the difference between asylum seekers and people who are coming to integrate and to work because they need opportunities to work, right?
Okay.
Right.
Sure. If you're coming on a working visa, then yeah, you have to speak English. I think that's because if you're a business visa and you only speak Chinese and only hire Chinese people, I'm gonna think you're running a racket.
Racist.
No. This actually happens.
And then all the Indian people are gonna run the scam call center.
No.
I'm just fucking
What
with
happened is Deliveroo got shut down in Australia because the Indian registered drivers were getting people to come over from India working while they weren't supposed to on the other person's thing because they never verified this. So there was a big thing a while ago, only a couple months now, where this happened. There's also a lot of things with Chinese immigrants where they'll run immigration rackets or they'll run I don't think it's profiteering, but they'll like buy all the baby powder off the shelves and send it back to China.
And then they put lead in it.
Right, but they do this. This is stuff that has been documented and happened to the point where you can now only buy one tub of baby formula per person. It got that bad during COVID. They also did it with COVID personal protection equipment. A lot of stuff this happens here. So that I forgot what the initial point was, but
I want to say like New York has like we have the highest migration, I believe. Maybe California is number one.
Yeah,
and the distribution is we have less of those working like migrants that come in and like are actually like counted. They're not undocumented; they're actually counted.
Yeah,
less of them speak English than anywhere else. Want to guess what one of the top languages is for immigrants in New York?
Immigrants?
Yep.
In New York specifically, Spanish.
Chinese. Spanish is
Really?
up there with Chinese, but Spanish have been already living here for generations.
I guess business reasons, right? China's very business focused.
Yeah, there's a lot of
Chinese
people
business.
who only speak Chinese in New York.
But they could also be like temporary there just for business kind of thing. Where this is like actual racket set up to like export and import shit. Literally like extracting Australia's wealth and sending it back to China essentially.
But you also have like Hong Kong and Singapore, heavy port cities, right? And so is New York.
Yep.
I mean, even in the Dark Knight, he goes to Singapore, right?
Yeah, he does. Jimmy Lai, I think it was.
Criminals and people smugglers.
Are these gangs terroristic in any way, or are they just saying that word because it's a scary word?
Everywhere.
Do the gangs that like?
It's because they're all nurses for whatever reason. I swear, every Filipino chick that I see is a nurse.
Because they know
very funny.
They know what's a pathway to get out of the country.
Sure.
Like run immigrants into the UK, do anything.
There was a huge scandal with nurses during COVID.
What happened?
Oh, like slave labor stuff.
Oh.
It's just a scary word. They're human traffickers. Yeah, but that's not terrorism. That's a different thing. Also, they're aren't they trafficking humans like willingly? It's like coyotes, right? They're bringing people in who want to be in the UK. Human trafficking usually means you're trafficking in unwilling humans, which is a different vibe.
Serving hundreds of years in jail. Because we do need to smash the gangs. Keir Starmer voted against those laws. So as ever, you say one thing here, but your track record says something completely different.
He has prosecuted loads of actual terrorists. He mentions it later, like blowing up plane shit. Yeah, I don't know much about his prosecutorial past, but interesting.
Let him in.
You're missing an important point here. When Sunak says he's anti-immigration, he's talking about deporting asylum seekers. Kira's calling him a liberal because he allows a record high amount of legal immigration. Yeah, because that's what it is now. We're doing the same thing in America, where it's like we're treating asylum seekers and illegal immigrants the same, which is just not how it works. Please look at this. The UK is actually really pro-immigration. I don't believe that. If that's the case, why are the two PM candidates arguing about who's more anti-immigrant? Without realizing it, Britain has become a nation of immigrants. Another surprise that's very good at assimilating people. Okay, I don't believe this. Now I'll never get a chance to believe it. Also, this looks like it's narrative.
Same
bullshit,
as Australia.
You know? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Is Keir Starmer's collar too low respective to her shirt? What? No, it doesn't spread out.
I don't know why people don't realize this.
You're gay?
Fucking last night, she finally tuned in, caught us on time, almost. Well, it's almost midnight there. When am I hopping the border? I don't fucking know. Whenever I can get a flight to Mexico. While I'm there, I'll do some documentation of it,
We'll
and
take
then
you,
I'll be
take
like,
you, go through the Darien.
this is actually thinking about it now. This would actually be a pretty funny idea. Would be like, I'm just documenting the migrants crossing the border. Across I go. That'd be fucking hilarious.
Far enough. Ideally, you want a spread collar that reaches the lapel of your jacket because it gives a kind of clean, elegant swoop. You know, that's going to get the round of applause.
So that's a yes.
Nice.
Excuse
Okay,
me, can I
there
be
we
clear?
go.
That is a
Love
yes.
the UK, man. That's right. If I'm forced to by those blokes in the European Commission, I will take us out of the human rights thingy, so we can deport people to Rwanda. That's cool.
Yes. I've been crystal clear. I will choose our country's security ahead of membership of a foreign court every single time.
I mean, it makes sense, man. They voted for Brexit.
Also, I was going to say,
man, I try not.
It's very similar to Australia. Also, British is like the British population. People need to realize every Commonwealth nation can move to England. Think about how many countries are in the Commonwealth. There is a massive population of Nigerians because I'm pretty sure Nigeria was a British colony at some point, or it was some kind of deal. There is a massive Nigerian population in England. It's not massive Indian and Sri Lankan population, gigantic, just like Australia. Like, this is not unusual. I don't know why people are so weirded out by it in the UK.
To do this, but I really can't help but feel like you guys deserve all the shit you get. I know that's not fair because a lot of Americans voted for Trump, and I'm like generalizing broadly, but holy man, oh my god, you do this all the time, lol. I really hate the UK. I get angry emails about it. Goff, it was a referendum, dog. You should all like you all could have. Dude, after in a sane country, after the Brexit referendum, all of the no voters would have been like, take.
All right, we're moving on. It's on time.
I mean, I guess.
No, we'll
the
see.
The only way that he gets to the position that he
we
gets
don't. No,
to
we
is
don't have to
because
look at
the Tory
British shit
administration has
anymore.
been.
We get it. They're
okay.
both fucking annoying, awful people who cry too much.
Israel is a country that imposes segregated roads.
Oh boy,
for
here we go.
Jews and
Before we
Arabs.
get on
This map
though,
shows how Palestinians are forced.
I got a little map. It's just going to take me a minute because I'm installing StarCraft 2 at the same time.
Oh my fucking god.
So here's the map. Here we go. Ready? Boom. So this is a language other than Spanish or English, right? You see the highest one is Chinese, right? And then right here, this is going to be, this is the, yeah, well, this is the actual city. See, Chinese is the biggest chunk here too.
Interesting. What's the dark red?
Right here, Creole. Haitian Creole.
Interesting.
Haitian.
Okay.
Yeah, the little Haiti.
What's the light blue?
Russian. They're big in
Russian.
New York too. Yeah.
What the fuck? And the pink?
This is Italian here, and then there's Greek here.
Okay. That's very interesting.
And this is also the most spoken language. It's not necessarily the only language they can speak.
Yeah, okay.
Of course. So.
Just in that area.
Well, that's just New York City.
Yeah, but I mean, like each color block is just that area.
Yeah. It's
are they
measured,
districts? Are they?
Yeah, it's like district out. Yeah.
Okay.
Very interesting.
But like also if you like a lot of Midwest, it's like there's more like Indian migration in the Midwest, and like it's interesting because like you'll watch time lapses and it goes from like German to then be like all Indian and stuff, and like racists will cope with this being like this is when it went wrong, when we stopped letting the white people in, basically.
Forced through checkpoints.
Well, we all saw this coming. The Hill has fired yet another commentator that has been critical of the Israeli government.
Okay.
So Briahna Joy Gray has announced on Twitter that she has been terminated from her hosting position at the Hill's show.
I thought
Rising,
she couldn't be
Daily
fired.
Show.
She
And
said,
it's pretty
they're
clear.
just mad they can't
as
fire
to
me.
why. Now, in this video, I'm going to get to an example of Briahna Joy Gray's recent work on the Hill, as well as
you call that
maybe
work?
what triggered the termination now. So first off, the
Triggered.
announcement that she put on Twitter here saying it finally happened. The Hill has fired me. There should be no doubt that the Hill Rising has a clear pattern of suppressing speech, particularly when it's critical of the state of Israel. This is why they fired Katie Halper, and it was only a matter of time before they fired
Yeah, she sucks too.
There's her the termination letter here as well. Now, just to be clear on the Katie Halper part, Katie Halper, again, another critical commentator of Israel, or commentator critical of Israel, was fired back in 2022. This headline from Jacobin: left-wing journalist Katie Halper has been fired for calling Israel an apartheid state, which it very clearly is. The Hill has fired Katie Halper from its morning show Rising for describing Israel's policies as tantamount to apartheid.
Oh my God, it's a
blatant
morning
act of
show. That
Censorship to
explains
silence a
everything.
pro-Palestinian journalist. Just worth mentioning here. Human Rights Watch,
Rising? You didn't
other
know it was
human rights
supposed to be a morning
organizations
show?
like B'Tselem in Israel, Amnesty
No.
International.
Yeah,
have
I
all
know.
described
Everything.
Israel's policies.
Yeah,
as
yeah.
Morning shows
So
are the fucking worst.
But people don't realize it's supposed to be a morning show when it's literally called Rising, right? Because it doesn't have the energy of a morning show, you know?
No, it doesn't.
It's like grunge a little for a morning show.
Yeah, it's alt morning.
It's not like Katie Halper was just, espousing on something she has nothing that she doesn't know about. No, this is directly in correlation with human rights organizations that have also said the exact same thing. And again, this is long before, October 7th. Now,
Recovering, my man.
Also wanted to say, I'll have more to say about this, how this was clearly part of a coordinated effort on her podcast, Bad Faith. And this part is my speculation. I don't know if it's connected to it, but I recently covered this week how the Israeli government was caught secretly targeting American lawmakers with an influence campaign.
Not just lawmakers.
As Haaretz writes here, an attempt to sway global public opinion on the war in Gaza, fake accounts and sites spread pro-Israel and Islamophobic content. The operation was orchestrated by Israel's Diaspora Affairs Ministry and run by a political campaigning firm. So this was also reported on by the New York Times. Again, I covered this a couple days ago. I'll link to that video in case you missed it. But it's possible that these fake accounts still exist on Twitter. And there has been a lot of hatred thrown at Briahna Joy Gray, especially over the past week. Now, those may be some fake accounts. It may be real people. I don't know. But it's not hard to believe that because these accounts still exist on Twitter while they were deleted off of or by Facebook on their social media pages, because they still exist on Twitter, it isn't crazy to imagine that they're using this to target people who are critical of Israel on various sites like The Hill as well. Now, also, just to be clear, so her co-host Robbie, who is a libertarian, he's a right-winger. I think he's terrible, but she defends him here, saying, to be clear, Robbie did not know, has objected, and shouldn't be blamed. And Craig McIver, who used to work at the UN, recently resigned, is now describes himself as just a human rights lawyer and justice campaigner, global citizen. Replies saying, the fact that so many vile racist and genocide apologists are celebrating your departure is proof of your important impact. The Hill is the loser here. I know you're critical.
We're celebrating her departure because she fucking sucks and loves genocide.
Exactly.
So this gets to, I was going to show a couple of things.
Guess what? If there was a fucking
to this initial
genocide defender being fired who is like, oh, I love when Israel kills Palestinians and stuff, we'd be happy about them being fired too.
Sure would be.
Of the announcement, there's over 7,500 replies. A lot of them are absolutely disgusting. Like this one here. She writes, not going to platform these people except to point out that this is the tone of
many such cases. I can say this. I'm quarter Dutch.
Of the average Zionist in my mention, latent racism, fundamentally the reproach.
You mean when the Dutch left
New
Amsterdam?
So it's not surprising. I'm going to avoid saying some words here, but this person replied to her saying, so if you and your family were all slaughtered, the people of Gaza would celebrate your deaths, keep rolling your eyes. You unemployed now. Remember this, Palestinians effed around and they're finding out. You did the same, you effed around and you found out.
Okay.
This is.
I mean, that ending was pretty bad.
Very much in line with a lot of the replies that she is receiving on her tweets, and even before she was fired. Like this example.
Look, can we just let's
tweeting out here?
let's
Why
just
are
hang
wheelchair
on.
users
Let's just
catching stray? Are
acknowledge
these Zionists
something
trying to
here,
make themselves deeply
real quick. You know,
DEI.
Now with wheelchair ramp. Yep. So with her specifically, like even Kyle Kalinske was trying to fucking argue with her in good faith, and it was met with nothing but bad faith. Like,
say it again. Sorry.
Kyle Kalinske, they did the debate with her, and it was like painful because he was trying to meet her halfway, and she just refused because
and she's just a belligerent cunt of a human being.
She's just a fucking grifter type person who doesn't care. But like the issue is that she rolled her eyes and sighed about somebody saying that they should believe all women when it comes to rape. You know, that rape is taking place and sexual violence is taking place with hostages and that. And she rolled her eyes at that and said, bye-bye. Right? That's problematic. Let's just say, even if she's correct and there is no sexual violence and it's a perfect harmony world, right? You still don't want to roll your eyes and be like, bye-bye, when somebody brings that up.
No, of course not. That's a really bad look. You at least want to feign some kind of emotion.
Yeah.
At least feign it.
Unlikable. Somebody replied to her with this. DEI Barbie is one of the phrases that has, especially over the past week or so, been used against Briahna Joy Gray to attack her. It's just gross. And it really showcases the mindset of the people who are happy about her firing.
Fascist.
Now,
and
let me show you a clip.
Normal people who care about human rights.
Critique of,
you know,
I also want to be clear here as well.
There's like you know how circles like intersect, you know, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, the people who are upset, you know, intersect in a lot of circles with people who say Assad's cool.
Funny that.
So I think pretty much anyone who really, really hates the person named Assad and is against, like, you know, those types of crimes that Assad did, I think those people don't like her. I think anyone who is basically what she sees as white and, you know, under some type of oppression like Ukraine, they don't matter to her. They're not real people to her.
No, of course not.
So they also don't like her. Are those people also in with these fascists here?
Are topics where I disagree with Briahna Joy Gray, and I've not hidden that. I think it's fine to have political disagreements. I think it's also important to acknowledge when someone does fantastic work. So despite those disagreements that I may have had, or I may have
doesn't do fantastic work
with Briahna Joy Gray on various issues, that doesn't mean that her work here should be dismissed. So this is an example of one of her radars, as they're called. My last two radars have been the most popular videos that The Hill has put out recently. Both are critical of the plausible genocide being committed by Israel.
It's a deeply segregated society in Israel where 98% of Jews say all or most of their friends are Jewish and 85% of Muslims say the same. I don't think you'll hear Mar speak up for Palestinian Christians either. Remember, former Congressman Justin Amash lost several relatives when Israel bombed a Christian Orthodox church in Gaza, where people have been sheltering along with sleeping children and babies. 150 to 200 people were killed in that attack by Israel. Israel is a country that imposes segregated roads for Jews and Arabs. This map shows how Palestinians are forced through checkpoints, where they're forced to wait for hours and are subjugated to humiliating treatment. As one Palestinian doctor explained, my family members cross this checkpoint at 4 a.m., then sleep in their car until they start work at 8 a.m. This is apartheid.
All right, so that was just 1 minute of a 20-minute segment, but it gives you an idea of the kind of criticisms that Briahna Joy Gray has been lobbing at the Israeli government, the accurate criticisms. Now, again, this is what a lot of her
rolling the eyes
haters, I guess, for lack of a better term here,
yeah,
are quoting to try and claim that this is why she deserved to be fired. So I'm going to cut out the person's name here. I also have to, unfortunately, dance around the main topic of discussion here because it's on YouTube, and YouTube is known to pull down videos discussing certain episode. Let me show you just
this
one that happened.
Yeah,
clip out of context right before this. This was a long discussion where, look, I'm not going to disparage this guest because their sister's a victim, but they have clearly been fed a lot of propaganda, and just as many people living in Israel have for years, that they unfortunately have fallen under and believe. And a lot of that propaganda was being spread during this episode.
You don't need context. Why we don't need context? You don't need to lay down the context. The issue is that it's literally believe all women, and she rolled her eyes.
Yes. Any corporation is going to get rid of you for that.
Let me show you just the moment that happened.
And
right
it's
before.
the second time she did it, and something that was like charged like that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because she did it about Ukraine too.
Like early?
Yeah. She rolled her eyes
okay.
and said that she doesn't care because people in Haiti are persecuted.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, but what about? Okay.
Yeah.
Literally, peak intellectual is but what about? You're a peak intellectual. You clearly have something to say, and people should definitely listen to you.
You can always tell who grifters are because they get fired and bitch like crazy. You know who didn't bitch like crazy? Tucker Carlson.
Mm-hmm.
Tucker Carlson is genuinely that stupid. If anything, he's been worse and said dumber shit since he's been off the air.
Mm.
We will see 9/11 the second time.
You know who else didn't whinge about getting fired? Elijah Schaffer.
I wonder why, though.
Because he's an actual rapist.
Don't laugh at that.
No, I'm laughing because of the fucking comparison. What else did he do? He's a white supremacist that praises the White Australia policy. That's right. I've been seeing him praise the White Australia policy, which is just really the type of person I want in my country.
In the US as well. But we can already see in the United States, in Michigan, rallies that's calling death to America, not condemning terror organizations in Israel or any other place, in fact, is reflecting to your country as well.
I'm just going to push back against the implication that in Michigan, which has the largest Muslim and Arab population in America, that there is any threat of terrorism from our own people. And I would like to clarify also that one of the rationale that was presented for 9/11 was discussed with America's support of Israel's continued occupation of Palestine. So that's neither here nor there. I really do hope that Netanyahu agrees and Israel agrees to the ceasefire deal that could bring all the hostages, including your sister, home. And I'm sure many people watching are praying for her safety.
Look, okay.
That was the clip directly before.
Listen. It's not. I doubt that a fucking homegrown cell is going to come out of Dearborn, Michigan. All right.
Yeah.
But when you're normalizing that kind of rhetoric, you're asking for problems. Just like how we don't want to normalize things like Charlottesville, you know, and how like normalizing that caused a whole uptick and uprising in these issues of supremacy and things like that.
Yeah.
You know, so even though, listen, you ready for this hot take, right? That type of rhetoric empowers people like Nick Fuentes, right? Nick Fuentes is getting heat off of this. And I mean, like heat as in like a good term, you know, for him, like he's getting clout, right? Because he's doing an anti-Israel thing because they're Jews, right? So he's like only cares about Palestine because it's like a Jewish thing, right? So if you're already creating an atmosphere that empowers people like that, it gets a pinball effect, right? Like just because the rhetoric is advancing here doesn't mean it's not going to be capitalized elsewhere, which it has been, specifically with white supremacists here. Even if like, you know, it's like in South Africa, how in South Africa, the Kill the Boers chant and song, whatever, didn't really matter. But the rest of the world, they started using that as a justification that whites were being persecuted in South Africa to back up their Nazi bullshit. You see what I mean here? This is why I said it's a bad idea to rip down the fucking hostage posters. Right? Because then you create an image that people can weaponize.
That is being cut and shared on social media. This guest fear-mongered Arabs living in Michigan, as if that's going to bring about a 9/11 too.
She never said Arabs.
And again, this is the end of a longer discussion where
she never said Arabs or Muslims. She said there's been rallies in Michigan saying that.
So I can totally understand somebody at the end of that conversation getting annoyed at just how much she had to listen to that has been disputed again and again and again. And again, recognizing, I'm glad Brandon Gray recognized at the end there, Netanyahu is the barrier to the hostages coming home. He is the one that has not agreed to a ceasefire. Over and over again, leadership in Gaza has agreed to a ceasefire. It has been
Can I see? No, we
Israeli
cannot.
Prime Minister that has not agreed
No,
to it.
they do not show
A
up.
couple last things here, just some comments from Twitter. My buddy Mike Figueredo tweeting out, compare that number of leftist hosts The Hill Rising has fired to the number of right-wing hosts they fired. That gives you a clue as to who's actually challenging power. As far as I know, The Hill has never fired a single right-wing host.
Wow, it's almost like they're a fucking right-wing outlet, bro. You're muted.
Maybe it's because they hire psychos instead of rational left-wing people.
Yeah.
Well, here's an even better idea. Don't hire winged people.
Well, they had Ryan Grimm on there for a minute. He didn't get fired. He left because he got a better offer from like Crystal's network, right? Ryan Grimm was genuinely a pretty good left-wing person to put on there. And the thing is like libertarian compared to how far left the people that they've picked, Crystal's fine. Crystal is just like a fucking milk toast, you know, semi-progressive Biden-y is gonna be fine if we vote for him type thing. I don't know if she talks shit about Biden. Probably does because it makes her more money, right? But like Ryan Grimm is, I don't know. He's not very inflammatory with rhetoric like other people are. And then also like Sagar and Jetty was like, I mean, not as bad as anything on Fox News, you know? And same with fucking whatever this guy is. Like, even when he's on, what is the other one? The Reason TV, the white supremacist type shit, you know, that he'll also do. What did we watch with him? I mean, he's
Yeah, he was on some, I think it was Reason, actually. I think he nailed it. I think it was Reason. Can't remember what it was, though. It was weird. It was like him in a dirty room with...
Yeah, no, it's like in a warehouse.
Everywhere. Yeah, it was super strange.
Going to his point.
Okay, we're going next.
There is not an educated person on earth that does not recognize what lies in wait at the end of these railroad lines.
Watch this
or
is
who
what
doesn't
gets
recognize
claimed.
this gate.
From Daily
Auschwitz,
Wire,
which became operational in 1940, is burned into our collective unconscious. But just beyond this puny, unmarked, unknown, unremembered little gate lies the Butovo shooting range. And here, beginning on August 8th of 1937, 3 years before Auschwitz, operations began at the world's first death camp.
Oh no, what is happening?
91 people were shot in the back of the head that first day, kneeling in front of an open grave. From that day forward, there was hardly ever a day when fewer than 100 people were executed.
Hold on.
Okay, so this is actually about the Holocaust. I was thinking that they were going to talk about...
No, it is not.
Oh, it's
no,
not?
it fucking isn't. That is a church. This is some white genocide
It's
shit.
Christian persecution shit.
Good fucking
Butovo,
lord.
a place unknown to anyone who has not gone looking for it with persistence and determination. In his book, It Was a Long Time Ago and It Never Happened Anyway, historian David Satter tells of Comrade A.V. Sadovsky, who had been the head of the administrative economic department of the NKVD, one of the direct successors to Iron Felix's Cheka and a direct antecedent to the KGB and the current FSB.
It's Russia.
Speaking of the
okay.
beginning of the Great Terror in 1936, Sadovsky said all of the execution chambers in Moscow were working at full capacity, yet there
This is epic.
were more and more people to shoot. It became difficult to remove the bodies of those who had been executed without being noticed by people in the area. There began to be bad rumors and...
Hot take. I don't care.
Yeah.
Nobody should have died.
We don't care.
The executioners, meanwhile, were pushed to the limit. What went on? What went on?
The only people who benefited from that war was the United States. By the way, everybody else suffered.
There was no time to wash away the blood in the basements. There were brains on the walls. But people kept coming, and it seemed like the shooting would never end. I did not know where to send...
This is so weird. Why? Why? I just...
So don't say Christian persecution when it was. Okay. We didn't acknowledge it wasn't. We never said it wasn't
the
Christian
corpses.
persecution.
Everything was filled. Everything. So Butovo not only became a mass grave, it became a killing field as well. Here's David Satter again. At first, the local people did not pay much attention to the shots from the Butovo firing range.
It was a historian. It was just a historian talking about it.
Okay.
They assumed that exercises were being conducted. Soon, however, an atmosphere of fear settled over the area. People on their way home were passed by black prison vans. They began to hear strange sounds. A muffled woman's voice shouted, "Don't do it, don't touch me, I have children." Sometimes there were distant screams. There was the singing of the Internationale, interrupted by shots. Cars raced down neglected forest roads, sometimes a dozen at a time. People stopped speaking of their foreboding even to one another. Children were forbidden to walk past the firing range, which was surrounded by barbed wire. And all of that happened right here, right at this gate, right here.
Right here, right at this gate, right here. That's what I'm talking about, bro. That's what I'm talking about. I was like Mazdas and shit, like fucking. That's the price that I'm looking at. Fucking $5,000 car, between 5 and 7. You know, like those monthly payments, like how low can I get them, and then also the insurance on top of that, and like
also Mazdas, great cars.
Yeah,
you cannot go wrong if you're buying a Mazda, a Ford, or a Hyundai. You're pretty much, or a Toyota. You're pretty much good.
Yeah.
They don't really fuck around, those cars. What you shouldn't buy is a Chinese car.
Well,
they
there's
may
no
be cheap.
Chinese cars here.
I know, but they may be cheap, but they're cheap for a reason. You're better off buying a second-hand Toyota for the price of a brand new Chinese car than you are buying the brand new one. So, yeah.
And La Fortovo usually arrive between 1 and 2 a.m.
Yeah, do your research.
The terrified, confused faces were checked against files containing their photographs. They then had their hands...
So it has this Empire of Terror thing up here. It must be a whole anti-Soviet.
Yeah, I'm still worried about them claiming this because it seems like something they'd claim.
We'll see.
Tied behind their backs.
I don't know. There really isn't much to this. Like, look, right? Picture, right? Recycled picture.
Yeah.
Holocaust picture. Some other stuff. Some recycled pictures, you know, and some Putin footage.
So when we say that something like 100,000 people were murdered in Moscow alone during a half century of terror, does it help for me to say that number, 100,000 people, is Burbank, California?
What is the point of this, though? Why even make this
There is not an
comparison,
educated person on Earth that does not recognize what lies in wait at the end of these railroads.
Why make that comparison?
You know what Auschwitz looked like, but look at this dinky church that we barely have any photographic evidence of and a historical record of. You know, like Auschwitz, they actually, you know, you can see it. It's like, it's powerful. The photos are, this is what we got from this one.
That's it. Cool. What did you say its name was? I still couldn't get it.
Unconscious. But just beyond this puny, unmarked, unknown, unremembered little gate lies the Butovo shooting range.
Butovo?
And here, beginning...
Butabo.
Butabo?
Butabo.
Butabo shooting range.
It's because we have nothing but car infrastructure. You know. I also I put on mileage fast for cars because I fucking will go around the country.
A long way. Yeah.
I'll go around the whole country with them. That's another thing is like the gas for like I found like a really shitty Saturn. Oh my god. Like I always it was such a pain in the ass to drive because it's like you could barely see out of it. The headlights were dim, and then everyone else, their car would literally their bumper would go through my fucking skull if we got into an accident.
Oh.
Right. And so that means the lights on the other side of the road were always in my face, and I normally am driving at night because there's less traffic, so I can make better times.
Okay. So far, I have found 0, and I mean 0 results about any shooting, murder, massacre at any church in Moscow. Let's try World War II. World War II.
You gotta look up it was before World War II, wasn't it?
Katyn massacre. No, he said before Auschwitz. So when did we find Auschwitz? There's 44, 42,
World War
43.
II.
Anybody chat?
World
When?
War II.
That doesn't help me. I need year because he said 3 years before. I think it was like 43, 44. I got the Katyn massacre, which I don't think.
Moving on. Come on.
Okay. So
blah 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 blah. More clicking.
Provide more evidence, please.
I'm sure it's happened, but
Until then,
move on.
I don't care.
Don't compare to Auschwitz. The end. Goodbye. Move on.
There are big wheels. I'm going to show you the inside of this vehicle. You're going to have cloth
Looking at
seats,
Mazda.
and you're going to have a lot of leg room from the people right here and for the people.
Can confirm these cars do not have a lot of leg room.
Yeah.
You do not want to be over 6'2".
I got leg.
Right here. Now I'm going to show you something that I like. Let me see the
I
camera.
can fit in backwards.
You're going to have your cup holders and your CD player right there. And you're going to have a small compartment right here.
Filled with
And
trash.
as
You
well,
couldn't
I
fucking
can hear
take the
you.
trash out of the
Your
fucking
keys.
compartment before
I'm
your
gonna
video.
show you the inside in just a second.
In just a second. Have you noticed the inflection or
So
the?
this is the back of the car. And I'm going to open the trunk where you can look at it.
Crazy.
Let me show you how to open the trunk.
Show us, please.
There
The car's
should be
dirty.
a button right here. I'm going to click on it. And I'm going to show you the space.
Those are just sparkles.
So pretty much this is the space that you're going to get in the back. Your mats are right here. So this is what you're going to have. You're going to have a kit. Instead of a spare of tire, this
You know,
is
else you
what you
get
get
a
for
spare of tire.
So this is what you...
And then you can also have this
Hi,
in the
this is
MX-5.
Crystal Gomez from Jeff Has Mazda. This is the Miata. You can fit a small person inside, and I'll show you. Let's close this trunk.
And she was never seen again.
Oh God, no.
Oh, the keys are in there with her. What are we going to do?
Surprise!
Anyway, that was...
I'm 14. Buy my Mazda.
I am so confused.
Are you going to buy it?
I do want an MX-5 actually, but no. They're
You
very
can put-
expensive.
what if it
and I
comes
am
with her
poor.
in the trunk?
Yeah.
Bro,
deal.
gross. She's like 12.
She's selling cars.
It's 8 years ago, so...
Okay. What?
She's like
have
the
we
speed
not
racer
done?
monkey.
Ride month code. That's right. Where? Here.
Speed racer.
When is Father's Day?
Usually June 14th to 18th, right
It's
in
in
that
June.
window.
Okay,
No,
it's
it's
in
this
June.
month.
That's right. So check this out. Fathers
They're
get
great.
one
Does he
day.
have a
Mothers get
does he have a
one
small person in the trunk though?
Yeah. Did he have a small person in the boot?
day. Gays
Gays
get
get
a
a
month and many other uncle gay days and all this other stuff that you
Wow.
have.
Hey,
You're
David.
wondering-
Hey, David. Hey, when were people killed for just being dads here?
Mm-hmm.
Huh? Huh?
This good question.
Father's Day, fuck Father's Day. If anything, you should be arguing that Father's Day sucks and it should also be Mother's Day and mothers should get 2 days. Go fuck yourself, David, misogynist.
I support this.
Getting rid of Father's Day. Oh, I got another shitty tie and a pen. Fuck Father's Day.
Little break
Fathers
from-
need to be more mothers.
Mm-hmm.
But we're back. Today's June 1st, first day of Pride Month. So we're going to a Pride event in LA today. But right now we're visiting Security Shea because the security vest you guys ordered him came in the mail. So whatever.
You're gonna
Any-
wear? Are you
right?
wearing a
And she's-
security? Oh, thank God, he's not wearing a security vest to Pride.
Why?
It would just be cringe.
Okay.
Cool.
Did you see the video about there's like a bunch of it's like a bunch of white people and they're like out protesting and the lady comes up and starts putting sunscreen on them because she's like, you people are gonna die from sun poisoning, and they're like they do not look good. Like it looks like a good, the bad, and the ugly type situation where he leaves them in the grave with no water.
Well, also, if I do move to the US, I'm going to be moving to probably Georgia or South Carolina. So I'd probably get an MX-5 just to go to the apps, drive the mountains. Fuck yeah, that'd be sick.
Good luck in the snow.
There's no snow there.
Yes, there is.
If you use any kind of
I won't drive it in the snow.
sin, it's pulling the gold out of someone in the midst of their sin struggle and saying, hey, listen, come, there's more for you. I'm excited. Definitely feels good to be back in LA. And feels good to be encouraging you guys with the videos. And what do you think about Jesus?
Jesus, I'm not an active...
Is that what you expected?
So what do you think about Jesus? Look how he says it. Jesus.
Also, look at his fucking shirt.
I heart Jesus.
I only put this on here because it was preaching the gospel during Pride.
So we can start killing the Protestants.
No, Michael, that's not what this is about.
I'm not active in religion, but I do respect the people's religion. Yeah, I believe it's great that there's a lot of people in this world that look up to a higher power, and I really respect that. You know, it gets them going, waking up every single day. It gets them going and motivated.
Have you ever heard the gospel before?
Gospel, no.
No, can I tell you the gospel really quick? It's super simple. Well, Jesus was perfect. I'm a Christian. As Christians, you believe that Jesus was both man and God, and there's sin in the world, wickedness in the world. I mean, you live in LA. I bet you see some craziness in LA. Like there's sin and wickedness here, and sin is what separates us from God. Sin is what separates us from God. And Jesus Christ, being God, came down to earth as a human being and lived on this earth as a perfect human, but also being 100% God. So that when you go through things, Louis,
when you're
there's no one
tweeting
better
about,
that understands
damn
you than
bro,
Jesus,
that's gotta
right?
be like
And Jesus
the
died on the
gayest
cross
shit
because,
I've
because
ever
of sin,
heard.
we deserve death.
I know, I cut off your soundbite.
When you're tweeting about we don't need gun control, we need cracker control, are you meaning we need to get the white folks under control?
But Jesus died, and if we believe in Jesus, the Bible says that if we confess with our mouth and believe in our heart that Jesus Christ is Lord, meaning that he's God, Jesus Christ died on the cross for everyone's sins, wickedness, my wickedness and your wickedness, Jesus died for.
We did it! He died! All right? We died! Why do we need
I do not understand it. It like hurts my brain.
This is the part that you need to repeat 6 times that he died. Everyone knows that. The one thing people will know about Catholicism is that Jesus was crucified for sins, okay? Shut the fuck up.
Death. And so when I gave my life to Jesus 3 years ago, I had to surrender to Jesus and say I was tired.
At least have some humility.
To live in my way, because I had tried living my way for so long and it never worked. And so I said, God, I'm going to live for you. And that comes with not just believing, but repentance. And repentance sounds...
I'm not gay no more. I am delivered.
When has that soundbite been more perfect than right now?
He is so gay.
Repentance means to just change. I was someone who loved myself and would put other people down to make myself look good. And when I followed Jesus,
inside me.
Jesus had to change the way I viewed people. And it's actually, no, I'm going to love everyone and put everyone before myself. Does that make sense? And so when we believe in Jesus, it just says, I'm going to put myself aside and I'm going to exalt Jesus. Can I pray for you before you leave? Would that be okay? Can I put my hand on your shoulder? Yeah, Jesus, thank you for Louis. Thank you for a great conversation. Jesus, I pray that you reveal yourself to him in dreams and visions. God, will you just send people, Louis?
The people are too nice to be like, get the fuck away from me. No, don't fucking touch me. It's like you just sat here speaking at me.
I hope that hope this guy goes, okay, so now it's my turn to preach to you. You know? And then boom, dicks and mouths. Listen, it's not gay to suck a dick. Am I a chef if I cook an egg?
Jesus, we thank you for Louis. Thank you for his kindness, and we bless him in Jesus' name. Amen. 3 years ago, I'm from Georgia, and I struggled with anxiety and depression, and I just came to Jesus with my junk, whatever was in my life. And I said, Jesus, just this broken heart and this broken mess. And I was like, Jesus, you do with it what you can. And Jesus changed me. No one forced me to change. No one did anything. But when I came to Jesus, he changed my heart. And so I think that's incredible that you're open-minded.
This is weird.
And if you check out...
This is very weird. I'm so sad.
Jesus. I think if you're just like, hey, Jesus, I don't know much about you. I know what everyone else says about you, but I want to know who you actually are. It's kind of like you. You know, people can tell me who you are, Louis, but only I'll know who you are if I talk to you.
Why do they always say your name? That's what I don't understand. These people will always like say your name back to you multiple times during a conversation. I know what my name is. Thank you.
It's a sales
And so people can tell you all about Jesus. And some people will represent the real Jesus to you, and some people won't. But if you want to know who Jesus is, and you ask him, the Bible says, if you seek me and find me, you'll seek me with your whole heart. And if your heart really wants to know who Jesus is, he'll
He wants to go. How much? Finally. Oh my God. No fucking way.
I know more than you. What's your definition of love?
Love is acceptance, it's peace, it's communication. It's kind of hard to define, but I think definitely acceptance is a big part of it.
And acceptance as love, where do you get your definition of love?
I'm trying to get the music as low as possible.
Yeah, because I mean, if he's not.
What do you think about Jesus?
Huh?
He's gay.
Actually, it doesn't matter because they're not going to take the money. Fuck them.
I think the concept is really great. I feel like having him die for our sins and having him accept everyone and it being a benevolent God, I think that's really important.
Yeah. No, what do you have any?
Do you think he only has 3 people that he spoke to because only 3 people would speak to him?
I think he was scared to get closer.
History with Jesus, or
personally, I'm very spiritual. I feel like the universe. I feel like our place in it is kind of more of my spirituality.
Okay.
I try to respect everyone and everything. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I totally.
When he says that, when he says I respect everyone and everything, it means don't try to push your bullshit on me, please.
Yes.
You know, it's like, so this, because what you have to understand is that they think they're selling you something, right? So they think your soul being salvation is a profit onto their soul to God, right? They think that this is their duty and like this is their purpose. It's done as a sales pitch, right? So just like how you really have to be forceful instead of nice with these types of salespeople and be like, do not call list and shut up, you know, just do not call. Boom.
Yep.
Right. That's the thing, is people are just like, they're going to sit here and they're going to imply that they don't want to do this. And because they're not actively giving, I don't consent to this, please don't do this, then they're just going to keep doing it. See, they're perverts for Jesus.
Really bad anxiety and depression, and I had this hole in my heart, and I tried everything in the world to fill the hole in my heart. And for a
the hole in the heart is such a fucking Christian preachy thing to say,
isn't it?
Oh my God, the amount of fucking
the
amount of fucking ex-drug addicts who wanted to preach to kids at the skate park to say, and I had this hole in my heart and nothing would fill it. I tried to fill it with drugs. I tried to fill it with sex.
Yeah, I didn't think you'd be getting a free beak washing, did you, buddy?
And so I was trying everything, and I was working so hard to fill that hole. And I looked into all these other religions, and I thought, okay, all these other religions say, you know, work to do good, do good, do good, do good.
I kind of just want this dude in the furry mask to be like, are you
what religions? What religions said
doing?
Work to do good? Right?
Yeah.
None of them. This dude is a fucking prot. A filthy prot who thinks that it's all about the work ethic and the white race, okay? That's what's going on here. You didn't read no fucking Buddhism, okay? Buddhism don't say that kind of shit in there.
So we can start killing the Protestants.
No, Michael, that's not what this is about.
I just thought, man, if I can't even work to fill the hole in my heart, how can I work to perfection? I had an encounter with Jesus, and Jesus showed me that I actually didn't have to work for perfection because perfection, who was Jesus, died
But
for
I'm
me.
trying to
And so, you
figure
know, you live
out
in LA, there's
how we
wickedness all
get
in
them
LA.
to have
Racism is in LA.
Pokemon go to the
Sin is what
polls.
separates us from
Weird
God. All God
encounter that
wants is a
Jesus would tell you that.
This is so strange.
Relationship with us. That's all he asks. Like me and you becoming friends. He just wants a relationship with us. But sin, ahava, it's God's love. It means to lay your life down. My original way of thinking wasn't right. And when that you introduced us together, God, I thank you that you allowed us to meet. Jesus, will you just reveal yourself in
is
dreams
strange.
and visions? God, will you send people to represent your love to him?
Don't fucking touch me.
Please clap.
I did like.
No, he's
Don't
just
fucking touch
Protestant.
Jesus, I thank you for his kind heart, and I thank you for his mercy, God. Will you
Now
continue
I'm
show
going to
me
vote
grace
for
and send
Donald
people this
Trump
way
so
to
he
represent
kills
the-
all you.
Part of the Father to him in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
I appreciate you.
Amen.
I appreciate you so much. You're amazing. Thank you, Shaka. Do you follow Jesus?
I used to be a big devout follower.
Okay, we don't need a third one. The furry was enough. Let's move on. Let's get some more pride, Cope.
Just in case you haven't heard, it's Pride Month. That time of year when people's personal sex lives must be celebrated.
I honestly
seemingly at every store, in
haven't
every
heard
city,
it
online.
from really anyone in the gay community. Really, I've seen some people be like, "These are my flags" on Twitter, right? That type of stuff. The only reason I know I literally would not know if it's Pride Month if it wasn't for Megyn Kelly people.
And you name it. Here's the Naval Special Warfare Command, which oversees the Navy SEALs.
No.
Yes. You know, the guys who go on missions to do things like kill Osama bin Laden.
No,
the
Navy's
gay.
Whoa. The guy literally made a joke about the Navy being gay by singing the Village People song. You know, in the Navy, you'll get fucked in the ass. That's how the song goes.
It's Dave Rubin.
That's how the song goes.
It's Dave Rubin.
You'll get fucked in the ass in the Navy.
YMCA. It's just the same as the Navy.
They're reaching out to celebrate Pride Month. Okay. And of course, there are all the parades. Nothing says pride quite like strutting around nearly naked at times in front of young children.
Damn
It's so fun to
straight.
show off your
They're
private
blurring
parts
them.
to the youth.
They're
And it's not
blurring
just private
them.
citizens.
Amazing.
It seems the FBI is getting involved now, not to police things. It would be nice if
Wow.
we had their help
It's
on those
almost
things.
like they're trying to recruit people
Yes.
by showing that they care.
I say this for everyone in the back. ACAB includes gay cops.
March in the Pride Parade
I
while
don't
wearing
make the
FBI.
rules. The only thing it doesn't cover is dogs, because dogs have no choice in the matter.
Gear. The Daily Wire's
My
Matt Walsh
brother-
has a great
this
piece.
is
It's behind a
Tara.
paywall over at Daily Wire, but it's well worth your time. Pointed this out. This is the same FBI that's launched investigations
was that a
into
thin blue
parents.
line pride flag? Can we go back to that? Is a thin blue line pride flag.
Oh my god.
Well worth your time. Pointed this out. This is the same FBI
Right.
that's launched investigations into parents
No.
who worry about indoctrination
Yeah, that's bad.
in our schools. No wonder they don't like these parents. They're the ones out on these gay pride parades showing their fannies. And speaking of children,
Showing their
not only is there
fannies.
drag queen story hour, but now popular YouTuber Ms. Rachel, this is another thing Walsh is going off about,
You
who
can
makes
call me whatever
videos
the
for
fuck you want.
babies,
At this
wants
point, I don't
conservative
give a
parents to know she's about love. And if you don't agree with her, well, she definitely doesn't need you.
Pride
Okay.
to all of our wonderful families
Yeah.
and friends.
No, we don't
This
need you,
month
though.
and every month. I
Goodbye.
celebrate you.
Bye,
I'm
Megan.
so glad you're here. I'm so glad you're exactly who you are. To those who are going to comment they can't watch the show anymore because of the support, no worries and much love your way. God bless. I am not chasing fame or views. I'm standing strong in love.
Oh my Lord. She reminds
Oh my
me of that little,
What?
that
What
little
show?
Ruby. What's her name? The one who
I don't know.
She had a show.
Why are you
Miss
gay?
Rachel? I don't know.
the mom died. She had the boyfriend kill the mom. She was Munchausen's by pride.
All right,
Like what?
let's
Their
get
heads.
Dave Rubin.
They're at the
Come on,
pride
let's go.
thing, but then, they don't really like the gays in Palestine. Dave Rubin, make it make sense.
The village people are fighting jihadists on the street of Philadelphia. Like, what has happened here?
No.
They needed the FBI.
Do you remember that
That did not happen. The village. That
video?
is not what. That
like,
is a
that was
mis-
one of
Nope.
There
Nope.
you go. So it was Miss Rachel. So it's a kid's show, I guess. I don't know. Never heard of it. It's probably some Protestant thing.
Go to tree jail!
Tree jail for you!
the first viral videos that ever went. This is from 15 years ago or so. The little kid coming back from the dentist. I think his name was
Yes,
David.
he was all high.
he was
Name it
all high,
after
he's laying out
dentist.
there,
That
and
was on Bin Laden's computer. That was on Bin Laden's computer, Dave.
Was it really?
Yes. You think I don't know what was on Bin Laden's computer? Come on.
That's
So the
amazing.
kid coming back from
Wait, can we look at this little Megyn Kelly animation?
Uh-huh.
We should get you doing one of
the
these.
dentist. I think his name was.
Yes, he was all
And
high.
he was all high.
It's the
he's laying
Megyn
out there,
Kelly
and
gremlin. Watch out, she's gonna steal your socks.
The bothering is like, is this real life?
Can we talk
That's what I
about
think
what the
basically
fuck
every day.
is
Like,
behind them?
I have no idea.
Like it's some weird, like Thomas the Tank Engine that's really high on ecstasy. Like, wait till
You literally have jihadists on the street fighting with people dressed up like the village people. And to me, I'm basically like the scientist at the end of all the Godzilla movies when Godzilla's fighting the other big monster. And let them fight.
Yeah,
let them fight.
go
You guys,
for it.
At the end of all the Godzilla movies that happens, what is that thing? What in the Blair Witch Project is that thing?
For Palestine is very different than Palestine for gays. And if you idiots didn't realize what was going to happen here with your intersectional matrix that you all thought it was going to be the bunch of transformers that come together to build a great robot, and this thing is going to collapse.
Palestine hate gay people? That's why you should support genocide, because they hate you. Unlike me, I don't hate you or wouldn't genocide you at all.
That sounded facetious as fuck.
It was, because the same people who would literally kill gay people if they could are the ones who make that dumbass argument. Be like, don't you know Palestine hates you because you're a homosexual? Yes. I don't care.
And we're watching it happen. But you know, Miss Rachel, so you know, we've got two young boys.
Why is you talk like that with the little hands? Just like the little...
Is this what they're talking about?
Yes.
This is jihadis fighting the gays.
Well, see, pro-Palestine people came out to interrupt Pride because they're like, we can't be, there's no Pride in genocide, right? And then they basically all joined together and they said, we're going to vote for Biden now. The end.
I'll send you some funny Miss Rachel videos that are not appropriate for the daytime things. The people, because people like take the things that she says to kids and they put them out of context. But anyway, we don't do any television with our kids, except for the first few months we did do Miss Rachel. And Miss Rachel, and it's because it's actually, she doesn't do a lot of crazy jump cuts. It's so you can see it's thoughtful.
Really large dick. Your peepee is gigundo.
Dave, why are you showing that with kids and putting that in the context with the kids? Fucking weirdo.
As it pertains
hey,
to speaking,
we found the pedo gay that they're always talking about, huh?
Thoughtful what she does, and she's a child educator, so it's not just like putting them in front of like Blue's Clues and they're slammed with insanity.
So I loved Blue's Clues.
We stopped anyway. Like 6 months ago, we were just like, there's just no need for TV altogether, so we don't do anything.
Megan's like, I love Blue's Clues, and Dave is like, shut up, Megan. Blue's Clues is insanity.
We hate Blue's Clues now. Fuck that dog.
We got to save time at the end for Dave Rubin talking to Russell Brand on that Sam Cedar clip. That's a good finisher.
Okay.
Now that I think about it, but like we got to get another gay panic thing in here at least before.
I've got 4. I've got 4 of the gay ones.
Okay.
We've done the British.
How the fuck is Dave Rubin a thing? Did he win a contest or something? Well, you can thank Junk for that.
Yeah, Dave Rubin is the right wing's token gay. They parade him around. They really do parade him around. I swear he wants to be though. He tries so hard. It's just like Blair White, but I think they actually like Blair White. I don't think they like Dave because he tries so hard. And they
like, bro, when he had like surrogate kids, and they're like, "You're a gay who's gonna have children."
You
so long, gay Bowser.
You did this. You stole their child. Why would you do this?
Why you're a homo that steals babies?
Like it really doesn't make sense why he tries so hard. Just be normal.
And we talk about what the sounds that the animals make. But anyway, to watch her now go in this route, it makes no sense because her videos are not that have any cognition as it would pertain to gender or sexuality or anything. It's not even for 5-year-olds. It's for 2-year-olds or 1-year-olds. So the idea that she felt that she had to put this video out shows you once again, the woke virus destroys everything. And then what she did, you smirked at her.
Wow, she said that she doesn't hate gay people. Let's cancel her. Can't show her to our children now because they're going to learn to not hate gay people.
Beat that little black and tans. Oh, God.
You're muted, buddy.
We got chapters. Okay. So this is a good one. Live stream. The Pride is 20 minutes long. That's fine.
Okay, 5 headlines, huh?
Are you still struggling?
Hold on.
So June is upon us, which means that the government, media, political activists, and major corporations have all collectively decided once again to spend an entire month celebrating one of the 7 deadly sins. Fathers, mothers, veterans, fallen soldiers all receive just 1 day on the calendar
Here we go.
each. But
Is this
people who are
is this
proud of
their
their
running narrative at the moment? Is this they get a whole month? We
Oh, that's
only
the
get
sweet
a
release
day?
of death.
sexual activities are awarded 4 weeks of nonstop attention on top of all the other.
Did you cut the second part of that one as well? Do you have that as an individual soundbite?
What?
The 1,000 cuts of a mighty oak.
I mean, I could switch it for that one.
I think
You
you should switch it. I know I said the shorter one, but I think we should switch it.
Other various days and weeks that they've earmarked for themselves. And the point of this all-encompassing production is to browbeat you into submission, to force you to join the celebration, whether you want to or not. Now, as anyone who was alive a few decades ago,
No, you actually don't have to.
Our country wasn't always like.
Actually, I don't even think all 50 states have pride parades at this point.
No, I think they've actually stopped them in red states.
It's almost like we have autonomy here, and like you can choose your government to oppress the gays if you want to.
Crazy, right?
Oh, that's the sweet release of death. Yeah, evisceration by 1,000 branches of a mighty oak.
And that way, I think we can stop it if we only want the short one. Because when you stop it, does it reset itself, or does it only ever play from the middle?
Well, let's check.
Oh, that's the sweet release of death.
All right.
Oh, that's the sweet release of death.
Excellent. Okay.
Like this. Every aspect of these festivities is artificial, which is why every year the facade becomes a little more obvious, even to the most oblivious among us. It's a bit like that old story from the Soviet Union where nobody wanted to be the first person to stop clapping for Stalin. So everybody just clapped indefinitely. And then inevitably,
Pride Parade is like Stalin clapping for fucking Stalin. Pride Parade is when clap for Stalin.
Please clap. A lot of trouble. In that case, called the Gulag for like 10 years or whatever it was. And something like that happened over the weekend to the luxury car maker BMW.
Okay.
Now, this year, as they've done every year in recent memory, BMW dutifully changed its official profile picture on social media to reflect the gay-friendly colors. But at the same time, BMW very conspicuously did.
Dude, is he going to do the Middle East thing? Is he going to do the Middle East meme? Good lord.
Bro,
Oh
I
my
literally, so like before I just made the logo by hand really quick and shitty, I checked it like Pride logo converter, and the first website, it was literally like, you could download it from all these countries, but only the countries that allow gay stuff. And they had Russia in there where you could download it, but it would just be the same logo you just uploaded and
That's
shit.
hilarious.
So they had those other countries in there too, but none of the fucking clicks worked. It's probably just a scam thing to like get data on your company or something.
Yeah.
Didn't
You know
change
who
its
else gets a
profile
whole
picture
month?
in Middle Eastern countries at all.
You know, crazy Dave. Hey Dave. Hey Dave. No, not Dave. Matt. Hey, what's Lent? What's Lent, Dave? Is that a thing? How long does that last for? That Lent thing y'all do, where you can't eat the fish, or you can only eat the fish. What do you little F slurs do?
Just say it. You can.
Nah, I'm good. It's funnier to say F slur.
Is it?
Unfortunately for BMW, someone on the internet noticed this discrepancy and asked BMW the following question, quote, how come you don't proudly display your logos and pride colors on your Middle East post? And then for reasons that are not clear at all, somebody at BMW decided to respond to that question.
It's illegal there.
They wrote, quote, this is an established practice at the BMW Group, which also takes into consideration market-specific
what is
legal
that, a 4
regulations
of 4?
and country-specific culture.
Whoa, so we're missing. You're muted again, buddy.
Yeah, it's because people can't fucking control
You're
their
telling me we're
speaking
missing
volumes.
3 other tweets to this?
So they responded with a thread, and you only give us the last one. That's very interesting. What are you missing out on here?
Cultural aspects. So that's the official explanation from BMW for why the pride colors are for Western countries and not the Arab countries. We're just pandering is essentially what they're saying.
No, it's
They're admitting
illegal,
that this
you fool.
Isn't about activism or gay rights or whatever. They're just adjusting their messaging for what they think people want to hear so they can make money.
Yes!
Not exactly.
Yes! Did you put that in 5th Gen Middle East? When did
I
you
literally
put that?
used Snapchat to cut out the Middle East from one of theirs, put it perfectly next to ours. It was
I did this just to see how long it would take Jack to notice that I fucking. It's not even like that good done too, because like I didn't line it up and do the logo so it'd actually be like on screen, and it's only the logo.
If you actually did one and put effort into it, it's not a bad idea to look at like what they've done and maybe make the actual like carving the gay colors.
I just did a 3-layer thing, but what I'm saying is like it needs to be sized out because where the logo ends, you can see the edges.
Yeah, okay.
Is what I mean. It just needs to be upscaled in the thumbnail there.
Yeah. But yeah, I just did this. As soon as I saw that you did this, I'm like, I have to shitpost this.
A major revelation here, but this kind of honesty from a major corporation is unusual. And if you're the optimistic type, you might take it as a sign that things might be returning to normal somewhat.
Hey, would you believe it, Matt? But not even all gays are pro-pride. Look at Dave Rubin.
Certainly,
I'm not going to go to a pride parade, probably.
Corporate America is finally
if I was outside and it was happening, I'd be like, look, there it goes. But that's about it.
To some extent, from this insanity. For example, last year, Microsoft's Xbox brand removed their pride colors from their social media accounts for just 4 days into Pride Month. And this year, at least so far, they haven't made any change to the branding for Pride Month whatsoever. They've also preemptively locked replies on Twitter and other platforms on some of their Pride Month messaging. But for every positive sign like that, there are indications that we are, in fact, backsliding further into the abyss. And for example, one of the social media accounts of the Navy SEALs
that would mean we came from the abyss already?
Celebrating Pride Month. Here it is.
Uh-oh, it's the gay military again.
It's the Navy again.
They're gonna get
it's almost like they have
Watch out, the Navy's gonna come to your door and suck your dick.
Isn't it funny how recycled the talking points are?
See, the thing is,
these people must only watch a single right-wing pundit. They must have their one.
I got an idea. We fake a post. We basically do the same image, but it's the Marine Corps, and they're clearly crayons. And see if we can get one of these fucking idiots to be like, look what the Marine Corps did.
I'm okay with this.
You can see it. This is the Navy Special Warfare Command flying the LGBTQ colors and lecturing us about equality and pride. You won't find a better illustration for why the Navy is experiencing a massive recruitment shortfall than this. It should go without saying, but the kind of people who appreciate these flags,
the Navy
and make their sexuality into their identity, are generally not the kind of people.
Not you though. You don't make your sexuality into your identity,
grueling
though,
conditions and potentially
never, not even once.
Sacrifice their lives behind enemy
You are
lines
never
for America.
doing identity shit.
Like, we want people in these positions who are focused on the mission and on the defense of their country. That should be obvious to the Navy SEALs, but apparently it's not.
Oh my God!
Of course, that's not even getting into the larger issue, which is that the government
we're technically over our run because one tweet went out.
Oh no! The Navy made a tweet. Better dismantle the entire military.
It's
OPSEC
so
is
Jover.
Be participating in activism. Period.
Did you know that there are gays in the Navy? And that if they didn't do this, that the gays in the Navy probably wouldn't be very happy. And
I
that you
don't think they would
care. Sure. You're ruining my point. I was going to say, you, regular, non-military, regular-ass dickhead citizen, have no say in what the Navy does. Funny how that works.
Which flag did you serve under in your military, Matt, huh?
Which one, I wonder?
What have you ever actually fought for? The Christians are persecuted.
There's a lot of reasons
to defend them.
For that.
I killed
one of
other
them is that in many cases it
Jerusalem.
creates an obvious conflict of interest. Consider the fact that on Sunday, the FBI was sashaying through the gay pride parade in West Hollywood.
There were
really several FBI employees who were wearing their FBI-issued clothing.
This is really all
apparently followed by
Moving
FBI.
Moving on.
I was scrolling through it, right? You've got a bit more stuff, right? He just goes over different places.
Oh,
Maybe
no.
companies. These might be companies
Oh,
that he's
no.
mad about. It's like, oh my god, corporate pink washing, and then you've got this.
Uh-oh, people living their lives, and I'm going to look it up online specifically to agitate myself?
Oh, what's this one?
It's crazy because
literally backfired.
I'm gay as hell. I haven't seen the Navy post. I haven't seen the shit about the FBI. But now it's being thrown in my face by Matt Walsh. I wish these people would just keep it to themselves, instead of flaunting it in my face like that.
In an intersection, which is kind of nice. You can pretty much guarantee that all of these pride protesters are Free Palestine people themselves. There were Free Palestine chants at the WeHo parade, for example. But the real Free Palestine people, the ones who actually understand what they're supporting, don't take too kindly to pride parades.
Oh, my God.
It's amazing to watch, like a defund the police congressman having to call the cops after he gets smacked by the reality of what he supports. As the left continues to import more of the Arab world, they're going to have to get used to this sort of thing.
Jesus Christ.
This is new, but it's not going away. At the same time, for every indication
wait.
Pride Month
So
is
do you
different.
support it then because it helps fight the gays? Make up your mind, Matt. You're the one who seems like he's contradictory here, not the lefty. Okay, we get it.
Also,
same points. Let's see the next one.
One
of these people must have an original bone in their body.
That's it.
Okay.
That's all the ones that I found. The rest are kind of cringe. Also, I have a message for everybody.
The Jesus guy was the best.
He was the best. I have a message for everybody who has a problem with people in parades like that and has a feeling to, I guess, watch people like this.
Hated fucking losers.
Yeah, those people. I have a message. Just replace trans people with insert sexuality and apply liberally. Shut the fuck up. Leave people alone. Stop being a cunt. It's very
I'm going to wash your beak now.
Okay.
Known candidate, at least here in New Hampshire. But next candidate, you're up, sir.
My fellow Americans and others. As your president, I have promised to engage in hostilities only with powers that I deem to be a real and immediate threat to our peace-loving nation. And that is why I have ordered the Interdimensional Strategic Space Force Command to commence bombing of Narnia in 5 minutes. If we do
Poggers!
Their dimension there, we will have no choice but to fight them in our dimension here. The orcs are an existential threat to our way of life. We will not stop until we have rebuilt Earth.
I want to know what his actual politics are.
He's libertarian.
He's talking like
the good kind of libertarian that's like, I support kids being themselves, like gay
so
people.
an anarchist.
Cool. Yeah, he like there's a really funny clip. I want to say he's the one, but so he actually right before the Libertarian Party really went downhill, he actually ran as a regular person for the Libertarian.
Oh. Interesting.
He's still Vermin Supreme, but he was running as a Libertarian.
Okay.
But it's very populist talking points at the same time.
Yep. Okay. I'm just sort of looking through the videos. What was the one you wanted to finish on?
It's Sam Cedar looking at Dave Rubin and Russell Brand.
Sam Cedar. Majority Report. Russell Brand. Sam
Okay,
Cedar.
I found it. Okay. John Stossel is in this. He's with John Stossel.
Okay. We have an option before that video.
Go to John. Legalize everything.
All drugs. Every single one of
Heroin,
them.
crack cocaine.
Everything. We don't need to treat this as a criminal problem. As a matter of fact, we need
Judge Gray.
Lightning round.
Yes, indeed. As you know, I went on record in 1992, legalized these drugs.
Every single one. This frightens people. Vermin. lighting
yes,
up
the
a joint, certainly marijuana.
Indeed.
How about
The Libertarian
crack and heroin,
platform,
also illegal?
I'm sorry. The Libertarian Party platform supports the right of the individual to consume that which the individual decides individual wants to, and we also recognize that the individual has responsibilities. We don't like sloppy drunk, but it's your right to be one.
You saw the flag behind him. Those are really his politics, you know?
Yeah.
But he made a serious thing. I'll try and find it.
Mhm.
Where he made a serious statement on why people should vote for him for Libertarian Party.
Like a serious plea of be like vote.
Yeah. It's very populist, but it's like still
Mhm.
fine, you know?
Okay. I'm interested. I'm very curious.
And the last orc is dead. In this uncertain time, we must unite
Okay, got it.
as a country.
I think.
Let us all.
Are you putting it on?
I'm trying to find the exact one that I'm looking for.
Pray for our fearsome flying unmanned robot pony boats as they rain fire and death upon our subhuman enemies and innocent wedding parties and lots of non-combatant hobbits.
All right, we have to wrap it. Appreciate that. Thank you very much, Mr. Supreme.
There's new outrage in the town of Wethersfield, Connecticut, after its Democrat-led council.
Okay. I found the one I was looking for now.
Owning the joke. Yes.
So
it's a matter of owning the joke. Yes. Hashtag we are in on the joke. We are the Libertarian Party. We are a very serious party with very serious beliefs. However, the duopoly presidential election cycle has turned into a joke, and therefore with love and with spite, here is Vermin Supreme.
3.9 million high school kids that graduate every year. Give me two of those years, that's 8 million kids. Add that to the 17 million college students, and that's a pool of 25 million voters. And if we are able to get 1 out of 4 of those kids to vote for us, well, that is 6.5 million, also known as 5%. There are also an endless stream of subcultures in America. There are Comic-Con nerds, there are roller derby girls, there are cam girls, there are kinky sex nerds, there are crypto nerds, there are political nerds, there are Robert's Rules of Order nerds, and they all fall under the umbrella of nerd culture, and they are my natural constituent base. There are hundreds of millions or tens of millions and almost 100 million plus disaffected, disillusioned, and disgusted individuals in America who are totally done with politics. But I believe that my campaign can reinvigorate these people, re-enlighten them, and bring them into our party.
I agree.
Thank you.
Start a different party, though.
Yeah. So they came to him and they asked him this year, do you want to run a serious campaign? And he goes, I gave it some serious thought. And I said, okay, I'll do a serious campaign.
This one will be, I will do this one, but we have a choice for the next one before the last one. We've got Moist Critical doing stuff. It's like, what's the channel? The one that do like the
Fuck that video.
thing. Whatever.
Not too
Charlie doing fun stuff. We've got Greater Idaho. A Tim Pool video. Oh no. We do not have time for this, but we will do this next week. It is Roseanne and Marjorie Taylor Greene. I forgot about this video. We do have another Pride Month.
Mm-hmm.
Guess who it fucking is?
Having this interview in Pride Month, and so
yeah, Jared, I put this on here.
The thing I would say is that you should be very careful what you name things.
Oh, here we go. Pride was a sin.
I brought that up.
Pride was a sin. Don't you know? Don't you know? Pride was a sin.
They don't really mean pride.
Don't you know? Don't you know that, you know, when you look in the
idea.
dictionary, sometimes there's multiple definitions of a word. And it's not the same thing.
You know?
Even white pride is
Fair
not
enough,
the same
I
thing as the
suppose.
pride sin. Would you believe it, Jordan?
Crazy.
to some degree, but that was the name that was chosen, and that's the name that stuck. And pride is a cardinal sin, and there's a reason for that. And the reason is that,
hey, Jordan Peterson, I have a message for you.
You can call me whatever the fuck you want. At this point, I don't give a shit.
Pride a sin in the Bible?
I'm fucking better than you.
I know more than you.
pride means something like stubborn refusal to change when evidence of error is accruing, and it's not a good thing.
Okay, what evidence of error is accruing against the gays, Jordan? I would like to know. I would really, really like to know.
Real tinge of narcissism,
Okay.
sexual narcissism about
The
the whole pride
context in the
spectrum.
Bible is
And-
pride is a sin of man or woman thinking he or she is self-sufficient and independent of God.
Ah, so everybody is prideful. Cool. Thanks. Shut up.
As long as so basically pride is thinking that it's like, I'm self-sufficient, I don't need God. That's pride as a sin.
You know, do people have the right to express their sexuality the way they see fit? To some degree, if it's consensual and among adults, but
It is.
generally among human beings with any degree of civilized comportment whatsoever, it's a pretty damn private affair.
Nope.
We tend to be private in our sexual conduct as a species, and so
No,
this
bro,
isn't exactly.
you literally say men and women can't work together because they wear blush and it simulates them wanting to fuck because they're rosy cheeks and flushed lips and shit. You literally say that makeup is worn to make women look like they want to fuck men, and that's why they can't work in the same office. That's you. Okay? Don't talk about how other people's sexuality is flaunted. You wrote about playing with your grandmother's pubes in your book.
That's weird.
It was a dream he had. I would still not put it in the book, buddy. Real or not.
Private. And it's also the case that identities based on something as narrow as sexual desire, let's say, are
When your sexuality has been shit on by the state or government or monarchy or any authority
Hey,
for
Jordan,
thousands
where are
of
straight
years,
people killed and persecuted in this world, huh? What countries?
maybe you'd understand.
You know, I'm supporting the feminization and making everyone gay by
I
force
agree.
with pills here at this point.
Gay pills for all.
It's just better for society at this point.
That's
If these
it's
people are
good
going to
for men.
exist in it at the same time and diddle our kids.
aren't identities at all. They're pronouncements of subjection to instinctual whim. And I also have a real problem with the idea of the LGBT plus, etc.
Many
community,
such cases.
because it's not a community.
Oh my God.
And it's especially not a community right now
Many
because the
such cases.
trans pushing, gender affirming butchers and liars primarily target young people.
Do they?
Whose most likely outcome on the sexual front is homosexuality.
Interesting. I have.
You're not trans, you're just gay.
As a very straight person, I have not seen any of this. The only people that I see pushing this shit is the right wing. You guys are creating a reality inside your own heads. Touch grass. Actually go and talk to people instead of your perverted little like echo chamber of right-wing fuckwits.
What do you mean?
Just
They
like-
made a whole documentary about what a woman is.
Oh, really? I can't wait to watch it.
Oh, it's
I can't wait to
terrible.
watch it. I bet it's awful. We should watch it
it's
for
called-
the Patreon.
It's called what? No, it's really not worth it. It's called What is a Woman? And like he literally sits down with like a scientist who specializes it, and he's like, "So what is
Is
trans?"
it Deborah Stowe?
So no. She's in there probably, but this is an actual like specialist, right? He's like, "So
Yeah.
what is trans?" And then he cuts the entire thing out like boring, snooze, and then like cuts to her like say like he cuts the entire response of what the lady had to say about what a woman is.
Seriously?
out. Yeah, it's like not even like deceptively edited at that point. It's like, wow, this is really all they had, and they really struggled to put something together here.
That's why I think we should watch it.
It's not. It's I don't know.
But when I will edit it, I will edit it. I think
I don't
we
want to
should watch
even
it.
sit through it, bro. It's so boring.
It's content.
It's so boring. Like
We
their
need to push
their
it out.
individual videos are way better. You know.
Well,
I say we keep watching beheading videos and putting them on the Patreon.
Well, we can do that as well, but I think that we should at least do something like that. So there's some. I mean, you don't really need to tear it apart, but just to sort of give an alternate, and even if we don't have the whole thing, edit it down so we just take the major parts.
Just have it present itself. Honestly, it's so bad.
Yeah, right. But do sort of a
Elon Musk made sure
highly
it was
edited
free
video.
Twitter to see.
Yeah,
I don't for a certain time. I don't know if it still is. Joe Rogan loved it. He thinks it's so funny. They literally tried to make like a Borat type movie, thinking that all these people would be really, really silly. And then like, everyone was really calm and logical, and they were so angry about that.
See, I'm the exact same because we basically have. I swear, like yours is all like, fucking old clothing and shit because that's all you post. And then
Like I said, all I've seen
shit.
is probably like these are my flags. What are yours? Type posts.
Yeah, I saw those, right? And that's just like regular Twitter discourse on the side of Twitter that we're on at the moment.
Yeah.
It's just like, oh, here's flags. Like,
and then
here's
plenty of like
here's what I looked like 20 years ago.
Yeah, plenty of like post and pre-transition pictures, which is also regular Twitter.
Yes.
It's almost like nothing has changed.
Mm-hmm. It's just now they're just posting it again because it's Pride Month. Let them be.
You know what? If they really have a problem with my Pride Month, you know what I'm thinking?
Pride Year.
Femboy Summer.
So the transgender
Pride
affirming
parades every month
are differentially destroying the youthful gay
especially
community.
during Lent.
And
Every
that's
day
not-
during Lent.
Keep pushing. You're going to lose everything you've gained. And I'm not celebrating that at all. That's not the point at all.
Didn't
But,
you? Hey,
like, I'm
Jordan-
just done with it. I
Hey,
don't like the
Jordan. Didn't you lose a lot of things that you gained? You know, like didn't you have to go to court because you claim to be a psychiatrist and you practice false medicine and psychobabble the gobbledygook? And they were like,
He was a psychiatrist. Psychologist.
Whatever.
He was
it's all made up. You know,
Psychology
horoscopes.
professor.
It's all
He
horoscope
got
nonsense.
disbarred or whatever the equivalent of
Yeah.
disbarred is.
They gave
I'm
him
pretty sure they took his qualifications from
They
him.
gave him a
or they-
Canadian spanking. No, he had to do like classes or something.
Yeah,
Or
they also
something.
took someone else's qualifications from them recently as well. That
that's the
Nazi
sweet
doctor on
release of
Twitter.
death.
The Nazi doctor on Twitter. That
Oh yeah.
the one with the edited photos. She's always whinging about how they disbarred her. I'm like, good. You should be. With the views that you post, yeah, you should be disbarred. You shouldn't be practicing medicine on anybody.
This may
And
seem
I
harsh
think it's
to
a
you,
piece-
but I think that everyone in this story should die.
It's of idiocy. I don't understand why it changes every bloody week. I don't know who makes those decisions. I don't like the acronym and all the mystery surrounding it. I don't like the
Okay,
fact that
don't
the
use
LG
it. I don't
Notice
use
how
it.
it's
I
it's
do
very
not use it.
Is he talking about the Ligbidiqua?
Yeah. What do you know? What is this? It looks like a typo. What is?
It's French.
No,
He
'cause
should know. It's French.
There's a video where it's like, are you? I don't know. It's like, are you down with? I don't know what this says. It's like a typo. Oh, LGBT. Yeah, we're cool with that. That's cool, right? And he turns to his wife. He goes, "We're cool with that, right?" And she's like, "Yeah." And she's like, "Yeah, that's cool." it's like it's such a great video because it's like that's literally all you have to do. Is the bare minimum. Is like, yeah, dude, you do you. That's
Yeah.
it. That's
How
all
hard
you
is
have
it?
to do.
And that's literally why I just continue to say to
I love-
everybody for most issues, just don't be a cunt. It's
know how, like-
it's a pretty easy rule to be on the right side of most conflicts.
You know how like people are like still so upset. I just stopped saying like
Yeah.
it's racial
Mhm.
slurs and F
Mhm.
slurs, right? And they're really upset about this. They blame it all on that he has sex with someone now. And
Oh, the
'cause-
OnlyFans girl.
yeah. And
You
that's what they all cope and blame it on. But when do you know why he changed his exact origin
Because
point?
he didn't like the people that was coming up to him.
It's that, but there's a specific story. A trans person, a fan came up to him and they said, "I know you probably don't like me."
Interesting. Very interesting.
And that was like the breaking point where he's like,
And
I
that
need to
changed.
fucking like, wow, I actually am not. This is not a good philosophy I have. It's very mean and hateful, and it doesn't help people, and it makes people like this think that they're hated.
Yeah, I watched
that's called growth.
Him on Cold Ones.
Oh yeah, because he's good friends with Max Mofo.
That dynamic is dead.
What?
The way he is now doesn't work with those two. It was such an awkward video.
Oh yeah.
Like I'm sure they're just good mates, but it's not good like.
Well, because they're not
on camera
because they're not pouring jizz and shit all over each other.
Well, it's not even that, because the video was still along those lines. It just like he's not as willing to be as loose as he used to be.
Yeah.
Like he's just very sort of, and understandably uptight about it. And I just think he needs to sort of, he's corrected, right? He just needs to loosen the reins a little bit and just keep an eye on where he's at. So not go all the way back, but sort of, you know, play.
One of my favorite things that he did. So he does the collab with Ethan, and Ethan makes him go around back, right?
Yeah.
And he's like, "Yeah, my door's broken." iDubbbz looks at him and goes, "Okay, cunt."
Is this where he makes him climb up the wall?
The ladder. Yeah, he gives him like a fucking ladder.
Half
the video is just iDubbbz getting in there just so they can watch the Jake Paul video.
Now, though, I think that Ethan and him should make more videos, because right now I think that they'd be perfect.
Yeah, because like Ethan was big with promoting the Creator Clash with him, so like they really like each other.
So like because think about it, right? If you got iDubbbz, who is like generally pretty politically involved, I think especially now, I think he's a bit more politically aware. And Ethan, who had the experience with Hasan, I think that could potentially be a pretty good show, but I could be wrong. Maybe iDubbbz just sucks on the long format. Who knows? But I think that dynamic might be a bit more. But whatever it was with Max Mofo, it's dead. It's done.
Well, because that era of YouTube is gone too.
True.
We're not fucking making jizz videos where you jizz on all your friends.
The human cake.
LGBT agenda, whatever that is.
Okay, we're moving on. Let's do this.
Yeah, I need to take out my contacts.
I forgot to put markers and shit. This is the last one.
Well,
it's been very sporadic. There's going to be so many videos to cut from this.
Russell Brand. Now, Russell Brand he's in Ruben's studio here. We get the tail end of a
Oh, wow. Now he's full on wearing the cross on the outside now after his baptism. Is that right?
Yeah, you want to get it out there when you're selling coffee. Maybe actually you should
Wait, has he got a coffee brand too?
1775 coffee.
Wait, why is he doing 1775 coffee?
Why
isn't he doing like Russell Brand's brand?
Because also 775 was when America and Britain were still under the king.
I don't understand. What's that year? There's got to be some.
We'll have to look into that.
There's got to be some like new.
The revolution starts in 1775, Sam.
Like numerology associated with
1776 is their thing.
Okay. Greenwell's making.
We left. I want to actually.
This is
before I moved,
irrelevant.
it was the height of COVID and the lock.
Discourse.
No, you see, 1775 is like anti-government. Like, we had the right idea going against the monarchy, and then we made a new one. So 1775 is like ultra woke conservative tier.
There is not an Dave Rubin and Russell Brand. Now, Russell Brand.
This is honestly one of the funniest interactions.
Lockdowns, and I was having. Put it this way: when I was in California at the end.
Can we just observe his shoes?
Before I moved, and it was the height of COVID and the lockdowns, and I was having illegal.
They look like they're made of paper.
The story that Dave tells here is so good.
Parties at my house, and I had to have one of my guys that works for me. I wanted to go to dinner one night. We usually had people come to our house, but one night right before we left, I wanted to actually go to basically the only restaurant that I liked in LA before we left. It was Boa's Steakhouse on Sunset. You were probably there back in your day. Do you remember Boa's Steakhouse by chance? Yeah. It was just the right amount of Hollywood kind of glittery, but not too awful, and it was the kind of cool vibe there. and I hadn't been in a couple of years because of COVID. And I was like, let's just go. It was the day before we were leaving, when we were officially leaving. And I had to have one of my guys make a fake vaccine passport for me. And then I'm sitting at the restaurant, and the vibe was dead, and they didn't let
you
people
were
sit at the bar
leaving the
anymore, and people
country.
hadn't,
You're leaving the country?
Did he say country?
He said we were leaving LA at least. Maybe he probably
Haters had
moved to
masks.
Texas for the rest of the grifters, or Florida or
Yeah.
something. Is he a Florida gay now?
Look, I think he did move to Florida. Actually,
he's one of
Florida
them
is where Florida is where the
Mm.
grifters went. Texas is
Mm.
where the people who actually
Florida also has like the old gays.
the old gays.
Yeah, they're
the
sassy.
legacy gays.
No, they're old gays.
Oh,
They're old men who are still gay, and they all fuck each other down there.
that's funny.
Yep, lemon party.
but you didn't have to have a mask, all that bullshit. And I realized that there were a couple tables of people looking at me and pointing at me. And then I realized it wasn't, well, they knew who I was, but that's not like, oh my God, it was Dave Rubin like that. It was, Dave Rubin's not vaxxed. What's he doing here? Like, in essence, that they thought I was lying because I was in there with the passport. So I had to go up. I went up to literally 3 groups of people to be like, guys, don't worry about it. It was a fake vaccine passport. And I was like, what level of insanity is this?
I'll explain to you what level of insanity it is.
Hang on, before Sam goes, I want to, what is your reaction to that story he just told?
I would just be like, I don't care.
Russell Brand clearly doesn't, but
like, oh, you had to do a fake vaccine passport like everybody else.
Come on, he didn't fake a vaccine passport.
Oh yeah, you reckon he actually got it?
This is fucking made up, bro. Come on. When 3 people were like, "Hey, we don't follow Dave Rubin so closely enough. We know his vaccine status and how he's anti-vax."
You mean the people?
And also,
I was
restaurants don't do this.
Mm.
The rest, they don't fucking be like, "Hey, let me see that card. Make sure you're vaccinated before you can eat here."
They did in Australia.
The worst you would be like, I don't even think they were required. He even says they're not even required to wear masks at this point. So it's so late into fucking COVID. Get the fuck out of here with that shit.
I'm not a therapist. I'm not a psychiatrist. I'm not a psychologist. So I can't tell you, except for within a vernacular, as to what level of insanity is. But one of the things that, I think people who have personality disorders or emotional problems is they project things onto other people. And I'm going to assume that Dave, who I think might be a pathological liar, is actually telling the truth here, that there were 3 tables of people at this restaurant who were looking at Dave.
In LA, where there's a lot of famous people that you see around a nice restaurant.
Dave Rubin's here.
Okay. Okay, that's a fair point. LA, 3 tables. Yeah, okay.
Guys, don't worry. The fake vaccine.
I was more focused on
I want to imagine the reality where he hallucinates thinking he had to say that, and the people were like, "Who is that guy? What the fuck?" He was probably if like in the reality that it is real and all of this happened, they're probably staring at him because he was sweating bullets. Like, "You're gonna catch me! I'm breaking the law! Oh my god!" They're like, "Is that guy on ecstasy?" He's fucking sweating.
Understand that if you could get into this restaurant only if you're vaccinated, they're not thinking, hey, I thought Dave Rubin was that cool guy who didn't get vaccinated. And I hope he comes over and tells us that, in fact, we're not mistaken, that he is that cool guy. Don't worry. If anything, if there were really 3 tables of people who were looking at Dave Rubin, it's because, hey, wait a second. That guy's unvaxxed. I don't want to be around him because he's not vaccinated. No. Because they're all vaccinated.
No.
I've done a little bit of research
Fun fact, if you don't have the virus, you can't spread it.
now into the Boa Steakhouse. And there's this article in the Daily Dot. Boa Steakhouse slammed for allowing influencers to dine in.
You fucking lib idiots.
Dave Rubin is the virus.
Fucking sucking down that bullshit. Like, Dave Rubin, he's exactly how I was. He was exactly how I was. Except I wasn't belligerent like that. I would just go about my day, not giving a fuck about the rules or the lockdowns or anything like that. Because why would I? I'm just gonna go do what I need to do.
Mr. Cool Guy.
Sure, if you want to say that, sure.
The chair will advise that the rules do care,
but like, also just sucking down the propaganda and being like, okay, government,
what are you sucking?
okay. Tell me what to do. I don't want to think.
Govern me harder, daddy.
Hey, look, check this out. Look.
So what's Hollywood Steakhouse?
Never mind. I'll do
It's
the
been
joke
slammed for
again.
Okay.
Later.
That's just the same stuff. But Jake Paul and apparently some associates of him were seen at BOA after being diagnosed with COVID, and some of the staff told somebody that we're going to reassess our policies.
Oh, so there may have been people there who were like, I don't want to be in this room with this guy who's unvaccinated. Not, hey man, I hope you faked it to get in here.
Once again, you can have COVID and be vaccinated.
Or it was actually a restaurant that was putting their staff in danger by catering to influencers during the pandemic, which
yes. Well, there was that restaurant that Sarah Palin got caught out on the up.
Did you know that as a worker, you can refuse to work if your workplace puts you in an unsafe position? Wow.
Bree side that was basically notorious for that, and she had just been diagnosed. She had just gotten COVID, but
why does he assume that in a room full of supposedly vaccinated people,
did you say this?
They're worried that he might be vaccinated?
Emma was waiting to talk, and Emma just she was trying to get her point out finally, and then fucking Sam just starts talking, and the face she makes is so funny. She like
for that, and she had just been diagnosed. She had just gotten COVID, but
why does he assume that in a room full of supposedly vaccinated people, they're worried that he might be vaccinated?
The only way is if they're famous influencers who are also COVID denialists. Like
no. The only way, I'm sorry, the simplest explanation is that Dave got vaccinated and he had a vaccine card and he's so self-conscious about potentially having maybe someone he saw someone.
You know what? I think she's more correct than everybody else at this point. I think he got it.
I told you this video is fucking hysterical.
Yeah. I think she's right. I think he got it and has been lying to everybody that he didn't.
I mean, that's they all did, but also it's just so funny that how critically they're analyzing such a minor, pointless interaction.
Is this the only clip?
No. They go back to it. There's more.
Took a photo of him, and it would be like, "Oh, Dave actually got the jab." That he's going out of his way to tell this story to Russell Brand because that makes way more sense than.
Let's
okay, no.
Let's just be clear that somewhere in this story, or the actor telling it is a lie. We just don't know.
So he's lying at some point.
I want to underline the lie of making a fake vaccine card. That is a criminal offense, and I think it's charged as such. It's up to 6 months. A woman got charged for it, and I think boasting about it, I think it's disgusting. We don't have a country anymore if you're allowed to just make up fraudulent documents in a pandemic.
But that's why I'm saying,
I think he was joking. I think that was sarcasm because the Republicans constantly say we don't have a country anymore.
Good Lord.
I want to give him the benefit of the doubt that was a joke.
I'm gonna take your word for it.
The simplest explanation is Dave is not a true believer. This is it. He's not a true believer. He cares way more. Like his whole political career was about getting to a point where he had the money to do whatever he wanted and live a glamorous lifestyle and go to a steakhouse like that. And so he wants to be able to go out to dinner. He wants to have a fancy party. He got vaxxed, so he's trying to cover it up on the back end.
I think either way, when Dorsey cuts this, we should have a poll because it's one of the three answers.
Say it in the comments below. That's what all the YouTubers say. And then,
drop in the comments below.
This is what all the kids do.
I think Dave Rubin is lying, but
no, I have to add this. Another piece of evidence for my argument. If these people were so upset about this unvaccinated guy that they all knew and were staring at, and he came up to them and said, "I'm actually lying. I'm not vaccinated. This is a fake vaccine card." Do you think that those concerned citizens might say something to the maitre d'? Do you think that they might say something to the actual restaurant?
But that's my point, is that he's saying that they actually were relieved that he was unvaccinated.
Exactly. That's why.
That's what I'm saying.
That doesn't make any sense.
Well, that's my whole point. Is that you're telling a whole room full of people who are ostensibly vaccinated, don't worry, I'm actually faking it. I'm not really vaccinated.
Right.
We're seeing behind the curtain of how actually it wasn't like Nazi Germany, these COVID restrictions. Actually, all these rich people got to go dine out, got to have their parties. I think that's what we're actually, and I think a lot of them did have fraudulent vaccine cards, and I think it should be investigated.
Okay, buddy.
I think you should shut the fuck up and stop
cares?
licking boots.
Who the fuck cares? COVID is over.
Like, good Lord. Oh, people made fake vaccine cards for coerced consent. Oh my God, we should investigate
They said it was like Nazi Germany. We should be Nazi Germany about it because they said it was like Nazi Germany while they had their fancy cakes.
Coerced people into getting vaccinated to continue fucking working. And you want to fucking investigate people who used fake cards to avoid government coercion, fuck you. Seriously, fuck you. You are the reason that this has moved so far forward. You are the reason, people like you are the reason that coercion from the state is only going to get worse because we allowed it to happen.
Okay, here we
during
go.
COVID.
It's the cloth mask, then it's fucking Holocaust time.
I don't give it.
Put the
I don't
mask
give a
on.
shit
Go
about
to
the
your
mask.
go to your.
I don't give a shit
Put
about
your
the
mask
mask.
on and march to that death chamber.
I don't give a shit about the masks.
You want to see something? You want to see something cool?
You know what's good about the masks is that the masks will conceal your identity and it's free.
You want to see
Great.
something? You
More
want to see
masks.
something cool?
No, I'm not done yet.
So check it out. Look, if you download it and install it, and it even tells you an overview, so it gives you a briefing on what to expect from a free-to-play account, guys.
But the actual like card, right? To
player
be
card
able,
in StarCraft
to be
2?
able to actually go to work, to exist, to live, to go out of your house, you needed a permission slip from the government. That's
The
not
globby.
That's not fine. That's not good. That is an literal government coercion, by the way.
Go to tree jail!
For you. All the politicians, all of them, that they got to travel the world for free.
Finish on this right here.
At their whim, whenever the fuck they wanted to. They could travel anywhere. But what could you do? You couldn't even travel across state. So, rules for thee, but not for me, huh? But yeah, my anger is so unfounded and definitely not based in reality and creeping authoritarianism. No, it's because of masks.
Yeah, they're the worst company specifically because they're not going to make StarCraft 3.
Fake vaccine passport for me. And then I'm sitting at the restaurant and the vibe was dead and they didn't let people sit at the bar anymore and people had, waiters had masks, but you didn't have to have the mask. All that bullshit.
Okay, whatever.
That there were a couple
all
of
that bullshit protecting the waiters.
At me. And then I realized it wasn't, they knew who I was, but that's not like, oh my God, it was Dave Rubin like that. It was, Dave Rubin's not vaxxed. What's he doing here? Like, in essence, that they thought I was lying because I was in there with the passport. So I had to go up. I went up to literally 3 groups of people to be like, guys, don't worry about it. It was a fake vaccine passport.
Don't worry about it. Pause it. No, for a second. You know what's amazing, too? It's like,
you paused at the same
I didn't want these
time.
people to think that I was a liar. And so I went up to him and I said, look, I'm lying about
exactly.
This guy's, he's...
I love that people are like, oh no, not
bankrupt.
Dave Rubin, but it's, oh no, it's going to be Jack the whole time. Like, there's going to be very little Dave Rubin focused or Jack. This is why I said we got to finish with this one.
Ethically and morally.
And spiritually.
Yeah, see? She knows. It was so fucked here. Like, the government overreaction was insane, especially in Victoria.
But also, it's like he has no
Giving
brain
me
cells.
harder,
It's
Daddy.
amazing how stupid he is as he's like telling these lies. He hasn't even worked it out. Go ahead.
Because I was in there with the passport. So I had to go up. I went up to literally 3 groups of people.
That was the
to be like,
start
guys,
of the
don't worry
evil.
about
That was the start of the evil.
it. It was a fake vaccine passport. And I was like, what level of insanity is this? Think about for all the fame that you've had and all the people that have
Pause it
walked
one more
into your
second,
restaurants
too.
and
I
everything
just want to imagine, like, let's say you're eating at this restaurant and you get to watch Rubin walk up to 3 different tables and go, hey guys, don't worry, I'm actually not vaccinated, but great, enjoy your meal.
I had one of my guys make a fake card.
Moves over to each table. I just imagine watching that. Would have been just, well, of course it didn't happen though.
Presumably, okay, I could see that this steakhouse is maybe someplace that has a more lax rules, right? But we're talking about California, we're talking about LA. I'd imagine that the people that are looking at him and glaring at him aren't like, he's a liar like us. We also are unvaccinated. We're sitting here and like we're glaring at him because he maybe, why would they assume that they were able to get in as unvaccinated people, but he got vaccinated?
No,
so the point is that they were concerned about.
That's what I just said.
No,
yes.
I know, but that doesn't make any sense because then why would he go up to them and say, don't worry?
Because he's lying.
Because he's lying.
It's all exactly. It is all lied. He definitely didn't go up to anybody because you would just think like if that was the case where it was
He'd be afraid that he's getting caught.
Well, yes. Or you would just assume, okay, they probably have fake cards like I do because that's what we're all doing. If that was the scenario, and who knows? But
I'm just trying to crack this case here.
people to be like, guys, don't worry about it. It was a fake vaccine passport. And I was like,
So
what level
cool.
of insanity is this?
Don't worry about the
thing that
vaccine.
you've had and all the people that have gawked at you at restaurants and everything else. If for some reason you felt that every now and again you'd have to go up to a table and explain your life to them. And that's literally what I felt as I was leaving. So the reason I'm telling you that story was I fought very hard, very, very hard. I campaigned with Larry Elder to get rid of Newsom, to like whatever we could do to save California. I believed it was worth saving. California has made its choice. It is going down that road. It's sad because it's a huge state that would be, I think, like the 15th largest country in the world, something like that. And it doesn't have to be that way. And there's millions of people that live there that are good, decent people. But the state is going in that direction. Here, it's going in another direction. And I, at the ripe old age of 47 years old, would much rather be part of something that I can build and fight for than something I'm fighting.
Yeah, he's
I'd
gay.
fuck him.
The gays have their magical skin creams and shit.
Mhm.
Makes them look young. This is what I hear from the other gay.
Again. So every day when I do my show, it's just like you. I'm fighting for the ideas that I believe in, and I'm fighting against all of the encroaching authoritarianism. But my day to day here, like there's little things that I do. I try to meet all my neighbors. Like if I was,
Oh God.
Yeah. He's definitely in Florida.
And I hope that they don't watch my show.
You know, I used to think that Russell Brand was actually like someone. I mean, we've talked about this, Matt. We both were fans of his before this recent turn. He also spoke.
Recent turn? It's been like 5 years. He's been out of Hollywood for at least 10, I swear. Like, I swear to God that Forgetting Sarah Marshall was like his last movie.
Get him to the Greek?
Check. True. That was like 2012, right?
I don't know. Those are the only two movies I know he was in.
2010. 11. Okay, so 2011 seems to be his last like movie. Yeah. So 2011 was the last thing that he was in, and he was an executive producer. I like noise. Okay, so he's done small, what looks like voice acting stuff. 2012.
Yeah, I was never really a fan.
Acting. Mostly voice acting. I liked him in the earlier movies. Like, he's fine in Forgetting Sarah Marshall.
I think he could have a fine voice for certain animation roles and shit. You know, like if he played like a character that's very electric, you know, and he's like bouncing all over, and he's like a lightning
I'll
bug.
show you.
No, let's finish this and go to sleep.
Quite critically about religion in the past, so his new like born again Catholicism thing is a little odd. But even like with all of his like latest turn, like
did you ever see this movie?
No. Why would I watch that?
Just asking.
Unfurling before our very eyes. I still have to think that he's saying that like this
one.
guy is a freaking idiot.
Oh, definitely.
He was.
Oh, yes. I mean,
not an awful voice for the character, but like could be better.
There's a reason why Ruben's like, and the reason why I'm telling you this, like, because there's a look in
the characters he plays in like Get Him to the Greek and Forgetting Sarah Marshall is much more up his alley. I think, you know, the drug-addled fuckwit.
This is where we're at, guys. Like, it's not good. You get it? This is not a good day in America. And I would also take a moment to welcome anyone. Find me a Democrat. I'm not talking about your uncle. Find me a decent Democrat with a following who is a Joe Biden supporter who believes this is good. I will do a live debate with any of them.
Now pause it. Now listen. Now before there's anybody who's making any type of
anything,
you know, distinction, this and that.
Anybody who asks you to debate has nothing to say.
No, fucking Sam Cedar has been trolling Dave Rubin by challenging him to a debate for a while. It's like after he finally got Steven Crowder, Dave Rubin became the next target for him.
That's so funny. But yeah, like anybody who demands debates has nothing to say. Like it is how it is.
I am a registered Democrat. And I am supportive of Joe Biden's re-election campaign, which I imagine is what he's talking about here. So I just want to make it clear.
You mean you want Palestinians to die?
Challenge to me.
They qualify so far.
Yep.
Biden supporter who believes this is good. I will do a live debate with any of them. Any of them. That is a promise. Like, I'm not talking about some weirdo with 40 Twitter followers. I'm talking about legit people.
Pause it for 1 second. Can someone check on my
Hang on, wait, go back. This is such a great joke that you just skipped over, bro.
Oh my god, he was on the whatever podcast.
Yes, you gotta let Sam set the joke up.
The internet
go back.
Asking
Keep going. You gotta
Let's
let
put
Sam
things in
get
the
the
past
joke
and
out.
have a real debate and exchange of ideas. Guys, we're talking about
At one point, he did email me when he was
you gotta
saying
go back to
how
the Twitter
upset-
followers thing, bro. You
I'm not you can check off those boxes. That shouldn't be that hard to check off.
I've
You're
checked
in that
off
camp.
all those
I will
boxes.
gladly
There.
debate any of these.
What are you talking about?
Go
this
back.
Is where we were at.
Nope. He's
or I may not be. But
255,000.
255,000. All right, let's go forward, please.
I'm not talking about some weird.
What context? We're back to where we were.
Oh my god, bro. Maybe if you didn't skip over the joke, you would get it and it would be funny instead of like going back so you're halfway through it and then there's no context and now you're going to get pissy because you wanted to skip over the joke.
It's exactly where we were.
Bro, maybe nobody wanted to hear your commentary on what Russell Brand movies
Now pause
you
it.
like.
Now listen. Now before there's anybody who's making any type of, distinction, this and that, I am a registered Democrat, and I am supportive of Joe Biden's re-election campaign, which I imagine is what he's talking about here. So I just want to make it clear. I think this is a sincere challenge to me.
So they qualify so far.
Yep.
Biden supporter who believes this is good. I will do a live debate with any of them. That is a promise. Like, I'm not talking about some weirdo with 40 Twitter followers. I'm talking about legit people.
Pause it for 1 second. Can someone check on my Twitter feed? I may be a weirdo, or I may not be. But
255,000.
255,000. All right, let's go forward, please.
I'm not talking about some weirdo with 40 Twitter followers. I'm talking about legit people that believe that Joe Biden is a functioning, solid president, that this is not political persecution, and that this decision made sense, and this is good for America. If you can check off those boxes, that shouldn't be that hard to check off.
I've checked
in
off
that camp.
all those
I will
boxes.
gladly debate any of these people. This is where we're at, guys.
I check off all those boxes. Dave, I've been trying to tweet at you, but you blocked me some time ago. Do we have an email for Dave? Do I have an email for him?
I should ask somebody. Maybe someone at TYT still has his number. I could try to get a hold of him that way.
Got it. There was actually, at one point, he did email me when he was saying how upset he was about. Let's see.
But come on, Dave. Let bygones be bygones. We're talking about the fate of the republic here because this Donald Trump conviction is really horrible for the country, as you've alluded to. So let's put things in the past and have a real debate and exchange of ideas.
100%. 100%.
I mean, there is, if you go to daverubin.com, there is a television contact and a booking and press contact. So people might want to send those folks some.
Yeah.
One of my favorite clips.
Have changed.
A horrible human being. No,
You wouldn't debate him?
No.
But you're into like open exchange of ideas and stuff, right?
No, he's
changed.
So, like debates or conversations under everything. Yeah. Would you ever debate Sam Cedar?
No, he's a horrible, horrible human.
That's hilarious. Why are they so scared of him?
Oh, because Dave Rubin's an idiot and he knows that he'll look terrible.
Is that our favorite? Is that her?
No. No.
You wouldn't debate him?
No.
But you're into like open exchange of ideas and stuff, right?
No, he's a trash human being.
Why?
No, because he's done like 1,000 videos about me that are all nonsense. I've never even talked about him. What a boring way to, not boring, what an unfortunate way to have me walk off. No, he's like a really terrible person. I didn't get into the internet to like just endlessly destroy everybody and everything else. I like talking to people that I can have enlightened conversations with. And like, some people just want endless destruction for.
I think you should give Sam a chance. I think you guys would have a really good conversation.
Yeah. No, you're a troll. I knew something was up with you.
No, I'm not.
No.
Oh my god, he is a mental child.
I got to send you the clip of this guy who literally starts crying because a girl's on her phone and then refuses to leave. And he's like, "You're going to go to jail for trespassing because I told you you're unwelcome here. I am revoking the consent and you're raping me." He's literally making that argument. I'm not.
Oh my god.
I'm not like.
Where is this video?
I'll find it sometime for you.
Okay.
No. I couldn't quite figure it out with you, but you don't get the book. You guys get the book.
Oh wow. Do you do like debates?
She was so cut.
Yeah, but somebody does it again to him though.
Really?
Yeah, keep going.
I'm mad about that.
That's pretty catty.
I don't know who the one guy is who hosts that, but
let me just
line it up, bro.
Yeah, let me just say to Dave, I am destroying the internet.
Wanton destruction. And Straight Red happened to ask the same question not 2.5 months ago in March of this year.
He still won't, huh?
Ask Dave if he's changed his mind on whether or not he'd debate Sam Cedar. Have you changed your mind?
You're such a loser.
Yeah.
A loser.
Okay, so you're still going to dodge
Sam
Sam
Cedar
Cedar?
or she is, or they both are?
No, they both are. But
okay.
No, because I asked him on the Whatever podcast if he debates Sam Cedar, and he said no. So I was just asking if he changed his mind on that. Ask Dave.
Whoops.
I think whatever would be a great host of the debate.
Who would be a great debate?
That whatever show. Get you and Ruben.
Yeah. What is that whatever show?
I
Is that a
agree.
PBBD?
I don't
show?
think so.
Get the girls on the whatever podcast to be the moderators. That'd be great.
So I think it's just Florida.
Yeah. A lot of stuff happening down in Florida. Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the.
Hey, folks. All right, we're done.
Great video, right?
Yeah, it was good.
Oh no, it went wrong!
We will continue to be your single source of truth. Dismiss anything else.
Good night.
God, I can't wait.
Why?
Fucking contacts now. Been staring at a screen with them in for 6 hours. Well, 8, really.
Yeah, longer. Yeah. Ending.